And sometimes you got to cycle the power on it. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you got to just cycle the power on it. Okay. Well, good evening. This is Scott here, and well, we're going to get started here in just a moment. We're going to have the noisy Corax on here. I'm going to get that whole thing set up, but as I'm doing that, well, just sit back and take a listen to the formal State of the Grift address. Now, I'm trying something a little different here with this, but just bear with me, and we'll see where it goes, and we'll come back, and hopefully Corax will be with us, and we can discuss and do all the wonderfully unstructured things that we do here. Which, hey, I what can I say? Fantastic. Power cycling the stock market. Yeah, that call support. Okay. Anyway, here we go. This is Sarge. This gentleman's name. Sarge is going to give us the state of the grift in its concentrated formal delivery. So here we go. Enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the esteemed congregation, and beloved denizens of the financial realm, it is with great humility and profound solemnity that I stand before you today to deliver an address on the state of the grift, particularly in regard to the captivating saga of meme stocks, a tale that has enthralled the hearts and minds of many and has captured the essence of our contemporary financial landscape. Allow me to declare unequivocally the state of the grift is strong. Indeed, it is robust, resilient, and pulsating with a fervor that defies conventional wisdom and challenges the very fabric of traditional market paradigms. At the epicenter of this seismic upheaval stands a singular entity, a paragon of the meme stock phenomenon, none other than the illustrious AMC Entertainment Holdings, Inc. Behold, dear friends, the awe-inspiring spectacle that is AMC, a bastion of the silver screen, a veritable titan of the cinematic realm, and now, a symbol of defiance against the forces of Wall Street orthodoxy. AMC, once deemed a relic of a bygone era, now stands tall, propelled by the collective will of the retail apes, those intrepid individuals who have dared to dream, to challenge, and to disrupt the status quo with their unyielding resolve and unwavering solidarity. Let us reflect, if you will, upon the journey of AMC, a journey fraught with peril and uncertainty, yet brimming with hope and possibility. From the depths of despair, AMC has emerged triumphant, its stock price once soaring to dizzying heights, one of the great profit-taking moments of our lifetime, no doubt, defying the dire predictions of naysayers and skeptics alike. The resilience of AMC, coupled with the unwavering support of its devoted shareholders, despite mounting losses, serves as a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the boundless potential of collective action, even in the face of complete and utter financial ruin. We're talking 96, 97, 98, 99%, even in some cases. Holy smokes. But let us not be blinded by the allure of financial euphoria, for with great power comes great responsibility. The rise of meme stocks, while undeniably exhilarating, has also brought forth a myriad of challenges and complexities that demand our utmost attention and diligence. We must proceed with caution, mindful of the risks and pitfalls that lurk amidst the intoxicating allure of quick riches and fleeting fame. Therefore, let us pledge ourselves to the noble cause of responsible investing, guided by principles of prudence, integrity, and stewardship. Let us embrace the spirit of transparency and accountability, ensuring that the interests of all stakeholders are safeguarded and protected. And let us never lose sight of the fundamental truth that lies at the heart of our collective endeavor, that in unity, there is strength in solidarity, there is resilience in the pursuit of a common purpose, there is boundless potential for greatness. In conclusion, let us reaffirm our commitment to the noble cause of meme stocks, recognizing the transformative impact they have had on our financial landscape and the enduring legacy they will leave for generations to come. May the apes march forward with courage and conviction, guided by the timeless values of innovation, inclusivity, and empowerment. The state of the grift is strong, my friends, and together we shall continue to defy expectations, defy limitations, and indeed, my friends, truly the apes just may one day defy gravity itself if the rocket ship of meme stonks goes moon-bound once again. However, one thing is clear, regardless of what happens in the uncertainty that is sure to follow, it will be as apes together strong that we march ahead. God bless you all, and God bless each and every share of the great meme stocks of the great United States of America. Thank you, and roll the song, Scotty.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just...
I think GPT nailed it, personally.
Okay, so...
I couldn't have done a better job myself. Although I guess technically I did do that. Did I do that? Is that something I did, or is that who gets credit for this?
What are you saying? Are you saying?
I don't know.
What are you saying?
Mr. Corax, are you with us?
If you're crazy, then they fight you.
I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
I don't think it's the case either.
And then all of a sudden, you change the world.
So, well, that's something. We lost Lynn at inclusivity. Well, you know, it's Mr. Corax, are you with us now?
I can hear you on the live stream side. I cannot hear you in the voice chat for some reason. Right after you ended the intro video, which is really weird. So that means I can hear your desktop audio, but not you.
What about now? I should have done this earlier. What about now? You can't hear me at all. I don't think. Or can you? Oh, boy. I've messed this all up.
I only hear you on the live stream when I poke.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh. Well, how about that? Now you can hear me, right? Yeah. Okay.
This
all right.
This opening audio setup is about as stable as the market was today.
True. Right. Indeed, it was. So let me get the thing back up here, the screen. Sorry, I didn't even plan on doing this until, I don't know, 8 o'clock or something. So
you have my planning skills. I appreciate it.
Okay, good. No, I wasn't doing it earlier, Lynn. I was doing the thumbnail and speech. and
good. I like the audio. It was much more pleasurable than listening to the actual State of the Union.
Or to me read it, I'm sure. But yeah. Big investor is pushing for DEI. Yeah. Sarge was his name. I forget what AI that came from, but anyway, what is this DEI thing I keep hearing about? What is that? How do I know not what DEI is? Douglas Emmett Incorporated? Is that what? Is this? What is that, Manuel? I don't know what this is. A real estate investment company? Real estate investment trust of some kind, unless it's, yeah. Yeah, so while you're looking into that, Let's see.
Any after hours action that you're seeing there? The reason for their bringing it up?
I'm not sure. Big investor is pushing for DEI and ethics. Yeah, diversity, ethics, and inclusivity. Right?
Oh,
is that what it is?
Ticker. It's the it's.
I don't know.
They're getting all wonky about wokeness, is what it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know.
Here though,
yeah.
We had speaking of retail, not retail, but real estate. Apparently, there was this huge pump on DUO, up 100% in after hours for, to my discernment, no particular reason.
Duo, wait, this one here or Duolingo? No, the top, or the actual. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was Duolingo at first, but no, it's the DUO. It's in after hours.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. What?
At up to $150, $1.50, and then came back down to close at $1.16 in after hours. It was trading at 60 cents on the close.
Yeah.
What the dealio is there. It's a tech stock that deals in real estate, and seeing as real estate has been getting the shite kicked out of it, I have no clue what's going on here other than I hope their shares short.
What the fuck?
In pre-market on Monday, because I want to short the shit out of that.
Look at this. So, well, I don't know if you can actually see it. Let me, I can share
I can see it on my chart, but
oh yeah, look at the
no volume. Yeah, then and after hours it just.
Yeah, like this last 5 minutes here has 12,800 shares of volume, and then 10 minutes into the after hour session, there's 953,000 shares. Then there's a
point of like reference. The average trading volume over the past 3 months was in a single day was 300,000 shares.
Yeah.
So you 3x'd the average trading volume in that first, what was that candle?
It was at 4:10 p.m. I'm looking at 5-minute candles. So that's the
5 minutes. You 3x the normal trading volume for a single day.
Yeah, basically.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it starts. Oh, okay. Look at this. So there's actually no trades at here. I will share the screen just make it easier for you. But there are some gaps in there in the timeline. There are some minutes where there's no trades. Here we go.
Yeah, the first 10.
Yeah, it skips from 3:59 to 4:08, then 4:09, and then at 4:10 is when it all hell breaks loose, and you have over 100,000, over 200,000 on these 1-minute candles, and pretty steadily for like that the rest of the hour, and even into the 5 o'clock hour, and it starts to taper off, but then it picks up again back at 7.
Yeah. But
there's a lot of gaps in the timeline here too, so I don't know. It's odd.
I don't understand why engages in solution.
Yeah, like well.
Like I saw the rule thing that Lynn brought up, and I don't know why that would mean anything to a company in China.
Yeah.
Like of all the real estate companies you could buy into, let's buy into a stock that's trading in one of the worst real estate environments in the world right now that is getting absolutely shit pounded.
You're right. Yeah, how about Nvidia down 5.5% today?
Well, that's what dragged the market down, I think, is a lot of these AI stocks got slapped today. Yeah,
because if you like Carvana was up 7%. What else did I see that was retarded? Apple was actually up today 1%.
And I know it wasn't a DXY move that really did anything because, the DXY had a brief rally, and I think that was sort of
Well,
by what was going on, but then it died off. It died back off, and then the market just kept going. And it's like,
right.
okay.
So looking at the NASDAQ and then comparing the dollar on there, I mean, it was definitely doing some weird shit.
Little valley there, like when it started to rally is when DXY gave up. But
right,
after
but
that it was just straight.
But then, but the early part of the day, it was moving with the dollar. They were moving the same way, basically. I mean, you had the dollar was rallying, and so were these stocks. And then here you had this basically a sell off on both.
At the jobs.
But then
at the jobs report, and then
right, but then at 11,
like,
well, actually, it was more like it was at 11. You had the sell off start. And that's when the dollar started creeping up. So, I mean, I guess it basically goes in the right direction. And once it hits that point, so the first 2 hours or first hour and a half is basically bullshit, probably repositioning, closing trades, that kind of shit, which might be independent or at least enough to overpower the arbitration that happens from the DXY. So, you know what I mean? So, the correlation's probably there underneath it, but there was so much other trading, it just eclipsed it. So, but then by 11, 100%. It seemed to even out to, okay, the dollar's rising, the market's going down, and then you see the opposite correlation kick in here. You see the dollar go down and the stocks go up and then reverse again. So
it gets killed off. Yeah.
It does end the day higher. At least from relatively
what's going on here.
No, relatively speaking, it was basically unchanged. I mean, essentially, look at where it closed yesterday and where it closed today was down, slightly from that. But we had this dip, from the jobs numbers. And so that's the thing. Like, here's when the jobs numbers came out. Here,
and that's when DXY crashed.
Right. That's when stocks shot up. Paradoxically, as noted. And, what I heard Bloomberg saying was that, well, we got those revisions on the blowout number from last month or whatever. So maybe, and it's like, really, that's the point where we're at. We know the numbers are fake. We know that they're going to be revised down, but we're going to have the reaction anyway because desperate, pathetic, fraudulent,
Till about 9 o'clock, and I looked at the numbers. I'm like, okay, the headline numbers up. I see why stocks are rallying. And then I looked at the underlying numbers, which apparently no one looked at until about lunch break, and they went, "Oh, this isn't so great."
Yeah,
because like they said, unemployment was up. Like, figure that one out for me.
Yeah, it was up 0.2%.
Unemployment was up.
Well,
participation was flat.
I think
that's bullshit. I call bullshit.
Yeah, the labor participation rate was absolutely unchanged. Absolutely, the same numbers. I think it was 60 whatever and a half or whatever it was, mid 60s. So, but it was exactly the same print. So, yeah, I mean, they were talking about that a little bit on Bloomberg, and I'm trying to remember what they said, but it had something to do with I forget now. I mean, maybe multiple jobs. I don't know.
That's my guess. I can't think of anything else that would move those numbers. The other thing that I saw that was really interesting from the last time that I had looked at the jobs numbers is you're seeing a lot of job losses in the let me find the chart here. In the goods producing side of the sector.
Yes. Yep.
Service sectors is where all the growth is, and it's like that's not sustainable. It's
no.
There's low demand.
Right, and
eventually we're going to lose these jobs that are in the service sector because there's no one to sell to.
Right. Yeah. So that's definitely been something that's been an issue that's been raised, and that's where you're also seeing. So I'll take the flip side of that and say that in the goods sector is where you've seen the disinflation sort of happen. Although it doesn't seem like for a lot of everyday things that's the case. And certainly no deflation, but maybe the prices are rising more slowly. Okay, but they're still rising. But that's where you're seeing in the inflation ease off. But in services, because the demand is there for now, it's not. That's really where a lot of the sticky inflation seems to be. That's what I'm hearing.
And a lot of the job growth looks like it was in education and health services, and looks like retail, trade, and transportation.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's pretty and government, because you're always adding more government jobs.
Yeah. Well, and the thing about this is we're at some point, because everything is lagged, what are the odds that you could have? I mean, just like looking at this one, let's see here. Let's go to percentage. Oh, not print. Alt P, not Control P. Yeah, go ahead.
While you're working on that, the other thing that I noticed was average hours worked was up 1/10 of an hour, and the average hourly earnings was up 5 cents, which is basically unchanged.
Yeah.
It's screaming recession level of hours worked, down at 34 and 3/10 of an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
That I think the lowest it's been. The last time it's been lower than that is 2008. That's not good. in case
right.
You can score at home.
For a lot. Yeah, right. So here we're looking at the NASDAQ chart here in the candles, and I've got the DXY is the dollar index is in orange, and then the 10-year yield in the turquoise or whatever. But they're basically following each other, so there's really no point in having that on there. I just wanted to see, but this is a 1 year. This is 1 year from like a 1 year chart. So going back, to March 8th, 2023, the NASDAQ is up 47.9% since then. So
ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm saying, and you don't have any, and you have no return of inflation. Even just from this, well, let's just take this here from November to now, 25% higher, a quarter, 25% higher. It's impossible for there to be no inflation. Like as far as I'm concerned, there's no way that we're not going to have another inflationary cycle. It will. I mean, it just doesn't. It doesn't make. It makes no sense. You have all these jobs supposedly added. Although, what's interesting about that is, if you look at the net, and I'm looking for this chart. I forget what it's called, but the total number of jobs is actually still. At least recently, it was not any higher than before the pandemic. Like, we were still at a net loss of jobs at that point. I don't know now. Yeah, go ahead. But
I'm going to tag you that I found an interesting stat when I was browsing Twitter. It's the NASDAQ charted against NASDAQ members' revenue growth. Charted against each other, and it's hilarious that in starting in 2022, January 2022, you saw that as their revenue projections started to revenue growth started to fall. It started to fall, but the revenue growth kept falling, and then this like, I don't care.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, that's a good one.
Sort of deflation in their revenue growth, but the stock market's like, don't give a shit.
Yeah.
We're going to rally almost 120%.
So, this is interesting because you see here's the, so the blue line is the NASDAQ 100 total return. So you can see that this, it led the market in terms of like this recovery, whatever, of revenue. And then the market itself, basically, front ran.
Correction.
Yes, exactly. Yep. Because this is a period, this is the exact period where interest rates were rising, and this 1 year period, and then we had the next 1 year period, which, like, you can't make this shit up. That's what makes me just like, okay, yeah, do I really believe that this is actually an innocent market that is just happening to do this? Like, it just so happened to work out this way. I mean, I don't know. 1 year of decline, then literally first day, new year. Now we have 1 year, growth. Oh, the same, growth that we just basically sold out now is coming back. Oh, great. So it's like,
revenues are falling
even though revenues, right.
Pressure from high rates.
Yeah.
Affecting the return of these companies.
I wish the 10-year yield was on here, too. But that could be done. But you could see the 10-year yield. Let's see. It is. Excuse me. It is. Of course, it's down to 4.079. It was. Even just as recently as what? Oh, a couple weeks ago, it was 4.25, 4.3. And now it's back down here.
Well, and that's the interesting thing is you see the inversion on the yield curve. Let me see if I can find that chart.
Yeah.
And you notice that the 10-year is even lower than the 30-year as far as its yield.
Right. Meanwhile, of course, interest rate cuts are completely dead for March, and we knew that. We knew that.
Yeah,
last year.
There's going to be any cuts in March. I think they're going to keep the rate.
No, it's 90% chance, 96% no change. In May, you have 75% no change, and in June is where it could get interesting, where you have a 25% cut. Even if they do, so what? So fucking what? 25% or 25 basis point is not going to do anything. It's, it's, in my opinion, more symbolic than anything else, but it's not the symbolicism that we need, honestly. Maybe at that point it'll be different, so I'll withhold judgment. But the problem is this, where is it here? This, this blue line,
awesome.
This blue line here that you show, that has basically, this was pricing in all of those cuts, right? But this is pricing what in the hell is going on here? Like, this has not really changed. The situation has not changed enough to warrant this. So some of this I know is probably just short covering. Well, yes, but some of it is short, no doubt, is short covering. So I don't know how much, quarter, a third. I have no idea. It's impossible to know. But some of it absolutely is from the previous, shit. But we know now that at this point, nobody's short, really. Or at least that's what we were told a couple weeks ago. Like, because shit just kept going up, and it was like, yeah, shorts have already been squeezed out. Now we're in gamma squeeze and everything else, So
I can attest to some of that, because a lot of the companies that I've been looking at targeting as interesting potential short plays, the cost to borrow is ridiculously low. It's yielding below the 30-year. Some of it yield is yielding, the cost to borrow is yielding below an entire percentage point. Most are around like 50 to, you might see 80 bips.
Right.
So about 0.8%.
Yeah. So like on, let's see here, I'm on they're just on FinViz here, just because it's easy to kind of pull things up. But on NVIDIA, yeah, I mean, look at that. We're going to get to the meme stocks, so don't worry. But I just, I mean, I know we're probably boring some people out here with this stuff. You know, what are these other names, these other companies? But and I don't know if I trust these short data numbers, but like we know what AMC is, I think.
It's also backward looking because you have to wait a whole month to get that.
Okay. Yeah, so they say AMC's got about 11%, which is about probably about right. So 11% short interest on AMC, 1.17% on NVIDIA. So and now it's at least probably a couple weeks out of date, so maybe that'll be revised. But you know, it'll go up. But 112 million of volume today on NVIDIA. That's roughly almost three times the average volume, and it's a sell-off. So strong volume, strong down move. Probably, you know, I mean, of course, it's going to probably have somewhat of a bounce, but I mean, that's what you want to see if you want to see it go down. You don't want to see it go down on low volume, you know what I mean? Or you don't want to see it go up on high volume. Those are the outliers that may not stick once reality comes back. But this is closer to reality, probably. But anyway, so yeah, in the world of memes, I don't even know. AMC was down today. Go imagine that.
Yeah, there are a lot of the like meme stuff. So let me pull up my my video subjects list, which has a lot of the.
You know, I was looking for like. I thought that I had this chart on the line chart. That's the DXY. Then I was looking for the candles. I'm like, where are the candles? I don't see them. Oh, they're just down here. They're way down here. Oops.
Yeah,
boy.
AMC was down. GME was down. Palantir was down. Nolan was surprisingly up. That's weird.
Oh, what about what is that one? Fuck. Why am I drawing a blank here? It's the GTII. That's it. GTII was also down. Yeah.
Down.
Dang.
Yeah. Silex was surprisingly up.
Mullen, you said Mullen was down. Yeah. Boy, this is. Yeah.
Mullen was one of the outliers.
Oh, yeah. Bitcoin, of course. Ethereum, all that.
An all-time high.
Right. And how about this one here? Coinbase has been, you know, because of the crypto, you know, the Bitcoin thing, I guess. But holy shit, 250. And it hit 270. When was it? It hit 270 intraday, which is an all-time new high. Closed, you know, at a little lower than that, but still all-time high. Wonderful. Now, my question is, why are the miners rallying too? Like, I mean, I know why typically they do with crypto, but with these spot ETFs, like, is there really a need for all the mining? Because these are not blockchain transactions, right? Or is there a blockchain transaction somewhere underlying it? I don't know how that works. But
you wouldn't see that with the ETFs because the ETFs are just holding the asset as.
But they have to acquire it
with the spot.
They have to acquire the Bitcoin,
Yep.
So they have to buy it on the blockchain then. So I guess there is blockchain involved in that sense, but.
Yeah.
I'm not really
the levels that it's not like they're buying every day.
Yeah. So maybe they buy and they have an inventory of Bitcoin already.
Yep.
You know, I don't know. Okay. All right. Like
it's just like every other ETF. It's like they get an inventory of Bitcoin based on the cash they have, and they just hold it as an asset that
right
allows people to trade Bitcoin as if they were holding Bitcoin, but it's really the ETF holding it for them.
Right. But that ETF is influencing the spot price as well, right? So it's a two-way street, and yeah. So it's easier for institutional investors to buy crypto, buy Bitcoin, essentially. I mean, is the way that I see it, and that would explain this rallying, I guess, in my mind, because now institutions don't have to fuck around, with whatever else, and if they even do the blockchain thing at all. But I mean, like the volume today on this thing, on the this is Bitcoin actually, but I want to be on BITO. Whoops. Yeah, the volume on this thing today was 45 million. The other day, when there was a huge sell-off, it was 84 million.
And then it just gapped back up.
Right. So let me put BTC USD on here from Coinbase and see how it compares. I mean, and it's following it directly, basically. Yeah. So then the ETF operator is buying and selling this Bitcoin in order to have it match the spot price of Bitcoin. Is that how it works? I don't know. Like, somebody's got to be like, we can buy and sell this ETF, and that's one thing. But if I come in and buy $1 million worth of Bitcoin on the blockchain and it pushes the price up, then the ETF has to buy the Bitcoin as well, right, to make its price match? Or just how does it? I don't know exactly how that works.
And holds the assets. It's just like TLT. They might get more infusion of capital, but they've already bought their assets. So all this movement is just rash speculation. And I'd be interested to see. Could you throw DXY up there?
Sure.
And maybe gold.
Gold's. I think gold might be at an all-time high too, or it's darn close, right?
Up there really high because you're seeing a lot of lack of dollar liquidity, and so it's been rallying hard.
I'm gonna go with
GLD.
I'm just. Yeah, I can do that. I can do the ETF. Yeah. I mean, this is a spot. It's a spot. Yeah, it's not the miner, or is this the miners? I don't know. I can't remember. No. It's physical gold. Okay, it's physical gold. It's not the miners. Okay. All right. Yeah. So DXY is blue.
Look at that.
And I thought I put gold on here. I changed it to gold. I didn't mean to do that. What chart were we on? I can't. Oh, Bitcoin. No, BITO. Yeah. God damn it. Okay. And then we want to compare.
That the dollar dropped and gold and Bitcoin rallied.
Yeah, gold. So, oh God, why did they make it? they put it in yellow. Let's make it purple. Lighter purple. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Interesting how it's like behind. It's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the orange line. And the candles are the spot ETF. It predicted the gold rally essentially, which was something that. Well,
because it's being used in the same way as gold. I can't get dollars, so
whoa, wait a minute. Wasn't it? Who was it? Was it Jamie Dimon, or was it Tom Pefferly, or I forget, or Peter? I forget who it was. They said that Bitcoin was a new digital gold.
Well, I mean,
very well could be.
I agree with that argument, but it's being.
I don't either.
The same way, so I don't. I can't exactly.
Oh, really? So. Are we hearing is it to the point where we're hearing commercials on AM radio overnight on America's Trucking Network and such for gold yet, or I'm sorry, for Bitcoin yet, like we do for gold? Like are the preppers, have the preppers gotten to it yet?
Well, that's the thing that I'm wondering about here. Is this, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Was it the narrative that Bitcoin's is gold, digital gold, and so that's why it's trading with gold, or is it actually, was it doing that first and then people realize? I think it's the other one, that people have been told it's like gold, and so they trade it like gold, and they use
Right.
it for the same things
Yeah.
gold is, rather than.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it. I don't see the comparison to gold. I mean, first of all, I mean, there's no physical product of it. Like, I mean, and I know you can trade paper gold and all that, and ETFs and whatever, without actually having physical gold, and you can't redeem it, those products. But still, you're buying something that in some way refers back to gold. Like Bitcoin doesn't. There's no physical commodity or product at all. It doesn't refer back to anything except for the market itself. So, that's what they talk about. There's no fundamentals on crypto. So I don't see how. And let's address the elephant in the room. When let's go back here weekly and just take all this other stuff off here and just look at bit. Well, I can't do that. I have to switch it here. Okay, but let's go back in time to 2021 and 2, where this happened, and let's put. I guess I got to put gold back on here, but I mean, I know gold was volatile a little bit too there, but I mean, not nearly as. I mean, look, it's in a range basically, and it looks like it may have.
It's trading with.
Mm-hmm. It is inverse here, right? But you also see it rallying through 2019. And here's your COVID shock here. So 2019, gold, rallied. Here's the COVID shock, and then it's immediately back up. So, yeah. Well, I guess I was really looking at in 2022 when you had the great inflation happen. Boy, that's not what you want, your store of value to do. Go from 43,000 and get cut in less than half. So like, I don't know. Like, what you can't make rings out of it. You can't make jewelry out of it. They tried that. I mean, that was more Ethereum. I know, whatever. But they tried that with the NFTs, and well, if you ask,
tokens had limited use case.
Go figure. But
speculate more.
If you go to the Super Stonk subreddit and get deep in the DD, you'll find some stuff that hints at, well, GameStop never wanted the NFT marketplace to succeed. They intentionally was used to buy them time or some argument, like, oh, okay, yeah, that's genius. I mean, Ryan Cohen is a genius if that's what he did. Intentionally sabotaged their own crypto project because reasons. I don't know why. But
I stand by my theory that the crypto marketplace was just a pretty ribbon that he put on GameStop with the hopes of selling it out for a buyout.
If you can't sneak it into another country in your underwear or the movie theater, I'll add that in there, Lynn. If you can't sneak it into another country in your underwear or into a movie theater, it's worthless. And you can, by God, you can sneak snow caps in your underwear. You don't need to go that. Anyway, yeah. So crypto. So everything has now hit all-time highs.
Yeah.
Everything has hit new all-time highs. Stocks, tech, crypto, gold. Now I'm just waiting on the dollar to do it.
Yeah, well, it already had its all-time high.
I know. Yeah. But that doesn't mean it couldn't. That was our
to the height of crazy. When you just launched 2 days ago, you had the the zero DTE covered call ETFs, QDTE and XDTE. Like, it's not as degenerate as actually buying those calls. But I'll tell you what, if you want to be a degenerate, just be a degenerate. Don't pretend that you're not as retarded by buying this ETF.
No, that's not something that.
Stop pretending you're not being a retard.
Yeah, you can't. No, yeah, right. If you're going to do that, you have to just gamble directly on it. I agree, and that's what I do. I'm not going to mess around with these ETFs for this.
Oh, I won't mess around to short them because the same problems all these the inverse ETFs or the leveraged ETFs have, where they have huge fees and they have degradation over time because they're constantly resetting their position on this. So you're going to see over time the value just of these ETFs melt away just because of the nature of how these leveraged ETFs work.
Oh, it's leveraged? It's leveraged, really?
Well, it's not leveraged. It's not leveraged, but it's zero DTE, so they reset their position every day.
Yeah. Now, okay, all right, yeah. So I'm just trying to find. Okay, this is a good one. I got this is purely just a coming up here.
After hours rally, that's ridiculous, and then immediately dies.
Yep.
One long green candle that's like a middle finger.
Yeah. So this is just a graphic. This is just literally a graphic clip art, if you will, clip art. Yeah, you're old enough to remember clip art, so I can use that term. These kids nowadays, they don't know what clip art is. But it's just a visual here of black and white, because Manuel said Bitcoin is going to 1 million or zero in the next 10 years. There is no in between, and that's the black and white from the meme, disease that we know and love right there. That 1 million or zero. There is no third option. It's either all or nothing. I'm taking it all, or I'm taking it home.
Lots of money or nothing.
Exactly. Yep. It's a carefree. That's like what the state of the grift said. That you have to on some level you do have to admire. I don't want to call it resilience, but I mean, even facing mounting losses. Of what he said 96, 7, 8, 99% in some cases. I don't know, but they still have this black, you lose 97% and then that you still think that it's this black and white scenario where you're not going to lose. Okay. I mean, but I tell you one thing, they keep finding ways to surprise me with the absurdity of this damn thing. I mean, holy smokes. Anyway, that we'll come back to that possibly. So now I just noticed this is here. This is right up here in the shorts, searching for AMC stock. This seems familiar. I don't know, where did I see this before? Where have I seen this?
Alas. Investors of AMC stock. Their hopes all forlorn, their once prideful portfolios now amok, reduced to rubble as their wealth is torn. The returns.
This was the first cap cut thing I did.
Take a dive. Their eagerness to join this market war has left them with financial wounds alive. Yet in their loss, a lesson may be gleaned of greed and speculation's cruel intent, and how the stock market's ways are unclean, a labyrinth that only few have bent. So let these investors rise from their defeat, and wiser, seek a more secure and steady seat.
Well, I'm going to have to check that guy out. Not this guy, though.
Well, I'm holding it to the moon. I'm holding for you.
Well, now, what are the odds of that? What are the odds? He just said it. Oh, my God. Wow.
I'm holding it to zero, or I'm holding it to the moon. I'm holding for you,
I can't
and I'm
hear
not.
him.
Oh, you can't? Oh, shit.
No.
Hang on. Where? Crap.
I'm holding it to zero, or I'm holding it to the moon. I'm holding for you, and I'm not gonna let you down.
Okay. Oops. Sorry about that. Did that not even...
I'm holding it to zero, or I'm holding it to the moon. I'm holding for you, and I'm not gonna let you down.
Holding it for you. That like. No,
Mm-hmm.
you're not. Stop it. Get some help. Stop lying to people. You're holding it for your own greed. And I'm not going to absolve myself from that. When you hold a stock, you expect a return on investment. You're not holding it for anyone else. Shut up.
Right. Yep. And that's, that's one of those things that...
I hate this team sport fucking mentality that's all
right.
over meme stocks. It's fucking bullshit.
It's a problem.
Stop lying to your viewers. Stop lying to yourself.
There's a reason that we're referred to as individual investors. And if, well, anyway, if you're doing it because somebody else is doing it, that's the worst thing. One of the worst things you could probably do.
How many of these people you bet if this went back to the all-time highs that AMC had, they'd be selling out from under these people?
Well, that's what is kind of, a little surprising that about this crypto rally in Bitcoin. Let me go back here and put on this. I mean, I guess there isn't really a ton of volume up there, but I mean, yeah, there certainly was. I thought there was more overhead supply. That's what I'm getting at. I thought that there would be more that would, that this box would extend over and would more. I mean, and it sort of did. I mean, it had to consolidate a lot here before it moved up. I mean, this is, a few 2-3 months here or so. Well, I guess not that much.
Because of that ETF, you're seeing, like you said, that feedback loop where you don't need as much overhead supply to rally.
Well, and that's where I'm getting at is that maybe a lot of this money that came in was institutional. I mean, I'm sure that it was. Mm-hmm. So you may not even have, and with the volumes, what they have been too, I don't know if you had a chance to check out that long, short market dynamics book yet, but, one of the things that it talks about is just in its simplest form, higher relative volume indicates more institutional activity. I'm sorry. Higher relative volume indicates more retail investor activity. Lower average volume indicates less retail activity in general on stocks. But in this, though, when did that damn thing come out anyway? Why does it keep going back to drawing tools?
Let me look.
When did BITO? I just put it on here and it'll only start when it started. But it was no, that's not right because it's. Why is it showing it going? Not BITO. It's what is that? What is the spot? I don't know. It could even be something like Coinbase or Marathon. I mean,
it was the 11th. The SEC approved it on the 11th. I don't know when it started.
The 11th of February
this year.
Or
February 11th,
January 11th. Okay. All right. January 11th. That is right here. So yeah, that's right because it dumped.
That's all I call it consolidation buying. Boom.
Yeah. So it was here. Right at those crosshairs, and so right here, god damn it, right here. So it was the rally started in February, basically. I mean, it kind of flatlined it going into February, but then it just shot up. Now, one other thing too. Let me put another comparison on here. How about reverse repo? Now, I'm just curious. No, not reverse repo. Bank term funding. Now, I have a hypothesis that I'm not going to go into right now. But, look, I don't know
think all of us are waiting for that to expire and see what happens.
Okay. Now, these correlations, I'm sorry, but like there's something to this. I'm convinced. You're telling me, and I'm gonna borrow something from, I'm gonna borrow Morantz. You're telling me that this line going up nearly vertically over the last year, you know, and well, I guess it was not vertically, but it did here.
Hey, why don't we throw the SPY up there while we're at it?
Why don't we? Yeah, good idea. Why not?
Or QQQ, whichever.
We can do SPY, you know, even though it's this, basically the same. I mean, but anyway, yeah.
Would you look at that? How about that?
So, I mean, this is the Silicon Valley bank crisis here, and I understand the initial push up, okay, and then I understand the plateau throughout 2023. But what in the fuck? Why are these banks borrowing all this fucking money starting in December through February, through January of this year, while the market is going up nearly vertically as well? And
dollar liquidity.
We're going into, you know, the end of this program. My guess is they just wanted to max it out beforehand. But if we could know, I would love to know, has any of this money, you know, by chance made it into the equity, over to the equities market somehow? Because I mean, that would be something. This is money that is literally been earmarked to protect customers, depositors, and it looks like they're fucking around with it. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
It's really hard to tell. Oh, I mean, I don't.
I mean, correlation is not causation.
Tricky thing. Right,
yeah.
Correct.
And this is a visual case.
Like it could be a sentiment thing where it's like, I see the government is injecting new money into the economy, big with massive air quotes of, because these banks are supposed to still have to pay it back, injecting dollars into the economy, and so the market is taking that as a sentiment rally. If the government is pushing all this money in, then we're fine. We're okay. We can.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It doesn't necessarily have to go do what Scott thinks it's doing to provide the sentiment value of.
Right. No.
Okay. Big Daddy government's helping.
Well, as Dave Lauer said.
Either way, it's going to have an effect.
Right. And as I'll clarify that, because as Dave Lauer said, you know, this market values liquidity above almost all else. So.
Oh yeah.
You know, and that's where we are with things. But all right. So
I found something I can agree with David Lauer on. I generally think he's a pretty big huckster, but
well, yeah, me too. And you know, actually, I never did come back in a stream this week and finish watching any more of that video. So maybe we'll look at some of that too. His Irvin Finance video where he's talking about some of this stuff. But I want to shift to some of these videos that Manuel is throwing us here, because it looks like there's some decent stuff. So this is Data Zero struggling with earnings apparently. So zero data zero. Data.
Well, data zero.
Zero data zero.
Accurate.
What you just said
He uses that
is one of the most insanely idiotic
Oops.
I've ever heard.
major gains in his thumbnail.
Right.
I don't think I
God,
can
that
hear him again.
I don't think you can either. And I think that you're probably better off that way, but because this is because we're trying to do this interactive thing, yeah.
I
Okay.
see him chomping away like he's from his mic and it's not picking up. I'm like, I don't buy that.
Let me just get in here and so I've got it set to all this audio routing's hurting my brain here. So, and this one it should be the same as OBS, and I don't know why it's not. It's aux out. That's why. Okay. All right. Let's try this.
Okay.
Now do you hear his wonderful music? I think you do.
Nothing even came out though.
You're right. I would have been better off with that.
There's nothing even reported.
So this is from 9 days ago, when the day, I guess, that earnings came out. And Manuel just said he's struggling with earnings. So I'm looking for him. Where are they? Nothing even came out.
Why it's doing anything?
What the hell is he eating? Wouldn't it be funny, like, if this guy actually has a PhD in something or something like that, has a master's degree? Like, Jesus Christ, it would just be the icing on the cake. Like, the poster child for the meme stonk era. But I don't think he's educated, so no worries there. Whatever, just going off of sentiment, but he's still looking for the earnings, I guess. That's funny. I swear to God, if I get dinged on that shitty music in my copyright, I will throw a ape fit.
Weeble's not right.
Does he ever get him?
Probably fake like last time. Remember they did that with GameStop?
Fake like last time.
I wouldn't believe it.
Oh.
They did that with GameStop.
What?
Don't believe what Weeble's saying. They did that with GameStop. Don't believe what Weeble's saying. It's fake.
No, it's not.
They did that with
It's not fake. They didn't do that with GameStop. I mean, most likely what they did was they used the adjusted fucking shit, the non-gap bullshit because it was better or whatever. Now, I don't know if that was Weeble's decision or if that was... I don't know who decides. Do you know who decides that? I don't know how that's determined. Is it just whatever's better? Is it the company puts out in a press release? I don't know. But I would put money on the fact that that's what he thinks is fake. It was fake. Was the adjusted earnings. And you go and look at the actual earnings report. I mean, just go to the company's website. They post it there, or any number. Huh?
I don't know what's going on with your audio that you can only...
What in the hell?
Apparently we have to choose now and forever.
No. I'm... Yeah, I don't know why that's happening, but can you hear me now, though? You can now? It's because I keep changing it, because I'm afraid that I'm getting...
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, see, now I'm getting both. I'm getting you coming in twice.
I know why. Give me 1 second.
Oh, you did that?
Okay, I bet I know what that voice, the voice maker thing.
It could be.
Right now.
I think it's... Oh, I know what. No, it's because I have... Keep talking a little bit.
Okay, well, so I killed the VB audio thing, which may have been the feedback because it...
I think it was, yeah, because I'm...
Audio back in, so
I'm seeing it where I should see it now, and I'm not seeing it where I shouldn't see it now, so I think that was probably it.
Yeah, I bet it was.
In hindsight, that was dumb.
I should have thought of that sooner, but...
No.
You mentioned it, and then I was like,
I'll take the blame because I was doing. I didn't give myself enough time. That's to get this set up beforehand. But anyway, now we got it figured out at least. Hopefully, it sounds right on the stream. Hopefully, this stream will restart. I don't know.
And they put out false numbers. Remember?
Remember, they put out false numbers that we didn't like, so that's why they're false.
Right.
That guy's not even in the Discord. That guy's not even in the Discord.
He's not even in the Discord, man.
if Google doesn't have it, and
Google
the
is on
website
such
itself
a
doesn't.
delay that I don't know what you're talking about.
They never. I never go there looking. I mean, maybe I did once, and then it wasn't.
Search one of the other sites to get the earnings report, but
maybe
earnings report postings directly in the Google search, where if you look up a ticker and it pulls up the earnings stuff, that's on such a delay that it's not even.
Yeah. It's about the same as like Trading View and all that kind of stuff. You're not going to see it immediately, right? I don't know what the delay is, but yeah.
The market will see it as soon as it drops, and that's probably why he's
probably
having a dissonance moment here. The moment the company releases it to the SEC, everybody knows.
Yep. And you know, the quant AI systems have already scanned it. They have already pulled out the relevant data and made a decision, you know, based on their risk assessment and, you know, everything else and their positioning. You know, are they going to trade it? Which way are they going to trade it? And it's in like a second, you know.
So I wouldn't believe what Weeble's saying.
Go.
Adam Aaron didn't tweet. The website is not up.
Wow.
Don't worry about the AMC
and
website.
Google does not have it, and Google is a web crawler and would literally be pulling the information from all different places. Google does not have anything. So whatever.
I mean, Google doesn't have anything. Why would they? Yeah. So this is a PSA. Where's Lynn with the PSAs when we need her? She gave one earlier. Where is it?
I feel like this should be a Becker Financial video.
It probably should.
Do they? Let me go, because I want to see if the SEC timestamps like when the filing hits, like not just the date, but like the time it was sent in to.
That's a good question. But the PSA is basically not about TradeStation. I don't even know what TradeStation is. Is that a United States thing or what? Is that like Bitfinex or some shit that we can't use? Anyway, the PSA is always only use the SEC's Edgar database for things like this. Earnings reports, 10Ks, 8Ks.
They don't give the exact time. It just says
they don't give the time. Okay.
It dropped.
Okay. 13F filings, holdings, insider sales and buying, although that's not relevant to AMC, the buying part, because there's been no insider buying. All those types of things, official shit. There is no reason. There is no reason to use FinViz. There is no reason, especially to use Fintel.io. It's a particularly crappy website. There's no reason to use any of these garbage sites like Chart Panda or whatever the fuck it's called. Asset Panda.
Data scraping websites. They're
getting it
from someone else, and if that's
but the problem is
updated their site.
Exactly.
Clueless.
Or if
who has the data the minute the company releases it? Edgar.
Right. Yes. And Benzinga, all that crap, Market Watch, Market Beat, all that stuff. They all get it from one source. I mean, hopefully they only get it from one source, unless they get it from each other. It's a big circle jerk. But the problem is, what if whoever coded that website or the code that scrapes that shit? Okay, we don't know. We know that there are glitches, like the apes joke about glitches. Oh, it's another glitch. Whatever, but there are, and it's not just on AMC. So I hate to burst their bubble, but the only reason they think it is because that's the only one they look at. So if you only look at one thing, every problem is going to be a hammerable problem. But anyway, so that adds another step where shit can get lost in translation. It can get fucked up. There could be rounding errors. Who knows? So just go straight to the source. Go straight to the SEC. The company files it with the SEC. We look at it from the SEC. We don't want to know what somebody else found at the SEC. We want to find it there ourselves. It's evidence-based thinking, essentially. I want to see the source. Show me the receipt, not a copy of it on a green paper. No. Or on gray paper. No. Okay, that was the PSA. But they don't tell us what time it was posted, so we can't, verify that it was instantaneous after 1 second, but, that's okay. I want to see when he actually finds the earnings. Where he finds them. Fake.
Shakeout. Try to fuck you. They're trying to fuck us, y'all.
Okay. Wow.
Oh my god.
So imagine believing that they would put out fake earnings numbers to try to get people to sell.
Say they.
Well, they right.
They.
Mm-hmm. Google, of course. I mean, they're withholding the real earnings. They control what you see. I mean, well, Ken Griffin does.
Don't let the fake out get you. Don't let the fake out get you. They're trying to get you, bro. They're trying to give you a fake out. They're trying to.
And he's saying this. Look, what baffles me the most is as he's saying this, the after hours stock movement is already rallying from the dip. It's already
It's already V-shaping
in real time as he's trying to like brush over it and trying to make his argument. The market's already starting to reprice everything. Dude, just fucking chill.
Right, like in the very short term.
Right there.
Like, I'll take the Ben Graham quote and stretch it even more. In the very short term, the market is like a YouTube video, like a viral video. Like, yeah, you watch it once and it's fun and it brings a smile to your face, but you'll never watch it again. You're not sticking around. You're not subscribing to that creator, although you should subscribe to the ones here. But and I just realized I didn't put a link to your channel in the description. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Steal and clip your shit anyway, so they'll see it.
That's fine. Yeah, good. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to say I don't think that this guy even has. I mean, I don't know this, so maybe he does, but just based on his attitude and he's just like a flippant kind of carefree, like whatever. I don't think he actually is invested in this. Like, I'm not getting the feeling that he is. I'm getting the sense that, maybe Manuel has seen him buy shares at some point or whatever, but I mean, like, don't let him shake you out. Don't let him shake you out. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't been on sabbatical from this for, a week or something, and just, their retardation just escaped my mind. But I'm not like, what? Maybe I just need to listen more. Probably just shut up. Just listen more, a little bit more. But why is it lagging so much? That's terrible.
To put out fake numbers, don't let none of that get you. This is what's going down.
What?
Fake numbers. Okay. How does this clown have, what is that, 16,000 subs?
10.3, 10,000. Yeah.
Okay.
But this,
So he's kind of in Rand's neighborhood.
Yeah, I believe so.
Don't get faked out.
Well, good thing for them. Good thing for those early jumpers. It wasn't a fake out. I don't think it was it?
Like, the market real-time reassessing everything.
Oh, yeah, and right.
That last time that he said, don't get faked out, it had already covered the
started to come back up, yeah. So in the short term, it's like a popularity contest, like an extreme, like middle school or something, but...
Ew, Susie has a wart!
Exactly.
It wasn't a wart, it was just some mud on her face.
Right. Or, well, Susie's parents are rich and she had surgery to get that wart removed and now she's gorgeous. So Good thing you made your lifetime judgment of her when she was ugly, you know. So anyway, yeah, the earnings were here, and yeah, I mean, look, it closed higher, and I mean, well, this is a daily, so let me go to 4 hours, and maybe I forget honestly. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh well, we just came back down to where we were. So it was a pump and dump. That's all. You know, you're still essentially same. You're at the same price level.
When was the earnings report?
It was on the 28th.
That was the peak of the rally, right?
Actually, it was the day before. Well, these are 4 hours. So yeah, it was that day. Yes, it was in the last four. It was in the four. Yeah.
Let me take a brief moment to speak to my meme stock friends, ladies and gentlemen.
And wait a minute, hold on. Before you do this,
heading into earnings.
Before you do this,
in whatever good earnings before it's even dropped. There's only one direction the price can go, and it's down.
Yeah. And let me revise. Let me jump in and say this, that it was actually in the after hours of Tuesday the 27th when it hit 515. That was the peak of the rally, and it never made it back up there. It made it back up to 510 during the regular session on the 28th. But yes, by after hours on the 27th, 27th, it had already priced that optimism in, and it went sideways basically from that point through the pre of the next day, and then you had a sell-off, buyback. I'm sorry, you had a sell-off, buyback, sell-off, buyback, and then you had the earnings come out, and of course it dropped because you ended the day up. Just like Corax said, you priced that in here. What do you think is going to happen when you know it's going to be a disappointing report? Even though they showed as green here, I don't give a fuck. I mean, yes, it beat the expectations, but it was still terrible.
Where it ended after earnings, and it was only a bit slightly lower. So overall, the market priced it in as, yes, a bad earnings, but not any particularly worse than we thought AMC already was.
Yeah, and this
could, again, since you guys priced it up to the fucking into fucking geostationary orbit.
Yeah. Right. So, and you had a similar level of swing today, essentially. Well, yes. I mean, every day has been a pump and dump lately on this. This is ridiculous. Like, look at this shit. Like, pump and dump today. Yesterday, even more egregious. Wednesday, well, almost a classic A frame pump and dump. Like, what in the fucking hell is going on here? Like, this, it's annoying. Honestly.
I know what some of it is, because now this may be simply just me and the people
we're ending the speculation zone here, but that's okay.
It may be an anecdote, but I know there's a lot of people that I know that are either, just retail people like me who happen to be more of the pessimistic and skeptical variety that have been doing
bashers.
AMC. And I wonder if those rallies are short closes followed by reshorts as people just keep eating these swings up and absolutely just raking it in these suckers.
I think that you're probably onto something there. I was going to suggest that as well. So, especially and it's hard. Of course, the apes will say, well, anytime the stock goes down is short selling, and anytime, if it ever goes up a lot, which it really doesn't anymore, but then it's like, a squeeze. But at the end of the day, we have buying, we have selling. We don't know the nature of it. So, but, I was taught that, you could look at something like this here, like that move on the 27th. That we talked about there, that push to 515. You can probably assume safely that this is, there's probably a decent amount of short covering in there because of, we're moving into earnings. Here it is, back over here, right here. We're going into earnings. It's a steady rise that has some, more vertical or parabolic elements to it at times. The volume is, let's see here. What was the volume on that day? It was probably elevated, I'm going to say, but where is it? Come on now. So many phases to this thing here. Volume was high. Yeah, volume was 28. That's higher than average. Twice of average lately, as of late, which would, possibly indicate more retail investors were in. If we go to like buy, sell breakdown, on that day, the 27th, it was mostly buying. Obviously, price went up, but you can see kind of how it breaks down. But I think that's probably safe to assume that there's a decent amount of short covering in there. And also, if we had support and resistance lines or anything like that drawn on here, and we saw that, these rallies, they just blow through the support and resistance lines. They don't even care. They don't stop to consolidate. There's no bounce. That's another thing that I look at sometimes, because short covering, true short covering rally would probably push through it like that. Because you got all this market buying.
Either new shorts come in or
right,
whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, going into the close
position because it got up to their price target.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. You don't know. I mean, okay, 485. There was probably there. If we had Bookmap or something like that, we could put on the visual indication of what orders are sitting there waiting to be executed. So, and that's what Bookmap does. It's kind of cool. But I've never seen anybody use it really how it's intended to be used. They just put it on AMC and, say. But if you look up Bookmap, and so you could see probably
in my financial tool.
Yeah, it's not free, but it's not very expensive either. I don't have it. I was thinking about trying it, but I got a cat here. Hi, hello. Here, let's see if she wants to be on. You want to be on the live stream? Anyway, there's probably limit orders sitting here at these various levels. And once things get to a certain point, you're going to have quantitative funds and other people buy and sell at various levels preset. And, or going into the close here, like the last few minutes, the last 10 minutes or whatever, you might have, people closing positions right there or opening positions, as it were. But, you can see the volume kind of ramp up too. It's interesting because price is going down, but these candles become more doji-like the price is kind of like collapsing in on itself, like consolidating in each minute. But anyway, I want to check out Bookmap sometime, yeah. But anyway, man, it's annoying. I'm so I wouldn't want to trade this shit. And then you got and then look at the day on Wednesday. You got all these little tight little. It's like a whipsaw zigzag type of down movement.
It's because
it's basically sideways.
They're trying to keep the momentum. I see this all the time in Palantir, where it's like, we got to break through 25 or we got to break through 26, and they keep trying. You keep getting these buy orders in as people keep trying to push it up, and the market keeps saying no.
Right. Yeah.
And not in they're manipulating the price rate.
No, right.
I mean that there's other people who have bought in with you who are like, that was a good profit for today. That was a good profit today. And that like you said, overhead supply pushes the price back down. And people just keep pounding their head against a brick wall.
And it probably, it's probably the case that retail investors by and large are long assets, only. And so, certainly retail investors are. Retail traders, they might be shorting things or playing around with put options, but by and large, retail participants are mostly long, So there's a bit of a bias there as well. And of course, in the meme stock era, I mean, everybody's been conditioned to hate short sellers and shorting and everything. It's fraudulent. It's illegal. It's manipulative. It increases the supply. I mean, you know, we've heard all the arguments, most of which are bogus. But, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the QQQ here, and I'm looking at this volume today. Boy, that was, I mean, 72 million. I mean, that's almost twice the average volume, and it was a strong down day. And the bank term funding program ends Monday, so you better believe I'm holding a put. And the problem, you know,
I will have to get up nice and early on Monday to see the market.
Yeah, but it could be too obvious, though. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's weird because, like, the sentiment has been so bullish lately in the overall market, which is stupid. But, I mean, like, the VIX has been low.
See an immediate response?
Probably not.
But you pair up the bank term funding closing with something like a CPI report that shows continuing either stagnation or what we have been seeing where it's,
and I think we have,
it's not super bullish, and you term that up with the bank term funding going away, and suddenly people are like, oh
yeah,
he ain't coming to save us anymore, and things are looking bad.
Well, that's yeah, you got CPI coming out on Tuesday, so, and they're, let's see, they're
well, that's Tuesday next week.
Correct. Yep. The 12th. Yep. The day after the last day.
The day after the bank funding facility closes.
That could be too obvious. I don't know. Now, we've had some very obvious shit.
Cigarette after this week.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I feel like over the last year and change, there has been way too many obvious moves for my tastes that I missed out on and didn't participate in because they were so obvious. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it was going to happen, and when it did, I didn't believe it would hold. And I was wrong about a fair number of those, and I'll admit that. But I think that now I'm putting on speculation tinfoil hat. Just I'm putting on. I'm thinking about putting it on here. This is, you know, I'm not actually saying this, but I'm just suggesting that sowing the seeds of a bullish sentiment, you know, would be useful for somebody if they were trying to do something. I'm just saying, like, wouldn't you want everybody to be fully invested in, all in, you know, every last cent allocated when you pull the rug? I don't know. I'm just saying that's generally
Thursday. We also get PPI. I thought last
usually
week came on 2 different weeks. Wow.
Usually they come the day before or day after each other because they're correlated. You know, they're related. But I mean, yeah. So they're saying that everything's going to be flat.
Really, I hate to. We just talked about black and white thinking, but just all that information with the bank term funding, especially seeing retail sales last in January down 0.8% and really blew way under forecasts.
So I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
This week is going to be interesting. I have a feeling.
Now, let's throw on top of that, okay? Where's the calendar? I need a calendar.
Which is not this week, but the next week.
As the FOMC minutes. Is that
dropping this week too?
Hang on.
No, I thought
no.
Those came out in February, the FOMC minutes.
Oh, okay.
From the last meeting.
Economic projections, FOMC, March 20th. Yeah, that's 20th. 20th. Now, what's interesting, that
we'll be doing a live stream on that if any of you guys want to join.
Yeah.
Watch.
All right. That day, what's interesting about that, so that's your press conference right there. And, well, then the interest rate decision. So I guess so that's the Fed meeting. Okay, that's the March Fed meeting. All right. I forgot. We were already there. Yeah. And also, by the way, here's another PSA. coming up. Daylight saving time starts this weekend. Right? Doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. I usually don't pay too much attention to that. My clock resets.
Yeah, you. Well, why would you need to know what time it is ever? Second Sunday in March. So is that this? Yeah. That is Sunday? Yep, because the first one was the 3rd. So yes, Sunday morning at 2 a.m. It becomes 3 a.m. We lose an hour. We spring forward. So,
and that means that we'll spring forward into it being closer for pre-market to open on that Monday.
Yes, apes. You lose an hour of sleep before the market opens. They should be happy about that, right? They always do. Yeah. So anyway, daylight saving time, saving singular, by the way. Anyway, pet peeve, daylight savings, saving. Anyway, pet peeve, English. Sorry.
I think we should just get rid of it in general. I hate it.
Or keep it in general. Can we?
Arizona?
I mean, honestly, I prefer it. But switching is what kills. I don't like. So can we just stay on it all the time? Let's just take that extra hour. I don't like it getting dark at 5 personally. But anyway, I'm closer over here to the. You're more in the middle, so probably doesn't affect you as much. But I mean, in that way. But anyway, so. Yeah, this would be the post spring forward times, yes, and this is these are these times in Eastern time. But it says 1 p.m. I don't know why it says 1 p.m. It shouldn't. Maybe it's not in Eastern time. It should be UTC -5. I think it would be -4 then, but would it be? Yep, there it is. -4.
-5 is Eastern. UTC -6 is Central. UTC
well, it was, yeah. Well, when we go to daylight saving, we're going to UTC -4 here. So I had to change it to that. So it was still in the wrong time. Anyway, it's correct now. It's always 2 o'clock. So I know that much. I had to make it say 2 o'clock, but now it says 2. So what's interesting about that week, though? Let me get back to the point here. The actual point was. That's the expiration. That's the option expiration week. That's a quarterly option expiration on
triple witching too.
It's a quarterly expiration. So yeah. Now I just refer to it as a quarterly expiration, but it's
like a vortex of bad things.
This one, yeah, right. So it could be something. It could be something there. You know, I don't know if anything is visible in the. Let's see. It would be March. Let's see. Let's go back last year, March 20 something. Friday, March 24th, March 17th. Now, I'm just make sure that I'm right about that because it is a long week. I think it is the 22nd though. It should be the 22nd. I mean, it's a long month. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. It's the 3rd one, but here's the option expiration calendar. Equities. Come on. There we go. We'll just go with the E-mini. It's all the same. March. Let's see.
It's on March 17th in 2023.
Is it the 17th? So it's next week then. Wait. Okay.
So it was in 2023. It was March 17th.
Oh, okay.
March 15th.
What?
It will be.
Which one is it? Is it the 22nd?
Week.
Or is it? It's the 15th.
The 15th is triple witching.
Is it really?
Uh-huh.
I mean,
the Friday of next week. So next week you get CPI and PCI coming out. You have the federal that loan facility ends on the 11th, and then on Friday the 15th, at the end of that week, you get triple witching. I'm going by
okay.
So I could be wrong, but
yeah.
that's what
Okay. Let's see here. They normally they have it's a calendar it's a visual calendar. It has all the expirations on it. That's why it's CBOE. That's why. It's CBO that's got it, not CME, because CME is futures mostly. Yeah, this is what I want. But I need it to be 2024 though. Come on, guys. All right.
Get with the program.
Here it is. Yeah, this is great. This is it right here. March 15th. All right. So
expiration date for equity index, ETF, and ETN options.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on now.
It's going to be just special, ain't it?
Yeah. Okay. Standard expiration date. Right. So the standard expiration date on your quarterly months, 3, 6, 9, 12, just for for anyone who's not familiar with option expirations, these are the quarterly expirations. So these options, they've been around for longer in that they start trading before options start trading that expire around this time or sooner on a monthly, weekly, or daily basis, right? So these quarterly expiration options have large open interest. They've been trading a lot. There's a lot of participants that have some kind of claim on these, so they're important. This month is very important because we're right in the middle of this whatever you want to call it in macro that's going on. This
storm
trying to find
because that's so cliche.
Yeah. So I just know I will not be able to live with myself if I miss this, what I believe will be a pretty decent correction. So I'm willing to lose a little bit in the short term so that I have coverage in case it does happen, or whenever it does happen. We'll see. It's not investment advice, obviously. I mean, I'm not even talking about what I'm doing, but just to know, okay. And usually it indicates, okay. So then you have VIX options. They're they have their own expiration date, which is separate. It's different.
They expire on FOMC day.
They expire on Wednesday, the 20th, right? And sometimes it's the same week. A lot of times it is the same week as the quarterly expiration, but it's not in this case. Like in February it was, but not this month. You got 5 weeks, I guess, in March.
Want another cliche in here? Beware the Ides of March.
Yeah, right. So on the Ides of March, we have this quarterly expiration happening. Yes, that's how I'm going to refer to it from here on.
The bank term loan fund is ending
on Monday of that week.
FOMC
correct.
With triple
during an FOMC with triple witching. Yep. So we know the FOMC is going to be basically. We know what they're going to do. They're not going to raise rates. They're not going to
rates where they are.
Yeah. Going to stay, and they're going to say we're looking for more, but they're going to fuck it up by saying we continue to see disinflationary And it's like, no, dude, you're seeing it fucking go up. Okay, you're seeing reinflation happen before your eyes. How long will it take them before they acknowledge it? We'll see. Anyway.
We'll definitely see next week once some of that CPI and PPI data. That's what I'm really interested in, because you're seeing, I don't know necessarily I think there is monetary deflation. Okay, I need to separate this. You got to look at it from like the macro perspective and the micro perspective. On the U.S. level, you look at financial markets, and there's definitely more something sloshing around, whether it's sentiment or whatever. But on the macro, like, larger picture level, you're seeing a lot of these international countries start to go into recession. So,
oh yeah. How long can we stave off reality? That's that's how I would put it. Because anyway, yeah. Okay.
Back to the fun shit where we
back to the fun shit. Yeah. Let's move on here. We're moving on to AMC Bigums. Is that I think the
second link that I dropped, he was talking about the bank, the most recent bank failure, and I didn't fully watch it. I just was expecting that he was going to be talking a lot of horse shit.
Okay, well, if we're talking failed banks, then I feel obliged.
NYCB, the most recent one is.
I feel obliged to pull up my old friend here, the failed bank list.
The failed bank list.
The failed bank list even has my highlighting on it still. Right. So we did have Citizens Bank in Sac City, Iowa, fail. It appears that it failed back in November. That's the last failure. So
State Bank, that's a little too close to home for comfort for me.
Elkhart, Kansas. Is that where they make the RVs, or is that Elkhart, Indiana? I think it's Elkhart, Indiana.
I have no idea.
Right? Somebody's got to know, or well, Google does. Pretty sure it's Elkhart, Indiana.
Definitely ain't Elkhart, Kansas, because I'm seeing this little blip on the map near the Oklahoma border. And,
growing up
out in southeastern Kansas, it's almost it's right on the border with Oklahoma, where it can kiss it, and it can almost spit at the Colorado border while we're at it.
So growing up in Southwest Ohio and Cincinnati, then driving for various reasons to Chicago would take you, kind of diagonally through Indiana. And then, into Illinois there. And so, there ain't much to see in Indiana. Maybe you go through...
there ain't much to see in northern Indiana. There's even less to see in western Kansas.
I found it to be the case in Iowa as well, actually. I don't know. I mean, but I don't know if Ron's here still, but yeah. Of course, in Indiana, you might be able to, hang out with those Indiana boys on an Indiana night, so to speak, and dance with Mary Jane one last time. However, you're probably just driving through. You're driving your kid back to college at Notre Dame or maybe Purdue, or you're driving to Elkhart, Indiana to pick up your new RV that you spent $80,000 on, and it's probably a lemon, probably has a million problems because they're cheap, but yeah. I think it's the RV capital of the world. I think they make more RVs there.
That sandwiched in between these big bank failures, Silicon Valley, Signature, First Republic, and Citizens, is just this little, almost nothing bank out in western Kansas. It's just like...
Yeah. What happened there, I wonder? No advance notice. Well, that's all standard stuff, but...
I think that's just general frequently.
It is very much general. It's not in any way.
Who has my money? Who has my fucking money?
Right.
I like how the first two questions.
Give us the fucking.
Who get my money, and where is my fucking money?
Give us the fucking money, Lebowski. Yeah. I mean. All right. So.
Coming up on the 100-year anniversary of the FDIC. Gosh.
Wow. So yeah, there's been no failures, which even, makes me even more so asking the question, okay, did I close the fucking, I closed the chart, but why do we see a surge of bank term funding loan program borrowing in February of this year, when we haven't seen any more bank failures since November, and the market is at all-time highs? Everything is elevated, that would seem to indicate things are good, right? How could we be having these? I mean, is it related to the interest rates? Probably. But what is it? I mean, I guess I could just, I guess I could search for it. Did you search it up? Or, I mean.
Search for what?
Heartland Tri-State Bank to see like what.
No, I haven't.
I don't. I mean, I got it here.
Material loss review of Heartland State Bank Federal Reserve Board.
Okay, that's from February. Now, had 139 million in assets before it failed in the summer of 23.
Yes, that's real tiny.
The bank's failure cost the FDIC 54 million.
Heartland failed because of alleged fraud by its CEO.
Okay.
Transfers. So that had nothing to do with any of the
crypto scheme. So it had nothing to do with anything to do with the rates marked treasuries or anything else. It was literally a fraudulent CEO who initiated wire transfers totaling $47 million of the bank's funds as part of an apparent crypto scheme. Bank employees,
crypto, of course,
under the CEO's influence.
Of course, it was crypto.
Of course, bank employees circumvented internal controls and processed the transfers. The transfers significantly impaired Heartland's capital and liquidity, and the bank became insolvent. It had, in earlier examinations, the Federal Reserve Board of Kansas City, Bank of Kansas City, had determined that Heartland had adequate internal control policies for a bank of its size.
Promptly launched a targeted examination when it became aware of the wire transfers, but the bank's financial were already beyond Heartland's ability to repair. Oof.
Right. So then what about the CEO? What happened to him? I wonder, did he get a bonus? Because that's what happens to these corrupt CEOs of banks, right? I mean, it's usually what happens. I don't know. CEO.
Yes, federal charges.
Shan Haynes. Shan Haynes. Okay. A huge scam. Okay. Oh, charged with embezzling 47. There it is. Okay, good. So the system works, I guess. Now, we'll come back in a few months and ask what happened. What was his prison term? That's when we find out he got a bonus instead.
But
a customer told authorities.
Oh, well, yeah, go ahead.
A bank customer told authorities he saw a red flag when the bank CEO asked him for $12 million to help take his money out of a crypto investment. The bank CEO asked a customer for $12 million, and the customer said, wait a minute, I'm scratching my head here. What? Yeah, so that one is unrelated.
12 million laying around?
Yeah. Hey, man, you got 12 million? I need some liquidity. It's possible Bloomberg reported that Haynes fell victim to pig butchering, where scammers fatten victims. I don't know. It's a bank CEO. He's the one doing the fraud. He's not the one that fraud gets done on. Come on.
Could very well be the situation, but that doesn't mean
it could be.
Should have been taking all that money out of the bank.
Right. He's still fucked up. I'm not going to be convinced by this bullshit. Oh, I was scammed. Adam Aaron. Oh, I didn't know. I thought she was somebody that did unspeakable things to me in the past. Well, Adam, we on a first name basis yet? What the fuck are you doing? Jesus Christ. Motherfuckers. Okay. Anyway, if convicted, he faces up to 30 years in prison, which he will never receive, followed by a supervised release of 5 years, as well as forfeiture of all property derived from the embezzled amount. Wow. Well, again, we'll have to see what actually happens, but.
Yeah.
Okay, but the Kansas people are saying, the bank commissioner is saying, the state's banking sector was unaffected by this event. So it was an isolated incident. So what they're saying is, hey, we didn't need that bank term funding money. So where the fuck did it go? I don't know. You see what I'm getting at? I don't know.
I find it curious, the timing. Like, you mentioned that like it spiked up recently, like starting in February, because we recently had the NYCB situation where it they didn't fail, but they got basically a loan shark loan of $1 billion capital infusion, where it was sometime last week, where I want to say it was Friday, where they got basically one of those death spiral financing loans. Here, we'll give you $1 billion if you give us a bunch of, like, you know, warrants and shit so we can dilute the fuck out of your stock.
Right. Oh, okay. Now,
wrong end of that pole.
I know. Isn't it here? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Well, in any case, let's look at from another angle here. This is the M2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we know that we saw the stimulus. This is stimulus, unemployment stimulus, whatever, all the way. Well, actually, up until about here, maybe summer 2021, because at this point is when my state and other states that have a similar red hue to them, a similar red death hue to them, in terms of, you know, being red states, where our wonderful governor decided that we had a labor shortage and we all need to go back to work. And it doesn't matter that the federal government has given us all this money to pay you unemployment. We're kicking you off unemployment. So I don't know why it continued to rise after that, because there was no more stimulus, no more unemployment. There was inflation. I don't know. So whatever. But then we have rate increase. Well, I mean, goddamn. Look at how successful they were in rolling back to M2. Oh my God, they took off. Less than a fucking $1 trillion. Great fucking job, or about $1 trillion. That's negligible. I'm sorry. When you add $7 trillion and you take away $1, you haven't done fucking shit. You haven't done a fucking thing. This is why, in my opinion, we are still in the situation we're in, because all this money, all of this liquidity, money, whatever you want to call it, IOU, whatever the fuck, is still out there. It is still out there, and it is not in consumers' hands. It is not in individuals' hands. It's in fucking institutions' hands. It's in Wall Street's hands. It's in Berkshire Hathaway's hands. They have billions of dollars in the bank. All these things do. And so, you know, this is also sticky inflation right here. I mean, and look at since October of last year. Look at what has happened. It's gone back up by $500 billion. I
find that interesting, because about October is when the long end of the curve started to, like, people were closing their bond shorts, and the long end of the curve was starting to rally.
Right. So, and what happened in equities then?
Value on bonds.
And what happened in equities then, right? What happened in the stock market? This is when the stock market started taking off. It's the same fucking period. That's why I'm saying there's bullshit afoot here. This is a fucking scam by Wall Street. I have no doubt that it is on some level. I mean, you know, call me an ape if you want there. I don't think that it really is a fair comparison, because I'm looking, you know, we're trying to look at data, but I admit that I'm speculating and I don't really have proof. I have a lot of correlation, which is not causation, but, you know, adding the sociological history and tendencies that we know about these particular types of sociopaths, the ones known as banksters and, you know, Wall Street sludge, they look for anything that they can use as a fucking narrative, including well, they're going to revise it down, so we're going to price it there right now just to anticipate it. Good fucking job. But unfortunately, I'm sorry, but the market has been fucking wrong a lot lately. Stock market, bond market has fucking been wrong. I'm sorry, but the bond market has been wrong, and they knew it. They corrected themselves. So the market's always right. Fucking bullshit. It's not. It's right at the time for whatever outcome is trying to be engineered. I believe that. But in short term, it's that fucking popularity contest again. And when you've got the most, the rich kids of the school dominating the competition, quote unquote competition, you're going to end up with skewed results that are not indicative of any real consensus. That's not, those aren't really the popular kids. Those kids bought their way up there, or whatever. We're talking like, charter school stuff here, like private school stuff. Okay, so for the public school kids, you don't understand. But anyway, like, I don't know. I'm going to continue to look into this. I'm not claiming I can find a smoking gun. I'm not going to be CSI on this here now. But it seems too goddamn convenient. Oh, there's more bank failures. Well, no, there weren't actually. There was not a failure. But you heard it in the news. You heard it in the media. You heard it in the mainstream media. We heard it all last year in the mainstream media. The bank failures, the bank crisis. Well, there hadn't been another one. We kept hearing about it. The apes used it. AMC Bigums used it. Boss Blunts, all these clowns. They used it as a catalyst at a time when the financials were rallying again. Like, the financial sector was literally fucking rallying, just like you said with your, thing.
That whole bank failures thing being used as a catalyst by apes. It's so counterintuitive. Okay, when a bank fails, that's taking dollar liquidity out of the market. That's not. It's like.
Well, yeah.
It reminds me of that. It reminds me of that moment. What was it during The Big Short? It's like just stop celebrating.
Yeah.
When they're talking about getting their positions in and everything, it's like when that for every move in the unemployment, all these bad things happen. Just stop fucking dancing. And second of all, it's not going to get them the catalyst they want, and all these people are going to be shoved out and have their lives ruined while they celebrate some fictitious thing that they think is going to happen.
Right, and just like every one of these narratives, and like, oh, well, remember when it was the metaverse narrative? That was so long ago. Can we even remember that? Remember going into 23, the fucking narrative was Meta is coming out with the metaverse. Oh my God, it's going to change the world. We're all going to be little characters on the screen. It's not like this wasn't done 15 years ago in an old app called Second Life. No, it's totally different. It is going to revamp. Oh, it's humanity 2.0. It's going to change everything. Well, guess what? It literally fucking failed, just like Ryan Cohen's little NFT experiment. It was a failure. Nobody fucking cared. It was dumb when he announced it. It was even stupider when we saw it, and nobody cared when it came out. Great fucking job, Mark Zuckerberg. Well, it doesn't matter now because, if they had stopped dancing, whatever, because, oh, well, guess what? Oh, this fucking thing is back to all-time fucking highs. Look at that gap. We don't need no metaverse. Fuck a metaverse.
What the fuck gap?
Yeah, and
that gap
yeah.
up.
Yeah, and look, there's multiple gaps. There's multiple gaps. There's this gap. Oh, shit. There's this gap. There's this gap.
That massive
There's
gap down.
this gap. There's this gap. Yeah, like, what the fuck is going on here? Bullshit. And then there's also, and I forgot a couple gaps. There's this gap here. Now, that was the fun one. This was the real fun one. This was during the lows of 22. And actually, I think, I forget when Metaverse might have been in Metaverse might have been here.
Highlights the economic uncertainty we're in, because how many times have you seen gap ups and downs like that prior to now? And yet in a 2-year period, Facebook, I refuse to call it Meta, had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gap up and gap downs.
Yeah.
People don't know what the fucking price is, so they're just guessing. They're just whatever.
Right.
That makes sense.
They're guessing.
Shit, oh shit, I better get in. FOMO in, FOMO out.
And that was the other part of it too. Yeah. And you know, that's why I say, like, a lot of this shit I think is bullshit. Like, it doesn't cost Wall Street anything to. I mean, the apes even talk about this. We've heard Jim Cramer when Jim Cramer talked about in his hedge fund video from, you know, that went viral a couple years ago, where he's talking about, you know, juice in the market and whatever else. Like, yeah, they absolutely do that shit. I have no doubt. And it's probably, who knows if it's illegal or not. I don't care, because it's nothing's gonna happen on that front. But I'm just saying, if you have money, it doesn't cost you that much to influence things. It doesn't cost you that much to buy 1 million shares of this or that, you know? So why wouldn't you?
More importantly, I think this is why we're getting to like the top of the froth in the market. You see all these like wild price swings, and it.
Oh yeah.
I know I wasn't trading, but it just feels very like the people that were trading during the .com era. It just sounds like the same thing, where price is meaningless. It's whatever people happen. Like you said, it's a popularity contest, and there's so much sloshing around that people don't know what to do with that. They just
that's definitely true.
I think we're getting really close to the top, because
everything
starts breaking down, because these you know there's a Chinese saying that I really like. It's like, trees don't grow to the sky. There's a point.
That's a good one. I mean,
when you see like Nvidia, like, what was it, last earnings report had a 400% increase in its revenue. That's not sustainable.
No,
never,
not at all. So I mean, now there's a great, there's a book of came out actually in 1972. I don't know how I found out about this. I got the Wikipedia page up.
A lot of great books that
I don't know how. I just look. I don't know. I'm curious. But it's called The Limits to Growth. And this was actually a report put out by a guy, Jay Forster from MIT. He wrote a famous book called World Dynamics. But this book talks about the possibility of exponential economic and population growth with finite supply of resources. So in 1972, they simulated this on a mainframe computer, the World 3 computer model. This was there was I guess this trend in, I don't even know what you call this field. I don't know. Anthropology, maybe, whatever it is, sociology, maybe.
There's the 30-year update that they did.
Yeah, they did. They did that recently, and it's very interesting. That just came out. I remember that's how I found out about it, because they talked about that. Somebody did. And anyway, so the report's findings suggest that in the absence of a significant alterations of resources is highly likely there will be an abrupt and unmanageable decrease in both population and industrial capacity. Despite the report's facing severe criticism and scrutiny upon its release, subsequent research consistently finds that the global use of natural resources has been adequately reformed since to alter its basic prediction. So we're still on the same path, essentially. But I just brought this up because, this reminds me of trees don't grow to the sky, or however it was said, because there are limits to these things, and nothing is infinite when it comes to, what we have on our finite planet. Here's the model. that they, came up with, or that they used, as population increases, resources decrease, at some point more food per capita, but then you get to a certain point and it starts reducing. Same with industrial production and pollution. So they had this on a timeline till 2100. Just interesting. There was a movement of the time, like I think they called it system dynamics or dynamic analysis or something like that, and they were trying to come up with a system that could incorporate everything. Like, this model would incorporate every variable, and it would account for everything. Well, of course you can't do that, because does it account for the internet? Does it account for meme stocks? Does it account for 9/11? Does it account for Donald Trump? No, it can't. So obviously things change, but now we're in the era of ape dynamics. That's right, James. Anyway, check. It's worth a read. It is not black and white so much. Yeah, but that's what I do. That's what I did. Anytime I hear about a book, I'll just write it down or go find it and put it on my Kindle. Maybe I'll read it. Maybe I won't.
List that is just all books, and it's getting longer than I can keep up with.
As long as your right arm, as they say. Okay. Now, I know we got
less boring things, I guess.
Right. Let's go to. So we got that. We got an update from Lou. How about this, Lou? An update from Lou. Here.
What's going on, everybody? Okay.
Wow, he sounds terrible. Also, this video is pi length. It's pi long. It's 3 minutes and 14 seconds long. We're coming up on Pi Day too, actually, by the way. Any math nerds out there know what Pi Day is. 314, right? Anyway.
I guess it's time for me to talk to you straight. I talk to you like family. Like I said, I do this updates on XRP, the money, the economy. Every day I stay in touch with everybody. I try to help everybody. I feel that's my role in life right now, to help people fight the oncoming devastating global.
Wait, is that because he's dying? Is that I feel like my mission in life is to help people right now. I don't have many days left for this world.
Sounds like, which is really devastating and kind of awkward to be hearing on YouTube.
Yeah, but I mean, let me just preach a little tempering of emotions here, because this guy's a convicted fraudster. Now, that doesn't mean we can't have sympathy for him.
I'm not saying that like that. I'm saying it feels very cringe, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, he's already mentioned XRP.
It's like watching a car crash. None of the nothing that's happening here you want to see happen, but at the same time, it's just why am I being forced to watch this? I'm not being forced to watch it.
No, you're not. No, but I get it, and I've made the comparison recently of seeing a slow motion, seeing two trains coming towards each other on the same track, but they can't see each other. You're across a field, you can see it, and it's in slow motion. You can't do anything about it, and you're watching it. It just looks like they're just slowly gliding toward each other to this violent, blow up, and that's what a boat crash. There you go. It's like the boat. I don't know. I saw this video recently. It was on one of those fail videos. It's like a boat. Somehow the captain got knocked overboard off the. I think we might have even watched it. I don't know. The captain got knocked overboard. He wasn't wearing his kill switch tether thing. He had it on. He didn't have it on his person, so when he went overboard, the boat kept going, and it just was doing donuts in the little harbor there, and eventually like crashed through a dock. And I mean, it was the Coast Guard or whoever was there trying to get it. They finally got somebody on the boat and stopped it. But I mean, that's dangerous. Anyway, put the kill switch on your person like you're supposed to, and also on treadmills. Why wouldn't you? I don't know why people don't. So many children die every year on those Pelotons and whatnot. Don't leave the kill switch card sitting on the treadmill, please. Your future alive toddler would thank you. Anyway, a lot of PSAs. Let's continue. Sorry. Fun times. Come on, internet. What the hell? You've already buffered it up to here. Why are you... Sometimes you got to cycle to power. All right. We'll just start over. Fuck it. We'll just start over. All right. I'm not...
What's going on, everybody? Okay.
All right.
I guess it's time for me to talk to you straight. I talk to you like family. Like I said, I do this updates on XRP, the money, the economy. Every day I stay in touch with everybody. I try to help everybody. I feel that's my role in life right now, to help people fight the oncoming devastating global poverty. I want motherfuckers to be taken care of. You know, I got a lot of stuff in my head that can help people make money. And I think I've done that before, and I'm going to continue doing that as long as God keeps me on earth. That being said, I've been off camera because I've been in the process of getting treatments and recovery. And sometimes, you know, it's hard to be on camera because, you know, you feel like you're basically like blinking your eyes. You feel like you're a little bit out of it. You can't focus on certain things. And I just said to myself, let me just point to the information I want them to learn and know. Okay, that being said, this week I'm going to have some preparations and medical treatments and stuff like that for an upcoming surgery. It's a pretty big surgery. It's that kind of stuff. I'm going to be at the hospital for a couple of days. And then once I'm dead, I recover and everything is fine. I'm going to head back home and just do some recovery there. Here's the way I look at it. Once I'm better, I don't want the channel to be about me. This has never been about me. I'm not trying to become popular, famous, or anything. That doesn't mean anything to me. You know, I know people love me and I love them. That's all that matters in this earth. So my thinking is this: if I could help my people, you don't know how it is when I see some of you around the world and I come across you. I hug you. I get to see your family. It's something profound in my life because I've always been a people person. I'm a neighborhood guy. So I just want to let you know I'm not on camera because some days I got good days, some days I got bad days. You know, that surgery and stuff like that I'm going to do, I'll take you with me, stuff like that. You'll be seeing my face soon enough. But it's just one of those things that once this stuff is all done, I'll be back, I promise you. I promise you, right here now, once I recuperate from everything, we're going to have a blast. We're going to do a lot of crazy things. We're going to have meetups. We're going to do lives. We're going to do everything. I promise you that. I will not be the one that breaks up this family. Remember that. I just got a couple of days ahead of me, and I got surgery coming up, and it's just one of those things. So what I want to ask for you, you know what I ask for you? I don't ask for a GoFundMe, Super Chat, or any of that fucking, because it's not like fucking YouTube pays fucking good for this shit. All I ask for you, love me the way I love you, because that's all that matters. Shine love, family. Shine love.
I know I say that, like, I do my YouTube videos for fun, and I do, but that just feels like, I don't want to call it fake because I don't think it is, but it just feels so, what's the word for it? I don't think put on is the right word, but there's just like this, it's like that cult sense of family. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the people all feel that they're sincere when they say it, but there's something very hollow and uncanny valley about it, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Oh my God, Lou could be the Neuralink implant patient. God. So, you know, you actually mentioned this. Well, I mentioned it. You mentioned it. It's been mentioned. But the book Combating Cult Mind Control by Stephen Hassan. I found Hassan. I found a Hassan. Okay. You know, he's got some stuff on YouTube, including this one here. Is a little TEDx talk. How to tell if you're brainwashed. But you know, it's relatively short. A lot of the stuff is longer, and you know, he's got some Joe Rogan clips too. But you know, yeah. Well, I'm curious here. Let's just see what it could be relevant here. Maybe it's not. But, I've never listened to him speak about anything but Stephen Hassan. There he is, Hassan.
How could you tell if your mind has been brainwashed?
I mean, that's actually a fair question, right? How would you know if you are brainwashed? Like, how could you even, I don't know, Dr. Hassan.
It has been hacked, or you've been subjected to mind control or hypnosis or undue influence. The people who want to persuade want you to stay ignorant. The authoritarian cults, that including Putin, in the Soviet Union, which was a political cult, and I'm happy to talk about that. The psychology of influence has morphed in the decades, and I'm here to share with you. It was 1974.
The psychology of influence. It sounds relevant. I mean, that's...
Well, yeah, I mean, that's basically what his whole
have
been about.
Yeah.
About the different ways that, you know, one of the big things that I remember from reading his book is that a cult can be one person influencing their control over another person. It doesn't need to be like some compound. It
Correct,
can be a
right.
pimp's relationship with the person that they are exploiting sexually. I mean, that is a cult. It's all about mental domination over another person.
Right. It's quality, not quantity of participants. I mean, it's the quality of the manipulation. And, you know, in that sense, I mean, the traditional form tends to be like more of a pyramid shape, right? Like you have the base, it's like the rank and file members, and then, you know, like more trusted people, longer term members, that gets thins out until you get up to the top when you have the leader, the cult leader, the Charles Manson, or, you know, whoever, right? But I think there's also a new form. I think, you know, I mean, maybe it's new, maybe it's not, but it's maybe it's different, maybe it's not. I think it is different. It's slightly different. Who's the leader of this cult? There really is no leader of this cult. It's a shared leadership. It's, in that sense, it's
like how it's kind of like the modern times internet thing. Like, you know, you have Anonymous, where it's kind of this decentralized organization kind of thing, where you sort of have like, this is the internet cult. Like it has a central mythology. A lot of it can be traced back to, you know, Wall Street bets and, you know, deep fucking values kind of hoisted as this, you know, martyrdom person.
Right.
But there's no real central.
There's no central, like you would have had Trey and Matt Coles, you know, in 2021, like they were the most visible, but both of them also said that they didn't want to be the leader. Lou said that. I mean, everybody said that. I mean, it's not really up to you though, like who you influence, unfortunately. Like, you know, that's part of it. But
it's the part that I keep having trouble with my own YouTube channel, where there's certain situations where I just kind of pull back out and I'm like, what the fuck? I think, like, you know, I think it's a serious thing that anyone has when they're a public figure, a serious problem of what level am I? You know, I enjoy the, you know, talking and doing this performative thing, but at what point is that influence bad for the people that are watching what I'm producing?
Well, that's why I just keep it to, hey, we're just asking questions. I'm the kind of person that questions everything. So, you know, if nothing else, just a look into the thought process of somebody who is tortured by this disease of wanting to know why, you know, or how, or, you know, more beyond, or who exactly, or when. Like, I want to know details. But I have this idea of an inverted cult, like where you don't have one leader, and it's not strictly speaking inverted because there isn't one on the bottom, but it's inverted in the sense that the leader is really the collective, like, you know, mass delusion itself, or like individuals taking on a leadership role, just not because they want clout or anything, but like they want to be recognized necessarily. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but because they truly believe in what they're proselytizing, what they're profiting. They truly believe it.
Very much a religion, and there's no, like, you talk about Christianity, but there's all these different branches. There's, well, except for maybe the Catholic Church, what real centralized leadership is there? It's all faith based around, you know, and that's usually every religion, and that's what I think is kind of the scary concept when you get into a lot of these meme stocks, is because there is no real, like, central structure.
No,
I think
it's like that. That's a good comparison, because you've got
kind of thing, and that's kind of
it's yes, it is. You've got all different types of Christian denominations, you know, the main ones, but then you got non-denominational, and you have, you know, basically whatever the pastor says. I mean, I'm not religious, but I'm a recovering Catholic. I like to say, so I grew up, you know, in a religious environment, at least in terms of school, and, you know, not devout or anything practicing. But anyway, so I've been around it, but as an adult, it's not my thing. But I'm fascinated by it, and I think it's interesting to study and learn about because of all these different things of influence, whatever. But, you know, so you've got the institutional, you know, churches, and then you've got sort of like your sole proprietorship kind of churches, where it's the pastor and the doctrine or the dogma of whatever the church believes and teaches is just a reflection of what that pastor himself personally believes and wants people to think, and how that, you know, what he wants them to act, and the faith that he wants them to have, essentially. So that can be great, and that can be very dangerous and scary, because it comes down to one person. On the other hand, you know, you have an institutionalized system that has large pool of resources and has different powers and can do different things, or suppress things. I'm not saying one is better than the other or not, but I'm saying that the meme stock thing is more like the sole proprietor church, where you have like all these charismatic, you know, pastors essentially that are like the PP Show or Marantz or, you know, whoever, Data Zero. Like, they're all saying roughly the same thing, but they're saying different things. You can't line it all up. It doesn't make sense. If you put everything that they all say together, it makes no sense. It is not compatible with itself.
Personalities, which you see, is something I at some point I'll have to show the video to you, but it was a video review of the movie Downfall, which, if you haven't seen it, you should. But that's about a cult collapsing, and about how the moral lesson is that, you know, what happens when some, like, people like us who are normally questioners, we tend, because we question everything, we tend to not be so sure about our knowledge, even if it is, you know, than the person around us.
This is like the flip side of Dunning-Kruger.
We constantly seek out, well, what is the truth? But sometimes you can get sucked into this system of, if someone is so self-confident in themselves and what they believe, people get sucked into this, well, I don't know, but he says he knows. Yeah. And that's how a cult gets formed.
Yeah, right.
The people who don't know, but probably know more than the person.
Right.
Because they understand.
Because they do know more, they know that they don't know. Oh, wow. This is so like.
They know everything.
Yeah, this is like chasing a tail with this argument in a way. But I get what you're saying. I mean, it makes sense. If you are not under the spell of Dunning-Kruger, let's say, if you're aware of that, and you are whether you're aware of it or not, but
in the middle of that second valley, you're not super smart, but you're dumb.
Right. Yes. And
constantly looking for people who are confident because you're not confident.
Yes. And the danger is, if you don't have the knowledge and tools, skills to be able to evaluate what someone is saying, what they're trying to feed you, then you could eat some bad shellfish, so to speak, and come up sick, so to speak, and, be laid up for a long time, so to speak. So, now, Lynn is saying the key is to assume everyone else is full of shit. And let me tell you, I've had this philosophy for 15 years probably or so. And the way that I conceptualize it is, the way I see it is, we know that some things and people are full of shit. There's no question about that. So I posit that there's a strong possibility that, to some degree, everything and everybody is full of shit. Or, alternatively, maybe nothing and nobody are full of shit. That doesn't seem likely, especially since, as we said, clearly some are. So that leaves pretty much everything is, to some degree, full of shit. Now, that is good to know, because it changes your relationship to that stuff then, right? Yeah. And so it does makes it. I don't know. I'm just going to be like an entitled brat of a millennial, I guess, and say, it allows you to be a little bit less respectful, less reverent. I don't know if I'm striking any chords here or hitting any notes, whatever, but it's like, it's not just because, like, our parents, the baby boomers, whoever, right? It doesn't matter. But my parents happen to be baby boomers, so, unfortunately for them. But, just kidding. But, I give them hell because Lynn is here. But she's the cool one. She's the cool aunt.
Also, on a sidebar, what happened to TED Talks budget with this set?
I don't know, but I want to get back to that. But it's just like, yeah, I like Mr. Hassan. I respect. I'm familiar with him, and I know that he's got something to add here. But I'm looking for those things that I can see where my impulse is to say, whoa, wait a minute, hold on here now. That's bullshit. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that's where I question it, and that's where I learn something. Right? That's where I learn something and say, look, this just seems like fucking bullshit. And then I go look it up and learn, well, short volume actually reflects buying. I didn't know that until 2021. Short volume and the whole short volume thing that I've said for, put videos about, and how it indicates something other than what they think. Like, I would have known that. But I'm sitting here watching the ape videos, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute though. They're saying that this is this. That seems like bullshit. I looked it up, and well, in that case, it happened. It was bullshit. But you know, I mean, you could just trust what people are saying. Don't trust what anybody. Don't trust what I'm saying or anybody or Corax. Like, anyway. So I agree with that. I do on some level assume that everything's full of shit on some level, and not to be disrespectful or anything like that. But like, yeah, I mean, I know I'm full of shit too. Everybody is, right? My dad certainly is. I know that's where I got the ability to bullshit from. So I know where that came from. It came from my dad and my grandpa. But anyway, interesting. Well, what's James saying? Everyone is full of shit, pretending they aren't or think they aren't, but deep down we all are.
Yeah, you produce it and dispose of it on a daily basis.
TEDx is like the independent, so it's not funded by TED, I guess. So just to your stagecraft point, but yeah. When you're too weird for TED, there's TEDx, right? Okay, all right. Speaking of which,
February, my girlfriend dumped me. I was an upper junior at Queens College, the youngest of 3 kids, of Milton and Estelle Hassan of Flushing, Queens, New York. Yes, I grew up 1.3 miles from Colt 45, DT. These women approached me in the student union and deceptively recruited me into a front group of this, turned out to be a cult. And within 2 weeks, I was believing that World War III was about to happen, that Armageddon was coming, that Moon was the greatest man in human history. He was sinless. And for those of you who are too young to know about the Moonies, he's best known for the mass wedding ceremonies. He did 30,000 couples at one time of total strangers, but who believed in him as the Messiah. And within 2 weeks, I left my Judaism, and I'm bowing to an altar with Moon's picture on it, reciting a pledge to fight with my life or kill for Korea. I'm not joking. And I was elevated to leadership very quickly. I guess they saw me as a nice American, tall, whatever. And so I was privy to these secret leadership meetings with Moon about how he talked about democracy was satanic. He talked about taking over America and amending the Constitution and make it a capital offense for people who don't do what he says regarding the marriages. And I was a fanatic. My family freaked. My friends freaked. Steve, it's a cult. You're being brainwashed. I knew I wasn't brainwashed because I'm smart. I'm educated. I'm from a good family. I didn't feel brainwashed. I was having a religious experience. And guess what?
I'm too smart to be fooled.
Yeah. Well, it's like what they said in DARE. You had DARE when you were in school, right? When you were a kid? DARE. Right. And some of it turned out not to be true, okay? So I'm not saying this, but I'm just saying this is what we were told. Like, if you take drugs, okay, you might be tempted to say, well, I can quit whenever I want to. You know, this whole narrative that they go through. Like, I'm not going to get addicted. I'm different. You know, I have good self-control and whatever. It reminded me of that. I'm not saying I believe that or that I believe the opposite of it. I'm not saying that. Just it reminds me of that. But a lot of people do. I mean, I think that is the way a lot of people approach certain, types of addictions, like gambling, for example, or, shit, like that's insidious. Yeah, like I'm sure that in the book it goes through. He talks about his background. I might have skipped that part, to be honest.
Well,
so
in the front, he goes through the whole story.
Does he in the front? Okay,
and everything, and that's always the most interesting part of his story, I think, for like the modern cults, these internet cults, like say meme stocks, where they trade off. Like, take for instance his thing in the Moonies, where they spirited him away for this week-long thing where they kept him isolated and everything, and that's what people traditionally, when they hear cult, that's what they think. Whereas these internet communities, they trade off that control. They still have a rigid doctrine. They still have people who apply. They trade off that control for a different kind of isolation. Like, how many people do you think actually know any of these people are involved in this group? It's sort of a different kind of isolation. Whereas an isolation like what happened to Stephen is, he
physical, like
from his family, the people who loved him, who would be able to pull him out.
So it's not a physical isolation
because it's decentralized. It's sort of this anonymity is the isolation factor. Your internet persona and your real life persona are two different personas.
Right.
Since no one is aware of your internet persona in your real life, and no one in your internet life is usually aware of your real life persona.
Right.
It creates this sort of isolation where people don't know that they should.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So it sort of obfuscates or obscures identity in a way.
You trade off centralized control in a normal sense that you'd have with a cult, with this sort of isolating half of your life.
Right. So I will maybe suggest that at least for the purpose of this discussion, I term the term profile. So we have a profile, not a social media profile. I mean, that is ultimately the same thing what I'm talking about, but just in general, a collection of attributes and characteristics and likes and dislikes and who we are. The raw data, the XML file of us, essentially, right? So my work persona, my social persona, my online social media persona, we curate these profiles and we control what we want people to see and know about us in different settings. And so the meme stock investor profile, it has a lot of these cult characteristics to it. And there is a loss of identity too, right? That is common in all the cult, characteristics, where you adopt the identity of an ape or of a Moonie. We're all Moonies in the same family. We're all apes together strong. We're all believers in this Hale-Bop comet or what have you, whatever the thing is.
Idea for a general term.
Right. So but in a traditional cult, you have the isolation from your family, physical isolation, which has different effects. I mean, there may be some of that with this, but and I wonder with how many of these people, the profiles, they only have one profile. In other words, I see the influencers as the most bifurcated, the most divided. Like, they are clearly putting on, a lot of them, at least some of them, at this point, are putting on a face for the camera. They're putting on an act for the camera. Thomas James, let's say, he's a grifter. We can all agree that he's full of shit. We know that much. We can agree that he lies and he misrepresents the truth, and he probably does fraud. That may be debatable, but it's not good. It's not what we want. That's what we're trying to combat here. He has a different profile in his real life. He doesn't act like that. He doesn't talk like that. He doesn't say that shit. This is who he is when he's a grifter. But the rank and file ape members, the ape believers, the ape investor, whatever, gamblers,
they only see the face of his that he presents.
They see that face and they might think that it's his real face. How many of those rank and file believers, cult members, really truly have merged their who they were with the meme stock identity? I don't know. I'm just wondering, because like it seems like those would be your real, true, dyed in the wool believers, like to the death, because they once they give up their own identity.
Stephen Hassan would call their real self and their cult self, and the cult self takes over once they become a
exactly. And I'm just substituting the term profile, but that's self, whatever is the characteristics. So I mean, I clearly there are some people that that are doing that. I wonder about somebody like Mikey's Money. Clearly the kid lives at home. How much does somebody like that truly believe? Or Mike the Marine, Professor Mike, might be a little bit before your time in AMC regularly. The Marine guy who organized the protest. Okay, all right.
I've had interactions with him.
Right, or that owning the float guy, which I thought he was a true believer, but I don't know. I mean, it's so hard to tell. That's been such a hard question the whole time. It's like, all right, there's two choices. You're either negligent or you're doing fraud. It's either negligence or fraud. It's either one of the two, because it ain't right. Either way, it's wrong. It's not true. Now, the question is, do you know it's not true or not? Because if you don't, all right, well, you need to learn some more before you try to influence people. But if you did know it wasn't true, well, then we got problems. Like, then you're going to Guantanamo, Charlie, or whoever. So that's always been my question, though. Like, did Trey really believe it? And then we found out he made $1 million trading options. So did he believe it? I don't know, but he had enough sense to get the fuck out, and take the money and run. So
Not much of him sense.
And he never told his people to do that. He never. So there's another way. Are they doing publicly what they're doing privately? In other words, did you have to go look up the fact that the CEO was selling shares to the tune of millions of dollars? Or was that right out there in the front? Because, they aren't scared. They don't know something's happening. They are just taking, tax money out or whatever, what have you. Or do they know something? Are we about to see the dump? Because it's interesting how, I don't know how it works out that a lot of the times before you have these dumps, you see crazy insider selling. Imagine that. I mean, I just can't believe that. It's crazy. It's wild that they would know and they would do that. I'm being facetious, of course, because of course, if you know, and you can get away with it, then why wouldn't you? I mean, public material information, who cares? It's coming out anyway soon. But are they doing the same thing publicly? Trey? No, of course he wasn't. He was selling, he was trading, he was telling his people to hold. That's the bottom line for me that makes it fraud. He told people to do one thing, he was privately doing another, and he benefited from the fact that people didn't do what he was doing. That's fraud. That's complete garbage. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He did it anyway. He never disclosed it. That's an example of a fraudulent motherfucker right there. Donahue George, though, I don't think so. I think he's just an idiot. He's a goddamn moron. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's too narcissistic and egotistical to shut the fuck up. Totally different case in my mind. Probably not any less harmful, though. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'm going to shut up now.
When Moon said, we're all going to the Capitol steps to fast for 3 days for Nixon because God wants him to be president despite Watergate. And I called my father who had voted for Nixon. I voted for McGovern. I said, hey, Dad, I'm fasting for Richard Nixon to be president, thinking he would love it. He said, Steve, you are right. He's a crook. I said, Dad, you don't understand. God is working. He said, Steve, now I know you're
That's great.
And my father got his chance. Within 2 years, I fell asleep at the wheel of a van due to sleep exhaustion. I should say I was sleeping 3 to 4 hours a night, 7 days a week, for no pay, working for father. And I fell asleep at the wheel of a van, drove into the back of a tractor trailer truck at 80 miles an hour, and nearly died, and was trapped for 30 minutes while the rescue workers saved my life. And there I was in a hospital for 2 weeks away from the cult. And by the way, this was 1976, so there were no cell phones.
Damn.
Right? So I was away from the constant indoctrination.
And you know what? That right there,
That reminds me of all these like Twitter space calls where these people
go for it. Yeah, go on.
That's another tactic of cults, keeping people engaged.
Constantly.
Engaged,
Yeah.
so they can't interact with anyone else, anything else.
Even if there's nothing to talk about, there's no news, nothing happened, the market wasn't even open that day. Oh, they'll put out videos. Yeah, they'll put out space calls. They'll put out this, they'll put it that. Yes, to keep them engaged. I mean, I'm hearing this is so much like almost directly the kind of shit that like, oh yeah, I went on vacation and I didn't have my phone, we went hiking and I wasn't on Reddit 24/7. That's the same thing, essentially.
And I called my sister. I actually broke a rule. I called my sister Thea, and she said, you have a nephew. I want him to know his Uncle Stevie. You got to visit. I'm like, don't tell the parents. I think I can arrange it because I'm a leader. And she did tell my parents, and they arranged a deprogramming. And it's a long story, but my father cried, and he said, how would you feel if it was your son who met a controversial group, dropped out of college, quit his job, donated his bank account, and disappeared from your life? How would you feel? And he cried. And it got me right here. And I said, I'd probably do what you're doing now. But I thought he was brainwashed by the communist media. That's how I was indoctrinated. So I said, I'd probably be doing what do you want me to do? He said, just listen.
And, that parallel would be like how I think, that some of these people think that like people like you and I, with what we're saying, our message, that we are indoctrinated by Wall Street or hedge funds or Ken Griffin or whoever, that we are under the control, that we're trying to propagandize them for the benefit of our master.
Part of the story is really important, especially when you read it in the book, because it goes over how he personally attacked his dad during that car ride.
Oh.
That's why he broke down and cried. It's a very, it hits you hard even when you're reading it. And that's the real problem with this like meme stock cult or any of these internet cults is throughout Stephen's book, the people that the method that he uses is he finds family members and he sets up a meeting, not just with him, but with the person away from the cult.
Yeah.
Family members who can get to the real person. And
right. They can try to uncover
cults, like we talked about earlier. If family members that can help them, who can reach out to them, aren't aware, it really takes a lot of power of being able to reach out to these people.
Well, and it has to be, it's best done from someone who knew them before they were in the cult, right? Isn't that that's because you're trying to remind them of the things that they cared about, that they, were trying to do with their life and all these kind of things, right? Because they leave that behind and they take up this narrative and this cult identity. And you have to get, I guess maybe the idea is you get them to feel something from their old self, or you remind them, or you get them to feel a certain way about like his father. Yeah, I do remember that from, I skipped around in the book, you know, I'll be honest, but, you know, it was also like 3 years ago. So, but anyway, yeah, no, I'm going to roll it back a little bit and then let it play through, because it is good. Okay. Boom.
So I said, I'd probably be doing what do you want me to do? He said, just listen to these ex-members, learn about brainwashing and mind control. And if you want to go back at the end of 5 days, I'll drive you there myself. I said, done. Because I was so fanatical. I was so confident that I had the truth. And little did I know, on day 4, when I learned about Chinese communist brainwashing from former military intelligence people who had studied it in the 50s, it ticked off every box. But wait a minute, we were God and communism was Satan, but it was the same brainwashing techniques. But that still wasn't enough to get me out. The following day, the deprogrammers asked me to read one of Moon's speeches and said, what do you think, Steve? And I read it, and for the first time in 2.5 years, I had a negative thought. I thought, what a liar. Moon was talking to congressmen and senators saying how much he loved America and respected Americans, and he was surprised that he was being accused of brainwashing Americans. And I had heard him speak in person at least 100 times, how stupid Americans were, right? But once I had that thought, he's a liar. That means he's not trustworthy. That means he can't be of God. And it was like a house of cards going plop, 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 plop in my mind. And I cried for 3 hours. And here I am, 45 years later, trying to share my experience with the planet, because everyone needs to understand this is not a mystical thing. You've heard of MK Ultra, the CIA research into mind control. The Russians were doing it. There was a Cold War run-up. I was MK Ultra 3.0. I would have died on command, killed on command. And thank God my family rescued me. So I'm here to tell you there's a dual identity that happens. There was Steve Hassan of Flushing, Queens, and then Steve Hassan, the son of Moon and his wife, the true parents of the universe. The real Steve reacted to my father's tears. And now I want to tell a fast story. I know I'm running out of time. Fast story. My father called me up when I was in the cult, thinking that he could get me out by just giving me facts. Sounds familiar? He said, Steve, what kind of messiah has an M16 gun factory? Little did he know I was trained to do thought stopping, which is a cognitive behavioral technique. I was crush Satan, glory to heaven, peace on earth, glory to heaven, peace on earth, crush Satan, crush Satan. So my father's intention was to get me to think, but he drove me deeper in. And I have a little party prop that I want to share. It's actually called Chinese handcuffs. Have you ever seen this? The harder you pull, the tighter it gets. But if you explain to the person, you know, you can get out of it by just putting your fingers together, using your thumbs to push. And voila. So what I'm here to share in my remaining time is a reality testing strategy. It's remarkably simple. And it's based on my doctoral dissertation on the BITE model of authoritarian control and my influence continuum. Step 1, disconnect. We are addicted to our cell phones, and people who are in mind control cults are constantly being reinforced.
Okay, so yeah, apparently James is letting me know that the stream was suspended because of copyright. So, yeah, it's awesome. Okay, then.
Probably from TED Talk.
Yeah, probably. Wow, that's the first time I've ever had that happen. Well, let me get that off there. I wonder how long it'll take him to.
You'll probably have to restart it.
It says
if they haven't, because of the copyright strike, blocked you from being able to stream now.
Stream suspended for policy violations is what it says. It's still suspended. Yeah, god damn it. If I end the stream on the YouTube studio and then you can't restart it, like
you might.
Because
restart it, but you have to start a new one.
Right, I know. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess oh, okay. Yeah, it would be like an unscheduled stream then.
Uh-huh.
Like just an impromptu one. Like, you know what I mean? Like you just start streaming rather than having it set for a certain time. But then it would have a different description and everything.
The copyright strike. That's.
Yeah.
Say that you were doing it for educational purposes, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, I mean, probably and that's the thing about, but now there are more concurrent viewers coming in. Like it just went up from 3 to 4. No, it just went down to 3. So it must still be fucked. Yeah, it probably is. Jeez.
You can go back and watch it. So they've ended it. It's been stopped.
It has been stopped. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're no longer being blocked due to copyright issues. Hey, it just cleared it.
Okay.
It did just clear it. James says it's back. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Maybe it checks it.
Because you stopped playing it.
Yeah, I did. I did stop playing it. Right. So
just go back in later and challenge the copyright that you.
They probably have. Right, and they probably have it if it detects it. They probably have it so that it checks it every 30 seconds or something to see if it's still doing it, and if it isn't, then they'll reinstate it. I guess so. Now we know. Yeah.
It was probably just one of those auto flags. It detected that you had been playing it for a long enough time.
Well,
I've been
right.
streaming in OBS, and I was playing it was during my Super Bowl stream. I was playing some content that was from the NFL. And
Jesus.
Said, hey, you might want to cut that shit out before the stream gets cut, and so I stopped playing it.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, I mean, I don't know. What's worse, taking on the NFL or taking on, not that we're taking on Wall Street, but I mean, it's very much not.
The NFL is pretty strict. They come in with their black helicopters pretty fast.
Yeah, right. That's what I mean. Yeah, but see, I feel like the difference is like Ken Griffin, for example, because he gets a lot of shit. You know, I mean, he gets a lot of shit. He also gets a lot of money. So, you know, there's a certain amount of like, yeah, just deal with it there. And I think that I think he deals with it pretty equitably, honestly. I mean, like,
well, he doesn't have an actual social media presence. So
sure. Yeah, absolutely. I guess
know what's going on.
No, he doesn't, but Citadel does. I mean, because they tag Citadel in a lot of it too, and same thing. They put up with quite a bit of shit for a couple years, and then like at some point, it was like, all right, nah, yeah, okay, we're gonna, no, you can't say that. Like this is getting fucking ridiculous.
Well, especially with the lawsuits now, like out in Boston's lawsuit where they've come in and had to deal with that.
What's going on with that?
Speaking of Citadel, though, I drop it in the general. There's a meme someone created, a fake tweet from.
Oh
Citadel.
God!
It's funny as fuck on this note because it's all. Let me find my.
So while you're finding that and getting that, I'll just relate this anecdote here. So this must have been in 2022, I think, or early in 2020. No, it was 22. Was doing a live stream. Doing a lot of live streams. Okay. And, there was an incident, and it actually happened a couple times. Well, see, what had happened was I didn't get much sleep either. And I'm doing my stream here, and I, wearing my headphones, sitting in my chair, listening to this video that we're looking at on the stream. And I just nod off and, just fell asleep. And I woke up. I was so confused. I don't know how long I was asleep on stream. I don't know if I didn't go back and listen to it. I don't go back and listen and watch my streams or anything. I do it and that's it. And that was no different. I didn't go back, and I was curious, but I didn't care that much. I was also very embarrassed. It was embarrassing. I was not, I was embarrassed. And then I thought it was funny, but they loved it. They thought it was great. Lynn and them, and yeah, that was fun. So yeah, not exactly the same, but let me pull up this image here that you've got.
Yeah, this was an air quotes in response to Ryan Cohen's penis tweet.
Yeah, so I actually remember seeing this. I think you might have even put it in the thing. I do remember seeing that. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Corrupt billionaires plus corrupt Americans plus equals. What does it equal? Oh, because what Ryan Cohen put, corrupt politicians plus corrupt executives plus corrupt
news, and then I think there's an I and an S, and then it equals, and he was making a penis joke.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
As the CEO of a publicly traded company, A+ job, I guess, whatever. You realize that you run a company for 5-year-olds.
When was this? When did this happen? Was it recently or no?
Yeah, it was pretty recently.
Okay.
If you go back, I'm sure if you got on Ryan Cohen's Twitter feed, it's still there. But this was
equals bag holders. I just see the
because it'd be fucking hilarious.
I just now saw the bag holders in there. Actually, I didn't see that. I was just laughing at the list of shit. But yeah, now that bag holders. That's good. Okay, yeah. Fucking Ryan Cohen, man. Okay. AMC stock short squeeze coming? No. Is this to be interpreted at face value or what? I don't know this channel. Top level investment? Maybe.
Never heard of it either.
I'm gonna curious here. 7 hours ago, 89 views.
What's happening with AMC stock at the moment? A very serious downward candle, immediately switching to volatility, adding more strikes. What can I say?
AI or it's text to speech.
It's so annoying because he's trying to do the Yahtzee thing and it's not working.
What's the Yahtzee thing? What does that mean?
Have you ever watched Zero Punctuation before?
No.
Basically, he's an Australian guy and he does video game reviews in this very low monotone voice like this and reviews it and everything, and not except he
no inflection
editing, sort of like what I do, where he cuts out the gaps to make it sound like he just keeps going on and on and on.
Okay. Oh, like a big run-on sentence,
the monotone level of it makes it okay because he just sounds like a guy who's just that's the joke of the show's name, Zero Punctuation.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Like he's
okay, but that's cool. But
when you're high energy like this, it just comes off as fucking
annoying. Okay, now that's all well and good, but I'm looking at what's on the screen here. This must be new in Fidelity Active Trader Volatility Lab. I've never seen this before. Look at this. This is an implied volatility graph that you can. Oh wow, you can change. I mean, you can get this on their website on the IV. What do they call it? IV Center or something like that. But I've
used this tool because it is kind of interesting.
Yeah. So I had a Fidelity account, and then it went it went zero balance at some point, and I was just using it for the platform and data and stuff. And then at some point they closed my account. I'm gonna have to go open another account, put money in it, so that put $50 in it or something, so they don't close it. Because it would be worth it to use. I mean, Active Trader. I like Active Trader anyway. I used to use it, but and then I stopped trading on. Well, I never really traded options on there. I started trading options more on Robinhood, and mobile, and I would still use Active Trader for my charts, and then just execute the trades elsewhere. But and on Webull, same thing, just for trading. But I've never seen this. That's one of my biggest pet peeves for options for retail, is that getting this shit for free, volatility charts and stuff, is hard, if not impossible. It's hard. So that's amazing. And to think Fidelity does that, and they don't take payment for order flow.
Yep. That's why I love Fidelity. It's like every time I hear them bitch about payment for order flow, it's like, get a Fidelity account, get a real book.
I used to push them a little bit more. I mean, actually, I used to push them, but not push them, but I would say, I had a link to Fidelity, not a sponsored link, or they don't have referral links. That's how you know they're real. They don't have fucking referral links. That's how you know they're a real fucking business. I would always say, I grew up, my uncles and such, I would go to my aunt and uncle's house. I'd see the Fidelity envelopes there because their retirement plans were through Fidelity, so they had all these Fidelity green envelopes with the logo on it. So that was the first brokerage firm I ever heard about. For a long time, it was, for me, it was like the stock market. Oh, Fidelity. It was one and the same, because it was just, because I saw it so much. It was the only thing I ever saw.
Well, that's the way it worked for me. It's like I used to use Robinhood when I first started out, because the first money that I put in the market was, I got paid per diem, and I would just eat, bologna sandwiches and stuff when I was on the road, and I'd get that cut per diem check, to cover your food expenses and stuff like that whenever I was on a work or something. And
did they give you the whole amount?
Get the most out of that.
Okay, so
put it into Robinhood, and then my retirement IRA, simple IRA, 401k kind of thing, was through Fidelity, so I just moved everything over there.
Ah, okay. For the per diem, did they, let's say it was $100 per day? Did they give you $100 per day, or did they reimburse you up to $100 per day? Was it? You know what I mean?
How it worked is whatever expenses you spent on the trip was totally you, and they gave you a flat cut rate when you got back from the trip.
Oh, okay. See, I have a business credit card from the company, a corporate card, and that I can use up to whatever the per diem amount is. So, yeah, for whatever I want, essentially, whatever. I got, I bought some battery packs for my phone last time.
And that's a great way to keep it from you getting a paycheck. It's like, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
So use it. Whereas what I was doing is they gave me a cut check in addition to my paycheck on the following paycheck,
right?
Reimbursement. So it behooved you to cut corners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
Paid no matter what.
Well, I am too. I'm getting paid, and I'm getting, because it's for travel, and nobody else wants to do it, so they have to entice me to do it, and that's one way that they do that. But yeah. So I was just curious how other companies did it, because I know how we do it, and I've been given a lump sum too. But I've been given, here's the amount times the number of days, and here it is. Do whatever you want with it, kind of thing. So, but the card's better, honestly. But I hate dealing with cash. Anyway, next trip by AMC before it moons. That's there you go. I used to have one share, and I got an ape share for it, and then I got rid of them. I can't remember if it was a loss or not. I don't really care. It used to be flat rate per diem based on location, but corporations, not core like Army Corps. I had to think there for a minute. Got smart and made people submit receipts. Yeah, I know. That whole receipt thing, because I'm not very good at that in my personal finances. I'm just not. I don't run that close to the margin, so I'm not good at keeping track of shit. I could write off a lot more, I'm sure. But anyway, all right, sorry.
Volatility remains at 100. It has decreased slightly from February levels. Let's also look at the volatility. There are no clear signals here because the smile is skewed to both sides, both for a decrease and an increase. In principle, there is potential for significant growth in the smile. Let's look at the open interest in options. I remind you,
wow, look at that.
Very important market. They need to be analyzed. And so does the
holy shit, interest. That chart.
You can see there is a very serious open interest on the 28 strikes and on the 5 and 8 strikes. By the way, as we can
I don't give a fuck. That means nothing.
7 strikes are almost completely burnt. Therefore, the 5 and 8 strikes are where the action is. In terms of options,
great.
4, 3, and 2. There is very high.
I mean, who cares? Because AMC is literally $4.30. What the fuck does a 28 strike have to do with anything? This point, it had nothing.
That's
in
so
June. In June, it's so far out. Well, wait, I actually don't know when that's for March. Okay, sure. Okay, that's for March, but still, yeah, it's so far out that, I mean, what I was able to find out about like market maker hedging, which is what you're trying to do, you're trying to get them to buy shares essentially in proxy, kind of like. Because they sold you an option, they have a short position, they have to hedge that with long shares. That's the theory, the gamma squeeze theory in a nutshell. But it's proportional to the delta of the options. So, in other words, at the money is going to be the most hedging, and this far fucking out of the money is going to be, and shorter duration. Because it has to be done now, right? In order, because it could be potentially exercised soon. So,
because we saw that like this week, not this week, but last week I saw that with Palantir. You saw,
yeah. Oh, okay.
And once you get to that like 0 DTE on the expiry, all that built up gamma starts to fade away. So
comes off.
Example, last week you saw people try to walk up the price on Palantir, and they bought it was the 24.5 strikes.
Oh,
they bought the 20. They bought the 25s and they bought the 25.5. So they were weeklies and they were near the money. So they brought the price up to 25 and got to crest over 25. And then on Thursday, you saw it get up, or late Thursday and into early trading Friday, you saw it get up to the 25. And then as theta started to burn out and these options started to, lose their, get to their maturity date, the price crashed back down below 25.
Here you go. Yeah, right.
People sold off those options.
Here, so you're talking about last week, not this past week, but the week before, Friday, March 1st, this here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, and you see the same damn thing happen today. Of course, you had a, sell off across. Well, no, I mean, you didn't really. I mean, what was the market? It was pretty much, it was flat-ish, kind of. It was down. It ended up going down. Okay, all right. It did end up going down. It's so hard to even remember what happens these days.
I get these gamma squeeze things.
Yeah.
Eventually, as it gets closer to the expiry,
that's the whole thing, right?
Pent up.
Because it's false. It's not real. It's not organic buying in the sense that it was actually shares that were purchased with the intention of accumulating a position for an investment. It wasn't. It wasn't even intended for a trade. Right. It's
the air comes out of the balloon.
Right. And unfortunately, that's how it works in this market. It's reflexive in that sense. That's the term George Soros coined, supposedly. He wrote a whole book on it. I had a feeling you would know that. But yeah, but it's interesting how it feeds on itself, and there's this feedback loop because of the way that, according to Dodd-Frank, the Dodd-Frank, regulations of hedging, this is what they have to do. So, and that's what they do. And, so yeah, it has that effect. But short, and we see, shit, you see that shit. I mean, all of it plays in a broader market too, in these indices, with the daily, clown market, as you call it, of it is short term, it's very much like a lot of it is. And, it's next week is going to be interesting, and I've got some levels marked off here. Look at these levels down here. I mean, these are levels, these are key levels based off market profile, volume concentrations from like previous, the previous few weeks or months going back. And like, we're, there probably would be one here if I had to guess. It probably is. That's where I stopped.
Broke through one, bounced off the other, and then just went fucking apeshit.
And
back down and is getting ready to test that 430.
Yeah, and like again. Here, let's do it, because and a lot of times people would say, "Well, you put those lines on there after." No, I didn't. These lines were here, going back to over in here somewhere, like and it did observe these lines, and this is the best method I've found to actually create levels to refer to using the volume profile system or levels here on the session volume profile HD. And then there's a couple things you got to do in the settings, but if anybody's interested, you just have to extend. You want to extend the POC, point of control, value area high and low, to the right. And so then if it's a so-called naked POC or naked value area where it extends past that day, in other words, price has not gotten back to that value, to that point of control yet. You have an open level that needs to be retested, or something needs to happen with it. It's unresolved. And so a lot of these, it might have to go back further over here in order to see it, but that's where these lines come from. Like this one right here is clearly on that. Now it did hit it, but it sliced through it in one of these knife type moves here, basically, and then was above it. So to me, that's a valid line here as well, because I had to put something in the middle here. It can't be an open area. It may not punch through it the same way going down. Here's one here. This one is an active naked POC. Here's one here. So this needs to be added. Horizontal line there. I'm going to add that one. So I just want anything that's giving me a level that I can look at. And so then if I take that back off, well, there isn't one there necessarily. There is, well, yeah, though there is actually from today, but yeah, I mean, it works a lot of the time. Now, the thing is, here's the thing. You don't know if it's going to bounce off the level. You don't know if it's going to, just keep going, consolidate at the level. You don't know if it's going to punch through the level. Yeah, you don't know. But you just know something is, it's a magnetic area in some way. It's going to be drawn toward that and either be repelled, or it's going to be sucked through it like a black hole, or, it's going to like zipper, vibrate, to use the...
Just looking at that chart, just at a glance, that one that I think is going to be the interesting one, because these other ones above that one that you've got at 433.28,
yeah,
above that, it's gone through, or...
Yeah, pretty much.
Higher, but
yeah.
In recent memory, like
these
past couple of weeks, that 433 looks like the one it keeps
this one here
projecting off of.
Yep, it's that one there. It bounced off of it twice.
That's danger bad.
I'd say that's I would So what I would do then in that case is go in here and thicken the line up, make it a little thicker. That way, or even maybe slightly darker, lighter, or something a little different, to know, just to say, hey, that one. Or whatever, make it dashed or dotted, just differentiate it somehow. And people do different things. So sometimes some people will do weekly lines, sometimes they'll do whatever. I just do it quick and dirty because I don't I'm looking at this on my phone during the day just to see, to refer to. But let me put this on here too, and then we'll move on back to whatever I want to probably wind up here pretty soonish because it's getting late. But visible range, and then we can see. Oh, look at well. Let me go back here.
All of the volume is at.
Yeah, and
buying and selling.
Yeah, then this is just
lines.
This is showing what is visible on the screen only. So it goes back here to mid-November. All right, fine. That's fine. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of lines. Now, we can also do this. Let me do this. Make the row size a little bigger. So, or I don't know why they call it size. It's not the size. It's the number of rows. Now, we just broke it into smaller bits here on the y-axis. So now we can see, yes, some of these, high volume nodes. And that's really what it should. It should line up to high volume nodes because that's what created the line back here was a lot of volume. That's what created the interest in the first place. So we should be seeing it there. And indeed you do. The actual POC for this whole area is down here. It's way down at 393. 393 going back to mid-November. Now that was like the beginning of the rally, I know, but the most volume is traded 10, 50 points, $50 lower than where it's currently trading. That's what about if we go back even further on a weekly chart and look like, I don't know, back to like 2021, the POC is 318. Yeah, I mean, and okay, you have a secondary high volume node here of 367. It's close.
But still,
it's really close, but 367 is damn near 100, 80 points down. So, this move, good luck. Good fucking luck. Yeah, good fucking luck, man. Holy shit. And you see here, I've got this like super, I call it like super volume, I think, or something like that. It's the buy-sell volume broken down here. It's got a weighted, an average volume. It's got an OBV in pink per lilac color. It's got a few different volume-based indicators, like to just show you, all right, we can see the total volume, but like I want to see how it broke down. Oh, this will be over a week. OBV, average volume, etc. Give you a little bit more fun volume indication. The lilac line is the OBV volume, or the OBV. So anyway, yeah. And you had declining volume essentially. I mean, like if you just look at the peaks of like the green, like you could draw this line in there of, let me just go back to the original volume. You could draw this line in here on volume and see, now it's sort of slight, but it is declining. That's a divergence. That's a clear divergence,
all this push up, but on lower volume.
Yeah, I know.
That the reason why it's moving is the lack of liquidity, which is
exactly
not a good sign.
So, okay, here's another one. Like, what about this? Like, I mean, man, this one goes back too far. Okay, just to here maybe, or even just to here. Fuck it, fine. Just like down to here. Okay, like this is shit.
Volume decrease in the price.
Yeah. Oh, and you wanted to, we could do, this, I don't want to get too bogged down in technical analysis and shit, because at the end of the day, who knows? It doesn't have to work out.
I think this is the kind of technical analysis that is useful because
higher
liquidity, tighter spreads, it would make sense that the price would fall or consolidate. Lower liquidity means wider spreads, means there's bigger variance in the price.
Yeah, larger swings potentially.
Technical data as opposed to this fucking hammer sledge bullshit.
Right.
My stars.
Yeah, right. This relative strength. Okay, I like this one a little bit better. It colors the oversold and overbought conditions. It doesn't have the swing line on it. Okay, so we can go to daily. Okay, well, actually, go back to weekly. You're overbought in weekly. You've been overbought in weekly, for a while, for a few weeks. Okay. Well, how are we going to resolve that one?
It isn't overbuying just because people are overbuying. It's a lack of liquidity. You have to overbid to get a fill.
So, yeah. So, and a lot of people, the apes, they like to talk about oversold more than they like to talk about overbought. But they think that it means selling multiples of the float. See, this is what I picked up from their terminology. When they say oversold, they mean that the short interest is doubling itself. That shares have been lent more than once. That's the best I can come up with, because they mean it to mean it's a fraudulent, like it's manipulation, oversold. But it's just indicating, if you look at the formula for RSI, I don't know if you ever have, by the way, but it's kind of interesting. And you look at these things, like at one point I almost did a video on how to calculate it. Actually, I think I did. I can't remember, but average loss. Okay, so this one's better because you're looking at a range. Usually you use 14, but the total gain over the 10 trading days. So you're finding the average, like the average gain over the average loss over a period, essentially. And so every
divided by 1 plus that RS that you got.
And right, that's the relative strength, right? That's the actual, and then you're indexing it to 100. So it's going to be, it's going to fall somewhere exactly on that scale. And then whoever came up with this indicator, or the conventional way to use it is you can define overbought and oversold, and it's usually like 30-70. 70 over 70 is overbought and under 30 is oversold. 42, and you can do that, or you can do 80-20. So it just depends on, you want a looser trigger or tighter trigger kind of thing. Don't give it, whatever trigger it is. You don't want Alec Jones anywhere, or Alec Baldwin anywhere near that trigger. Sorry, it was supposed to be a Rust joke. It was supposed to be a Rust joke, but
I don't think.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a Rust joke, but I'm a little rusty on the jokes. But yeah, so you can put that on there too, and you can see, you can see clear divergence there too. Let me get this one. Let me get this other shit. Oh yeah, I have the super RSI too, but I just want the normal one. So okay, where's our all right, fine. Here, you got a declining RSI, and this is on a daily time frame, while you have a market that's pushing to all-time fucking highs, over and over. You have multiple all-time highs set in here with lower RSI. This is about even. Okay, fine. We could maybe shorten this to here, like that, because clearly here you've got a decline. So, okay, I'm going to put this here. So, this is a red flag, or at least, this is something you notice.
That the strength is coming from lack of liquidity, not from actual market participation.
And you see, again, you see some volume spikes here and there, but what, it's, actually, I think there's a MA on here, yeah.
But in between those large spikes, the large spikes are usually only, now this you said is a weekly chart?
This is daily, and I just put the simple
daily chart. So you have these huge spikes, and they're only a day.
Yeah. And they don't impact the volume.
And there are these deep valleys.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Now, and a couple of them that are multiple days, but they're not as big as the peaks.
Now we know that this last candle here was today, Friday. Okay. So the last candle's a Friday.
Blood red.
Yeah. Here's a higher relative volume on green. High volume, big green candle. Here's a Friday. It's lower volume, but it's higher than what comes after it, you know. So
big green candle was actually a red day.
Yes.
Big spike up. If you move over to, what is that, the 13th?
Wait, this one here?
February? No, February 13th.
Oh,
that big green candle, and it's a red day. So you get all this liquidity and all these buyers, but the price is lower because the spreads are tighter.
I might have the candles also. I may have them set to show. Okay, so I do have the setting on here. It's not default. Color bars based on previous close. So what this does is on the price candles. Let me see. So this is where you get these situations where you can get, like here, it's a green candle in the volume. Okay, this is the 13. This is this is the one you were talking about. This is the one you were talking about. Okay,
the next big green.
You said,
right there, yeah.
You said the candle was a big green candle, and you meant the volume candle. That's why I was looking for the candle up here. Right.
Yeah.
So
no, there's a lot of volume coming in, but the price is down because the spreads are tighter.
So if I change this setting here, see how it changed the price candle here on the 13th. So there. So I like this because what this tells me, this is comparing the price to the previous candle, not intra candle. So this is telling us, all right, this price opened low and closed higher. That's what that green candle means, right? If you do this, now it's telling me this candle, I don't know if the price is lower compared to the previous day. The green down here tells me the price went up. I know that based on this candle, but I can see in this one candle that it's lower than the previous day. I like it. That's how I have my chart set up. It doesn't change a lot. I mean, you can see a few of them flash here and there. But to me, it's more important to know this day is lower than the previous day, not than where it opened. So that's why I use that. But that's a personal preference. I don't know if it would be useful to everybody.
That way too.
I think it is too. I don't know why.
About if it's green compared to open, you don't know if it's
right
green compared to the previous known trend.
And let me just jump in with it on a daily chart. On an intraday, it may be different. Intraday may be different, but specifically for these larger time frame charts, when you're trying to look at trends across time, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Because then you can just glance down, you see the candle here, you know, I don't, yeah. So anyway, that's why typically that would be green for most people. And if anybody's trying to follow along, which I don't know why they would, then they would be like, whoa, what? And if you really want to be pro, what you got to do, you got to go here and put it on logarithmic. That's what the pros use. I keep telling everybody this, but they don't believe me. That's why you got to look at people like the ape influencers. But James said liquidity is drying up. And you know, yes, because that's what liquids do. They dry up. It's the craziest thing. They always say it. I'm gonna play one more video, and in honor of this liquidity situation, and James bringing that up. Any reason to add green to the chart? I know. So if I have any reason to take green off that goddamn chart, you better believe I'm going to do it, because to me that's not a green day. I'm sorry. If I had puts, that's not green for me. Or, well, yeah, actually it is. Never mind. If I had calls, it's not green. I've been so not green lately that I don't even know which way is green anymore. Okay, here we go.
All that YouTube.
Speaking of liquidity drying up.
Advice, not legal advice, for entertainment, educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button.
I mean, his disclaimer is one of the worst, but at least he's not trying to start an exchange or anything.
Like I tell every day, the day they release us is false. They're going to give us a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen.
I mean, Doesn't that sound like something a cult member would say or want people to think or say? Like, what they're telling you is false. It's meant to give you a false narrative so you fuck up. What? And I'm trying to say, no, it's the exact opposite. Even if the data it happens to be wrong, then you fucked up by trusting it. It's still my fault because that's the only way it makes sense. That's the only way that I can retain everything being bullshit and it being my fault. See, I don't know if that makes any sense, but it doesn't. I don't think it does. But those conditions must be met. They must be. Okay.
You guys know that I did that video yesterday.
Wait, hold on. He's talking to us. He said, "Hey, shills." So
this is false, false narrative of the market, so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, you guys know that I did that video yesterday because they told me I lost. Why don't I sell my shares already? Well, do you think the shills accepted that video? No, they did not. Do you know what they told me? The shills told me that they do not need my AMC shares, and that the reason that they attack me is because they don't want any new investors coming in and losing money on AMC because of me. So somehow, me calling.
I mean, yeah.
How many times is he going to say shill improperly in this video?
I don't know.
See if you die by the end.
I mean, but he's got, at least he's got that right. I mean, that part of it is correct. I mean, that's for, I know for a lot of shills, you know, for a lot of us shills, it is, you know, it's fascinating. It's a personal, it's, you know, it's a combination of factors, really. It has to be entertaining. Why would we do it otherwise? But also, yeah, I mean, we do think, I mean, by and large, that the shills do think it's pretty bad that the shills are the ones that actually care. But, you know, and it's this crazy new world we're in. I mean, it's zero DTE world where the shills are the good guys. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're not shills. Just unfortunately, because we'd be getting paid, and I'm not getting paid. Are you getting paid?
Not that
I didn't get my.
So I'm not even a professional by Marantz's terms.
True, it's true. Oh shit! Hang on. I'm gonna go total schizoid here, and I want Donnie to be the last video, but I also did want to. We had Marantz up in here, and I gotta see this because it's the only time I can stand Marantz up in this bitch. I can't because I can't watch this guy. The only time I can do it is when I know there are others commiserating with me. We're all suffering through this shit together. Otherwise, I just can't do it to myself. All right.
Don't know what I'm about to tell you. Now I'm going to drop something on you, okay?
Oh, God.
I've thought about this 1,000 times. And how I want to tell you this. Over these last 2 months, last month, definitely, I have produced less content than I've ever have.
Oh my God.
And the mod team knows.
Mod team.
People know. Definitely my family knows. And it's more than just what happened to me in the past. You know, in the past I was threatened physically. Someone came over and tried to fight me.
Yeah, right.
To me online and posted all my information online, doxing, right? And saying they're going to rape me, they're going to rape my children, they're going to kill my children, kill me, kill my wife, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of other YouTubers try to.
That's, honey, you have trolls. Oh my, you have trolls. You've made it. You've made it.
Dude takes everything at face value.
I know, right?
I'm sure part of it is to use it like he is in this video.
Of course.
Sympathy points.
Oh yeah. Straight up manipulation. Right. Yep.
You know, you can just ignore them because trust me, there's a lot of things that have been said about me on Twitter.
I'm sure.
You just brush off your shoulder. These people can't get to you. They can't touch you. They can't do anything to you.
I don't even.
A bunch of fucking losers on the internet.
I stopped.
Ignore them. They are nobody.
Months ago, if not years ago, even looking at comments. I don't even look at them. I don't care. I do not care. And Lynn and Manuel, but Lynn was here from very early in the original channel that I started. And she knows what, the comments were. It was all, you're a shill, you're a hedgy, what does Ken Griffin's dick taste like? Everything. Go kill yourself, shill. Why am I going to bring that up? No, I don't even want to see it. I don't care. What good does it do? To see that, and I know that a lot of them are probably like Manuel, the evil version, coming to the good guy's channel and, be a troll and try to get under his skin. And I let a couple of them do it. I'll be honest, they're in live streams where people come in and chat, say stupid shit, and I blow up at them. Whatever. It's my stream. I can do that. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care. I'm not going to get stuck on it. I'm certainly not going to, take it at face value. Like we said, question everything. So I'm like, yeah, right. You got somebody to come to your house and try to fight you and try to kill your dog. Sure, okay. But just like everything else from these clowns, there's never any proof. So why would we believe you? The proof of GameStop that is the best investment ever is, Ryan Cohen is the second little Jewish coming of Christ. What the fuck? That's not a reason. That's not evidence. This guy has nothing. And now he's telling this emotionally charged story about being doxxed and some other bullshit. We're supposed to care. Cry me a fucking river. I thought this guy was supposed to be the Mr. Alpha Macho.
Well, that's what all these people are like. And I know he was doxxed. And I have no doubt that he got these.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
These threats. I just, when I received them from the whole number one situation, I just brushed them off. And guess what? They fucking went away.
They went away. And
you give them no power, they go away.
Amazing. It's amazing. That's amazing. It's an amazing concept. And I always wondered, why the fuck do they give Ken Griffin so much fucking power? That's a bizarre obsession. They are obsessed with Ken, making it personally about Ken Griffin. I get it. We're human beings. Even the apes are human beings, and we have a tendency. We want to make everything. We want to relate it to us. We want it to be everything to be personal in the sense that it is related to a person. We want to anthropomorphize everything. We want to make our dogs and cats
realize they're powerless, so they need to have some powerful villain that they're fighting that gives them their power back. It's like that one quote I used to dig up sometime about 9/11 truthers, when they talk about all this crazy conspiracy stuff that George Bush did. They need someone who because they have no power in their real life.
Yeah.
Someone who's taking that power away so they can say, look, I would be this, I would have all this power if it wasn't for.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's part of the ape credo, the ape Nicene Creed, whatever you want to call it. Whatever the oath they have to take is, it includes these lines the loss that the brokerage account shows that I have is not my fault. I didn't do that. We're victims. It's, I'm passing the buck to somebody else. It's not real. And therefore it's fake. That's how you get to that. And, I think that's dangerous, if it's taken seriously, it's fucking ridiculous. But clearly we're not going to be, my fantasy was to get some of these people off YouTube, kicked off, or voluntarily just leave, shame them, show how full of shit they are. Some people, people will get it. I'll be the next, PewDiePie, and everything will be great, and I'll be a billionaire, like that one YouTuber. But no, it didn't work out that way. It turns out that people more easily believe. Oh, sorry, I fucked it all up. It is far easier to bullshit people than it is to convince them that they have been bullshitted, right? So it didn't happen. And it's clear that that's not going to happen. I'm not going to be able to get these clowns kicked off. I can't even get them demonetized. It's ridiculous. Okay. So what's the answer then? Well, like everything else, you can't, you don't want to ban, the books. You don't want to ban, the curriculum. The answer is knowledge and learning about it and knowing it, right? I think that's all you can do is educate yourself or have yourself educated. Sometimes it happens by accident, serendipitously. That's great when it happens like that and you recognize it and you jump on the chance. So why are we doing this then? Because Mr. Marantz is misleading people and leading them down a path that will only end in, complete and utter financial, what did Sarge say? Complete and utter financial destruction. 96, 7, 8, 9%. That's not desirable, and I guarantee it's not going to feel good to be that martyr when it's all said and done. When the smoke clears and everybody goes home, which they will, that's going to hurt. That's going to sting a lot. So the way that, the only thing we can do is to show,
look at it at the total loss, but like the opportunity cost loss. Like my portfolio is very conservative. Yes. I've made like 5%, year to date. But you throw that, they're down 50 and they missed out on the opportunity to make,
and they didn't learn. Yeah,
a very reasonable 5%. So really, what are they down?
Yeah, I mean, and the unfortunate thing for them is that they're going to be down. Whatever they were in, they're going to be down, and they're not going to get anything out of the experience because they're victims. It was done to them, was not done by them. And the whole thing is, no, everything that you think happens to you in these markets and probably in life in general, okay? I don't want to get too philosophical, but you could see how this could be extrapolated out beyond the market. And really, finance is life in the sense that all it's doing is mirroring this, this quantitative aspect of, so learning finance, I feel, is really more so learning about psychology, human tendencies, sociology, human nature, because it ultimately is going to depend on those things, and those things probably aren't going to change that much. We still have FOMO. They had FOMO in the fucking 1920s. They had bubbles. They had speculative manias. We have all that. The technology is different. It used to be printed out on a little piece of paper, like a receipt, Now it's on our phone, but it's just different technology. It's the same. It's the same obsession people have with checking the stock price every 5 minutes. So, with nothing new being under the sun, there has to be somebody calling this guy out and the other people. So, I mean, unfortunately, he's right here. He's right. We do think that that I'm talking about Donahue George actually here. Sorry. But all of them need to be called out. But two different types of manipulation. you know, Marantz is more the emotional type. Sorry, I don't know, got on these rambly rants. But keep going.
Guys, I've been approached on all levels, personally, professionally,
sexually,
and content I create. This is not a joke. I'm not here to just gaslight myself or do any of this. I'm doing this
gaslight yourself.
What? You want to know why?
Oh man, gaslight yourself, huh? Yay.
More like
that's a new one.
Like your audience.
Yeah.
You're some martyr. That you're some victim.
I'm not making videos.
Fuck
No,
off.
why I'm not posting.
Yeah, fuck.
And or if you don't believe me, which you probably don't, well, that's fine.
Trust you though, bro.
Take down some videos. I had to take down videos because I was approached. So they can reach you. And it was my life. It was my family's livelihood that was under review, whatever it may be. And this all happened about 3 or 4 weeks ago while I was sick, while I was dealing with things. And I'm just telling you, I've been approached. And it was in the most cowardly way. It was in a fictitious way. But at the same time, it warranted my attention. So I had to take down some videos.
Well, I mean, no, you didn't. You didn't have to.
I had to take down videos because
Right.
of they. Well, who's they? Why did you have to take them down? He won't ever explain it.
What? Yeah. What was in the videos?
Piece of shit.
Let me guess. Now, if I had to, if you gave me 3 guesses and said, guess what he's talking about, I would say, private equity or private equity or private equity. Which one? I don't know. I bet it was connect the dots numbers. I bet we could go and look and see if I can't even stand to look at that shit. There's probably numbers that are missing in the series. That would be my guess. He probably pissed off the wrong private equity goon, and you know, that's my guess. I don't know. Because it's not going to be him talking about GameStop. Why would that? Why would anything? It's GameStop is one of the most inconsequential businesses to ever have existed. Let me just say that GameStop is materially irrelevant to the world at this point. Like, their impact is minimal. So there's nothing that he could say about GameStop that would ever make anybody care that much.
Personally, I think the videos that he had to take down, now he's being vague about which ones or what it is, but he said some pretty nasty shit about other people. And
True.
Maybe if I had to give him the most, what he's talking about here and give him the most generous view, some of his shit that he's gotten caught on like GME Meltdown of like, making Asian slurping noodles and stuff like that.
Or stuff about Hannah.
Got to his employer and was like, look at what your employee's saying about other people on the internet.
True.
That has more to do with why some of these videos had to get taken down.
Oh, you mean like somebody has done before
Fake life that he's been putting out and was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Not some private equity bullshit that he's trying to spin here.
That probably, I agree with James that makes sense. I think that makes more sense, makes realistic sense. So I was not being serious with the private equity thing. I don't think private equity gives 2 fucking shits about this clown.
Yeah.
So
that's why I think that my theory is the one that's closest to the truth.
I think
people in his real life got exposed to what he's been doing on the internet, and they didn't like what they saw.
For once you might actually be right. No, I'm just kidding. no, that's probably because he's not going to tell us, but that's not the point. Nope. The point is, here, this is how real this is, guys. You want to know how you guys think I'm joking. Here's how real it is. This is real. Trust me. You guys trust me, right? I mean, I brought you this far. This is insidious fucking shit.
Yeah.
And Oh God, I made this analogy real quick. It's like you're in a relationship that is toxic, and you know it. Both parties know it, but you stay in it for too long, and then afterwards, or even better, you're in a relationship, and from your perspective, everything's good, but from the other party's perspective, apparently it's not, because you get the bomb dropped on you, and afterwards, though, you're able to look at it with clarity, and you realize, no, that was fucked up. That relationship was toxic, and I'm better off now after the pain and the heartache and all that goes away, right? And so it was just, like when I started looking at this shit and seeing all of this garbage that they were saying in 2021, it's like, and then I saw some people who, got broken up with, basically, and said stuff like, man, I can't believe that I believe that I was so far up that narrative. It's, and it's so obvious to me now. It's so clear looking back that, I mean, how could I ever have fallen? So, and hindsight is 20/20 a lot of the time. I just think it's interesting how you can be in something toxic and dysfunctional, completely non-functional, and have convinced yourself and kidded yourself and deceived yourself to such a degree that, like you're bleeding all over yourself and drooling, and you smell like shit, and you can't even tell, and it takes somebody to come in and say, whoa, Scott, what the fuck, man? When's the last time you took a shower? Like, what is wrong with you? Snap out of it and come to your senses, man. What the fuck? And you realize, and you're like, holy shit. And you have the realization, and you're able to see clearly, wow, I was under some kind of fucking spell. Like, sounds like personal experience. Well, yeah, I'm not going to tell you her name, but it wasn't Amy. No, but all joking aside, I mean, yeah, I certainly have, absolutely, and I had those epiphanies, and I realized that, holy shit, like, the worst thing that I think could happen to me could be the best thing, and it could result in me going from somebody who's a miserable fucking prick to still being a miserable prick, but at least saying it with a smile. I don't know. I mean, that's pretty powerful, I think. So I understand a lot of these people are probably afraid, and they're never going to admit that. They're still in this, whatever period, whatever phase. It's not a honeymoon phase for sure. It's not a nightmare phase, though, yet. But, I mean, let me just say, being honest about shit feels much better than whatever the fuck you're doing now. I mean, that you don't have to trust me on that. Like, that's the reality of life and the world. You can only kid yourself and kid others for so fucking long. But when you finally realize that you were wrong, or that you lied to yourself, or that you were misleading others, and you realize it and you come clean, it is, I don't know, it's a weight that will get lifted off your shoulder, and you won't have to worry about people getting to you. See, why is he even worried about people getting to him? Why is this even something that has any weight in his community at all? I say it's because, he has given it this meaning. He says, these guys have, this is part of the deal. This is part of the thing. They've all said this. This is nothing unique for him. It's nothing unique for him. It's nothing unique for grifters. But in reality, why do we not worry about it? Because it is meaningless. We are irrelevant. I know that. I'm not trying to influence people. He is. You know, this is pretty fucking ridiculous now that I think about it.
And the insidious part of it is he's trying to inflect. People don't think clearly when something becomes emotional, and when you bring this, oh, they're coming after me and my family.
Yeah.
People don't think clearly about that. So
no, they get excited.
That makes clear the kind of manipulation that he's trying to engender.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a great point. And look here. I mean, look at this comment by Kyle up here in his chat. I've missed you, Marantz. You get me pumped up about GME. You make me want to watch Rocky 4. Like,
yeah, that's a pretty sexy
one in
Rocky,
particular,
isn't it?
I think so. I don't know. But I mean, mainly the you get me pumped up about GME part. Like, I've missed you. You get me pumped up about it. That's emotional language.
Yep.
You make me feel something other than in this otherwise sea of, you know, apathy or dysthymia. No feeling, no pleasure.
The market doesn't care.
I need you.
You either get money or you lose money.
Yeah.
It does not care about your feelings.
In fact, exactly. And why does and so when you think about manipulation, like this is manipulation for me. This manipulation is way more insidious than any buying or selling that anybody does. It's these false emotional narratives. And I mean, you think about the media, these influencers. I mean, retail investors are getting pummeled from all sides up with these garbage narratives. And, you know, at the end of the day, you're talking about the price, you know, of a stock. Like, it's all going to influence the price, but singling out these narratives, you know, and trying to get people, it is a surefire way, you know, to disappointment. I mean, for real, like, because it's like those pastors at all those non-denominational churches. Like, you ask them all about the same. You ask 5 pastors, you know, about original sin, and you're going to get 8 answers as to what it is, or what God tells us we should do, or yada yada yada. And that's just the way it is. You ask, you know, whatever, anybody with an opinion about anything, they're going to give you 3 opinions that they have about it. I don't care about any of them. I don't really care about any of them at the end of the day. And certainly none of them are going to impact me. Here I go with that I can't get addicted to drugs talk, but I like to think at least that, you know, and I'm striving towards, it's a limit that won't be approached, but it'll be approached infinitely close, maybe, hopefully. Do you see yourself ever falling under the spell of one of these grifters? I mean, what would it take to get a Sonny Corax into a cult like this? You know, I don't think I don't know. Maybe I'm already in it, and I just don't know it. But
I think the fact that you're having that self-honest discussion is a good sign that you're probably not in a cult.
Probably, yeah.
You're having that like self-reflection.
The fact that I know who Stephen Hassan is
in this chat for Moran's streamer doing that. Are we the baddies?
Compare his chat to our chat.
Baddies meme discussion.
Yeah, right. Now look, compare his chat to my chat, and it's like, you know, I mean, it says his isn't too bad right now. It's not so bad.
Wait till I show up in it. That was fun.
Yeah. I mean, I have not checked my account in 6 months. I did not miss much. I mean, I don't believe that, but okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's okay, fine. I mean, just why would anybody ask him if he has any insight on Broadcom, AVGO? Like, why would he's never talked about anything else? Why? Like, either you're new, like, are you new, bro? Like, he's not going. The government is lying. It will all come out. It will all come tumbling down again. I mean, that's the same guy who was asking about Broadcom, funnily enough, but and the same person who said they haven't checked their account in 6 months. Okay, so it's questionable. 3 private equity firms just failed out NYCB for the equity. Connect the dots. Oh man, it must be related because it's private equity. Like, that alone, that espousing that level of a lack of critical thinking, to where anytime anybody mentions private equity,
thing is
yeah.
I don't think anyone's like, a lot of people, they talk about the hedgies or the Citadel or things like that. But I think the most insidious thing that Marantz has added to this narrative is the whole connect the dots private equity, that there is no good private equity out there, unless it's Ryan Cohen, of course. But
I mean, how is money different?
An exception that he's good private equity or he's not private equity, depending on what narrative he wants to go with this day of the week. It changes whatever suits his purposes.
Yeah.
But like the idea that, that private equity are these like Saturday morning cartoon villains that just, sit in their offices cackling to themselves as they drink the blood of children, deciding how they're going to fuck investors this day of the week.
Yeah. Like they hate movies so much that they want to knock the oldest movie theater operator out of business. I mean, that's part of the narrative. That is part of the narrative. The hedgies are trying to bankrupt AMC because that's the only way they can get out of the trade profitably. I mean, what I want to do sometime, I want to actually mock up what the scenario would look like if the apes were right about what they believe, what they've been led to believe by these clowns. What would it take for it to actually make sense? I mean, it will never make sense, but what facts would have to be in place, at least reasonably, estimated, in order for this shit to actually make sense? What you would have to see in terms of evidence, let's think of it that way, in order for this to make sense. Because not only whatever that is, you're not seeing it, you're not seeing anything. And like, that is so key.
And like, it got to the point where they don't even try. Like,
right
from Boston lawsuit, there is
one
piece of evidence, not one exhibit that points to any fact. There is not one citation, not one reference to law, not one reference to legal precedent, nothing. They don't even try anymore.
No.
Because it doesn't exist. And they know it doesn't exist.
You see that so many places and so many things too.
Do that because they can't, because that means that their worldview is fake. They've been lied to, and that cognitive dissonance burns so hard that they just ignore it.
Well, and why do you think
Stephen said when he was presented with facts by his dad, he just closed off his mind to rational thinking.
Mm-hmm. So why do you think Donahue George, I just put fruit gummies in my mouth. Why do you think Donahue George has to say the data they release us is false, meant to give us this false narrative, so we mess up? I mean, because
cognitive dissonance out
because
he's going to get immediately presented with facts, and if he can say those facts are fake,
there you go.
To prove it, he just needs to get out in front of it immediately.
Right. Oh yeah, he doesn't need. Not only does he not need to, he won't. It will never happen. There will never be any proof. He doesn't need it. It's not what he's. It's just not even on his radar.
He can now cherry pick what evidence. The evidence he presents is not fake. The evidence they present is fake.
Right. Yeah. No, he has. Right. And so yeah. I mean, this is such a great example of so many things, so many manifestations of bullshit. That, I mean, you got one. Well, you got all the media narratives over this whole time. You've got the actual ape narratives. You've got, the quote unquote shills.
you've got Adam Aaron, the corporate side of things. Navigating this, if anybody actually does, like, make it out of this thing alive, or at least not having lost money or much money, man, you know, I'm inclined to actually create an award, you know, like some kind of, you know, to like if you
surprise kind of thing.
Yeah, if you made it through this whole fucking thing, you know, with equity still to your fucking name, and you fought off all these narratives, you know, and you'd have to show it. It wouldn't be just anybody would be able to just say it to get a certificate, but you know, like I did become I became an ordained minister once online. This church in California, anybody could become a minister, and they send you a fucking diploma and everything. I got it somewhere. And I could legally marry people. Well, not legal. I mean, I guess, whatever. It's not like it's a real credential, but, you know, it is sort of, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna use that the power vested in me to move this along here.
That's when I started. That's when I made the video and I told everyone I'm not going to allow people to come onto the channel anymore until you show your face, you tell your name, whatever it may be, because anonymously I'm getting
this
attacked.
bullshit right here.
And
oh boy,
more than just YouTube.
Oh boy,
I have no responsibility to tell you who the fuck I am, what I do in my real life. That's none of your fucking business. And second of all, this is just a pussy get out of jail free card. You fucking bitch.
Right.
You don't want to have to deal with debate. That's what this entire thing is about. He has been getting his ass kicked since day one, and now he can't handle the heat in the kitchen. That he's been called out for being a lying piece of shit. And this is his appeal to emotion, that instead of being a man with a dick and balls, that I can't handle people's opinions that are different from mine. So I'm going to make up this stupid fucking narrative to justify that I'm a bitch. Fuck you.
You know what? It's like the goddamn you know, it's like the laws that like restricted who could register to vote and like do certain things. You know, it's like I'm going to create this artificial requirement because I know that if I do it the right way and open it up to everybody, which is what, you know, at the end of the day, that's what I say I'm doing. That's what we say we're doing. Like on his, oh yeah, I'll let anybody speak. I don't care. You know, you're not going to hurt me. You're not going to get to me. I mean, all this puffery that he talks, right? And he, you know, and he said he can debate anybody and all this shit. But like, yeah, he knows that if that were the case, if he truly does open it up and one of like somebody like, you know, you or me or Lynn or Manuel or anybody from here popped in over there, you know,
he would do the same dance he did when the back, you know, was going after him.
He would
it into an insult party because he can't.
But he would get destroyed
with someone on the facts. He get
with facts
down like Hannah Reloaded took him out behind the woodshed and old fucking yellered him.
Right. Yeah, and that he can't have that happen. I mean, you know, he can't take that kind of hit to his ego, you know. So and to his you know sense of whatever. But I mean, like, yeah, this is so far away from being relevant to anything having to do with GameStop, GME, stock reviews. I mean, a live stream even. Like, this isn't. It's just. I mean, I guess it's Morant's rants. I guess that's really these. You know, so 3/5 of the fucking title of this live stream is completely irrelevant to what this video is about. You know, really, because first of all, I don't believe necessarily that shit even happened. But if it did, it was something like what you said with his family and not private equity, but he's making it sound like it was some nefarious, he's kind of leading it down that way. Like, I was approached. Okay, Mr. fucking passive voice. I was approached. By whom were you approached? Who in the fuck talks like that? Like, he's being so evasive. He's being so slimy. It's like he's sliding right through your fingers. He's such a fucking bitch. Yeah.
He's a fucking coward.
Yeah.
Personally, professionally, you name it. So.
Oh, God.
I'm doing it at a risk.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's messed with me mentally, like my motivation.
No. What's messed with you mentally is investing in a fucking shit company and lying to every day about it. Yeah.
Why are you so thin-skinned that this bothers you?
Because he probably knows it's bullshit. Maybe. Or he's just weak. I don't know. Could be that. But if you're this fucking weak, if you're this much of a little fucking bitch, like, I'm sorry. I don't, I'll just say,
Being a little bitch.
I don't really think that Dave, what the fuck? Dave, what's his name? Pomeroy? Or what's his fucking name? Barstool Sports guy. Dave, yeah, what's his name? Dave. No, not the Scientology guy.
Let me see
Not Dave Lauer. No. Dave. The Barstool
Dave
Sports.
Portnoy.
Dave Portnoy. I was like, I know it's a last name I know. The drummer in Dream Theater is Mike Portnoy, so that's how I knew that name before. Dave Portnoy. I don't think he was being a little bitch, really, when Charles Payne said that. I mean, I don't really care for the guy. He doesn't do it for me, but I mean, he's I don't hate him. He's not the worst ever. Dave Letterman, no. Chappelle, no. Dave Portnoy.
That's the first one I was thinking. It's like Chappelle?
Not Ramsey. No, not Ramsey. Pay off your mortgage early. Now, why would you want to AMC? So, I don't think he was being a little bitch. When that was said in that interview in 2021, that was shock jocking, whatever bullshit. Charles Payne is a grifter, but Morant's rant is being a little bitch, and he's been a little bitch, and he couldn't handle the heat when Shadow Stars called his ass out about short volume or whatever the fuck the other thing was. He called him out. I can't remember. I honestly don't remember, but he called him out about some other shit too. It was blatantly wrong. Short volume. I think it was short volume. And it's like,
Holding ideas, calling them out.
Couldn't handle that. Can't handle anything. Couldn't handle Hannah. Couldn't handle you.
James Janney takes him out and fucking blows his world.
That's the truth. So, and here we come back to, you can only lie to yourself and others for so long. I think that's where this whole they're controlling AMC price, but they can only control it for so long. No, in that case, that's not true. Or put another way, the stock price can stay where it is or lower forever, indefinitely, because it's not false now. See, that's the thing. It's not falsely inflated or deflated. It's just whatever it is. Like we're past all that, and now the mania is over. The moment is over. Everything has changed. Everything has changed. So no, I believe that what it is what it is. Now, if you want to call it fundamental value or whatever, it's closer to that than probably ever been. Certainly more than when it was 72. But they want to go back to that time, which was a fictitious creation, So anyway, the apes are they say they can only control the price for so long, and then eventually the spring will uncoil. You know, you've heard that before too. Oh, the spring is going to break loose and it's going to shoot to the fucking moon and past the Van Allen belt. Okay, but no, it won't. And here's why. Because it wasn't established under false conditions. The way that the $72 was, and that, I mean, this is a very crude way of looking at it, but we knew that was not going to hold. We knew that wasn't what the price was really was supposed to be. Like, it made no sense. It made no sense in the weighing machine longer term, which is we're at that point now. Like, it's just sitting on the scale now at this point, and it's, you know, it's not taking every little vote. Doesn't count as much anymore. We're out of that mentality. So Marantz can only lie to himself, and he can only lie to others for so long before the cat gets out of the bag. And, you know, it happened on some of MMTLP. It happened on Bed Bath & Beyond. It happened on, you know, this and that. It'll happen on GameStop. It'll happen on AMC. It's just a matter of time.
I've said since the start of my channel, reality is undefeated.
Yeah. Yeah. Reality is undefeated. So, right up there with physics is also undefeated. Time. I think that might be about it, at least off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, how are you going to outrun that? It's like trying to outrun the cop. It's like watching these, you know, we like to watch those police chase videos in LA because they have the best chases. They're just dumbest fucking people. Like, they always have a helicopter. Like, here in Cleveland, we have a helicopter, but they don't use it that often. They really don't, for like chasing people. They do, and we've seen it, but they don't do it that much. In LA, every fucking chase, it seems like they have a fucking helicopter up. There's always a need for it. You can't outrun it. Like, when you bail from your car and you think you're running through fucking like backyards and shit,
and you think
and
a lot of these cops in these bigger cities, you know, they do training in athletics and cardio. You think you're going to outrun them?
Right. Mm-hmm. You can see everything. So, yeah, they may not know where you came out of that building that you ran into. That we saw this recently happen. Guy ran into a huge apartment building complex, and, you know, he went in the building. I mean, and it's like, oh shit! Like, I actually got frightened a little bit thinking about, holy fucking hell, what would I, you know, like, what if that was your building and this crate, and he was armed? He was armed. I can't remember if he had fired at anybody, but, you know, like, so now you got this situation where, okay, there's God knows what's happening in that fucking building, but you know he's in there. Like, so, okay.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go.
For him to go. He's got
now. Right. Unless you literally went in the attic or something and somehow, I don't know, they got every side of the building covered. You're not, what are you going to do?
Used your GTA cheat codes to spawn a helicopter on the roof.
Yeah, exactly. Bad boys, what you going to do? Hangs back and lets paparazzi. Yeah. I mean, it really is fascinating. But anyway, I mean, in some ways, we're the helicopter here. You know, we're hovering from a distance with the lens zoomed in a little bit, not too close. I don't, you know, the closer we get, the worse he looks. But just waiting until, you know, until they run, you know, to the next area, and we'll keep our eye on him there. But I mean, at some point, this motherfucker is gonna, like, you know, yeah. Is he? I mean, is he melting down now? I don't think so, not yet. But well, there's another clip.
Slow meltdown. This
slowest meltdown ever.
Chernobyl explosion. This has been like a 3 Mile Island.
Kind of fitting for the meme stock thing, though, because this whole thing is such a long con. Like, it's such a long grift. Like, whether it was intended to be this by whoever thought of it originally or not, I mean, which wasn't Trey and Matt, but they're long gone. I mean, Trey especially. Holy shit. I mean, and he's been, you know, it would almost be a shock, like a too much of a shock if they just disappeared overnight, you know? It would be, it would have like post-grifter depression or something, like, just because I'm so used to seeing Donahue George and these guys make asses of themselves every day. Like, who am I going to hear say, you know, you're being lied to by everyone and everything so that you make bad decisions? I need to hear that so I feel better. Okay, last Marantz. So there's this one here. This is different. Oops. Oh, fuck.
Whoopsies, copied the link instead of...
I know. Yeah, you saw. Oh, you saw that? Damn it. Well, it happens, right? Uh-huh.
It happened.
All right. And what? See, I'm not trying to hide that.
Like, I had somebody write me a very direct message to me, and it said, hey, you know, Marantz, you say GameStop, you say this, you say that, and then look at GameStop, it's trash and goes sideways for 3 years. And I'm like, okay, well, look at my NVIDIA stock's up. And this was Buddy who was typing to me. And Buddy, really, at this point, Buddy, I mean, you're an older guy. You're 56 years old. You're a retired gentleman. And I'm just going to tell you this straight from my mouth.
Retired at 56?
Now, sounds like he's doing a lot better than you.
Yeah. I mean, that Marantz...
It's good on him.
That, Marantz, is why you really want to seriously consider working for a union employer. Okay? I know you like your Costco. I don't think they're union, are they? I don't know.
No.
56, that sounds like a union retiree right there. Anyway, I don't know about Costco. I'll look that up. I'm curious now. I don't think they are.
Get a life.
Communist propaganda.
Like, this whole conversation between what we talk about here or what I talk about is literally building wealth and what is GameStop and what the potential can be. I can't make every trade for you, and I can't tell you that you made...
You've been destroying wealth.
Oh my God. I got to go back and see that again because I was actually typing something.
The wealth of all of your viewers.
Wow. Okay, let me go back. That's
video stock's up, and this was Buddy who was typing to me. And Buddy, really, at this point, Buddy, I mean, you're an older guy. You're 56 years old. You're a retired gentleman. And I'm just going to tell you this straight from my mouth.
They do have some unionized stores. But it just happened. I mean, it's not, I mean, it's newer. They become unionized, which is better than Walmart, you know, for my union supporters out there. But, you know,
mouth to your...
I mean, the thing is, that's probably why he thinks he has a good job. You know, it probably wasn't always great. Anyway.
You need to get a life. Like, this whole conversation between what we talk about here or what I talk about is literally building wealth and what is GameStop. I can't make every trade for you, and I can't tell you that you made a good or bad trade. Do I care that you have NVIDIA shares? Apparently you're up 50% on NVIDIA. You've been buying it at 480 when it was at the peak of what it was? I don't know who's...
Well, when it was at the peak of what it was, you mean an all-time high? And
it's back to the video. He's had to do a lot of damage control on the video. I've realized recently.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's real salty
about how the only reason Nvidia was up was because they're pump priming the stock with their share rebuyback program, and it's just so blitheringly ignorant.
I know.
To understand NVIDIA and why it's been up, you have to. I know this is a little difficult for Marantz and some of these fucking stock pumper morons, but you kind of have to understand the business.
Yeah.
NVIDIA is the GPU company. Okay, if a company is going to get one of these, like, not even just AI programs, but any sort of, you know, professional grade server that's going to have a GPU, you're going to get an NVIDIA, because AMD is so far behind NVIDIA on this, because NVIDIA got the, they patented the CUDA core technology, the processing that is used for
yeah. Say whatever you want about AMD. AMD forever.
Just to be clear, like
AMD forever.
For us non-professional users, AMD is perfectly fine. You don't need an NVIDIA card. But
yeah, I agree.
Go ahead and then leave that up there. But so they license out the whole CUDA core technology and make money off of that. It's the stuff that's used for all this AI, other non-GPU standard stuff like graphics. It's why mining is much more powerful as far as crypto mining on an NVIDIA card. Now, price to performance, we can get into that discussion, but that's not the topic here. Okay.
No.
So the reason why NVIDIA is seeing such returns on this AI bubble is because they practically have a monopoly on the professional space. And it makes up 80% of their sales, which will cut both ways when this bubble pops. But for right now, that's why NVIDIA's up. I did the math on it. Their entire share buyback facility, they've already, done $3 billion worth of the $25 billion that he's going to bring up, or 26 or whatever it is. That doesn't even cover 1 day trading volume. If they were to just liquidate that whole facility, it wouldn't even cover 1 day's trading at current prices for NVIDIA. He is so fucking full of shit because he needs to damage control the fact that if people bought NVIDIA instead of GameStop after the, we'll even subtract that huge spike up. Let's say 2022.
Yeah.
GameStop is down 50%. NVIDIA is up 300%. Which stock would you like to have bought in 2022? Okay, that's the problem he's having right now.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I mean, it's okay. It's a tricky one because I could see that. I mean, if I had the capital to do it, I mean, think about the generational wealth that you could have generated if let's just say, I mean, god damn, if you had
it's been parabolic since the start of this year.
Yeah, I know. It's truly, like, legitimately, that is a like almost perfectly parabolic. Now, I say this about the weather in Ohio lately, but because we've had these spikes, these days where it got like in February got it for like 75 or something. Yeah. Okay, is it going to stay up there? Is it likely to stay up to 75 if it spikes up there one day? It was 45 the previous day, and no, it's probably not. Now, sometimes maybe you got a couple days, but generally speaking, yeah, you have ups and downs, just like prices will go up and down slightly, and then you'll have a large move, and then, well, that's not sustainable because it was so quick, and the liquidity conditions and all the everything. So or just simply put, buyers and sellers are not meeting at those prices, at those levels, for whatever reason. We don't know, but they aren't. I mean, so yeah, I mean, you're going to sustain a higher level if you gradually consolidate and get there in a stepwise manner rather than a leap. Leaps, jumps or skips or gaps. With gaps, that's better. That's the word I was looking for. Gaps are like, what do gaps want to do? I mean, they want to be filled in. So, I mean, it doesn't always happen. Doesn't always have to happen. I don't want to get into a discussion about that, but it doesn't. Nothing has to happen. Yeah, nothing has to happen. And when you say something will happen, I mean, yeah, okay, it will happen 10 years from now, and then I'll be right, but that won't matter. So, no, we're talking about, the 3 to 30 months or something like that, whatever, the near time horizon that the market is pricing to, which is somewhere in that range. and it adjusts, and it's not always the same. And how do you tell? And who knows? But whatever, it's the consensus is this is what it is. So but just think of the generational wealth. Okay, especially after this here. This is what's this right here. The fact that it did this to me, if I had the money, this is where I would have loaded the fucking boat, as to use an ape phraseology, on call options.
That one time frame, it basically doubled.
I wanted, call options somewhere in this range here, in this time range, in this strike price range, because you would have been able to close those call contracts. You could even, the higher you go, the cheaper the contracts are going to be, the less payoff. So, you work it out, you figure it out, whatever. Go to option strat, model it, see what your gains could be. I don't advise to do that now, because it will be very sad, because that ain't going to happen again. It ain't going to happen again, and it ain't going to happen on the way down either. I think that people who think they're going to be able to buy long puts and do this on the way down are going to get crushed just as much as people, who are getting rug pulled now. But there's just a hunch, because that happened on pretty much all of these. IV is going to fucking crush everybody out. But anyway, you could have closed.
The arbitrage trade. I could have made a lot more if the IV hadn't just compressed right as the arbitrage closed.
So, always a concern, but you could have closed these fucking contracts at $200 in the money. $200 in the money. In the money by $200. I almost feel like I want to look now. I want to look, because I'm so curious. And this is something that never do this. Don't do this at home. Never. I'm telling people, especially if you are not,
it'll only make you feel worse.
Right. Those and see, this is the media is a toxic piece of shit, because how many times have you seen, if you had invested $1,000 in Apple stock in 1994,
they are so clickbait.
This is how much you'd have now.
It
doesn't help. It doesn't help. It makes people make emotional decisions even worse. But anyway, that's another fucking thing. Okay, shut the fuck. Don't listen to anybody. Okay, except me. No, just kidding. But listen to me when I tell you not to listen to anybody. Okay, Nvidia. God fucking
sit dealing absolutes.
Yeah. Okay, so January
an interesting
25. January 25 has 315 days remaining. Well, these are going to be expensive. Okay, I know that, but I know. But see, okay, here's the thing. It doesn't even matter what strike price. We can go up to 1,000. We can go past where it went. It doesn't matter. We're closing them so early. We're nowhere near expiration. This shit has months until it closes. So, all right, let me go back. Now, we can't go back in time. Well, that's all right. Whatever.
The way you can do that is if you had Thinkorswim.
True. Yeah, you know what? You're right. But whatever. You can be forward-looking, too. It doesn't matter. So, it's basically what we're looking at here. I just plug in let's just double it. Let's just double it from now. It's going to be quick and dirty, but so, Andy, I have no idea, but just based off of the deltas alone, let's just say that it goes to $2,000. Okay. $2,000. This is one contract for a debit of $13,000. Okay.
You make almost $100,000
in profit, 92 grand in profit. And that's with no IV being added. You know that IV would be it would be wild. So, as it's going up, probably. Now, I can't pull it up IV because I don't have that fidelity thing, but let's just say it doubles. Let's just say that we add another 50% to the IV, which, this is, IV is calculated. It's not really, it's not an existing discrete value. It's calculated by the option pricing formula. So, in other words, there's everything else that goes into it, and then IV comes out of it. We know how much the option is selling for in the market. We know what the underlying stock price is. We know how many days there are to expiration. We know if it's in the money. We know all these parameters. With that, with the Black-Scholes formula, IV is calculated, which is kind of funky to think about because we think of it as influencing the price, which it does, but in a derivative way, in that it's it comes out of a derivative formula. So it's a little funky. Nobody controls IV though. I mean, I thought years ago that it was something that could be manipulated directly, like somehow they could juice that number up and down. It does change with all of the other parameters though, so it's not really like that. It's calculus. It's complicated. So it's a bit. There are 7 variables that go into pricing options, and all but one of them are known values that are plugged into the formula. The one that isn't known is IV. So that's the one that's always the wild card for this. But anyway, I'm getting really rambly because I'm tired. So that's not really adding a lot. Actually, it added about it took us up over 100K on that. I think also on these Greeks, as delta and gamma increase, the other Greeks are impacted as well in different ways, and I don't know how, but I'm going to guess it's probably something to do with that as to why it's not adding a lot here. Plus, it's only 50 already, but it's telling us that we'd have 51 delta at that point. So obviously it's going to be a little different from going back in time, and when we close it or whatever. But I'm just trying to say here, if you had yourself 25K that you could play around with, and you could have, I don't know, maybe bought 2 of these at your normal price, like whatever it was. So these are, that's not the normal price of what it was. That was the other price. You'd be spending you buy 2 contracts, 25K to 200K. I mean, in one trade. I mean, it wouldn't work out like that. You'd never sell it at the right time. It's a lot of money to gamble with. But I mean, this is a pretty compelling chart. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I was not shorting or trying to play puts on the downside here, especially after this went on for months. This is not a chart that's going to collapse anytime soon. That's the reality, right? I mean, the
thing is like even though I think that the bubble's going to eventually pop, and maybe that's what this candle on Friday was a bunch of people getting out because they think this next week with all the craziness going on, they're like, I want to take some profit on this huge gooseneck. But even then, I wouldn't short it. I wouldn't do puts because I don't feel like getting out in front of a semi truck.
Yeah, and you would know, right?
Look, I'm like a wolf. I'm like a lion. When I want to go get puts on something or short something, I want to go pick on fucking beyond meats of the world. The things that people are rallying up that I know are absolute dumpster fires that I can just,
And that's what it's supposed. That's what it is.
After the healthy animals, they go after the weak and sickly.
Right. I mean, yeah. There
And
sometimes.
even if it came down, it's still a really fucking good company.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Unless there's some fraud that comes out or some overstatement of revenues or something. But I mean,
Which I don't think I don't think that's what's happening.
I don't think so either.
Lucky that they've had two bubbles that they can jump from. When the crypto
Right.
popped, it moved on to AI.
Yeah.
Now crypto's kind of back into it, so now it's swinging its dick around with two bull theses.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I mentioned this before in the last stream. You got a situation now where you got increased call volume on the tech names like Nvidia and Palantir and all that. So they're being rallied up through that mechanism. At the same time, indices are going down, and you got more put volume and open interest on those. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's not really that. I don't want to say it's obvious, you know, for reasons that everybody knows, but and I don't want to say it was obvious that this was going to go up, because I certainly didn't. I mean, I didn't have the money. I maybe could have drained my bank account and done something. It would have been less of a quote unquote sure thing then, because the cheaper the contract you buy, you know, the less chance. I mean, that's the reality. It's a very much so you have to spend money to make money when it comes to this, you know, game. And then even that can fuck you. But, you know, but like for one, you know, 2023, you know, risk on type of thing, this probably would have been, you know, the one to do. Beyond that, beyond meat, no. I don't even know what you would do.
We're talking about the indices, and you can really tell how narrowly that the stock market is trading right now, because Nvidia was down 5%, and look what it fucking.
I know.
QQQ, it fucking beat the shit out of it.
Yep. Right. Yeah. And I mean,
a little over 1% today, and most of that was all the tech darlings, the very thin part of the market where everyone's buying, the one of the few spots everyone's buying.
1.5. Yeah.
Went and
I mean,
the bed.
And think of this: Nvidia
Tesla
only lost. It only lost 5.5%, and that was $51. I mean, you were, you know, 9.25.
But it was a lot to.
Well, it's weighted so much.
NASDAQ.
It's a huge. I mean, the market cap right now. The market cap is what? I'm on the wrong thing. Nvidia market cap right now is basically 2.2 trillion.
Jesus.
2.2 trillion. Okay. Apple.
The global economy is what, like 89 trillion?
I think Apple is 2.64. So
trillion.
Apple is 2.6 trillion. Well, AMD, of course, is only about 300 billion. What are the other huge? Amazon, 1.82. Tesla. I mean, Tesla is even anywhere close to that. Yeah, 500 billion. That's small potatoes, man. Come on, Elon. He's going to get in trouble. He's going to start getting in trouble here soon. I mean, he's going to stop. He's going to, you know.
Today, didn't you hear that
I didn't.
Like sometime this week, the creditors for his Twitter were talking collateral with him.
Done soon.
So he might have to restructure collateral to keep the Twitter loans afloat.
And I don't know if you know.
It's not bullish for Tesla shareholders at all.
No.
If he has to unload for collateral, that's coming out of Twitter. I mean, not Twitter, out of Tesla.
Right. I mean, so, and then I don't know. Are you hip to the channel Common Sense Skeptic? You know him, them.
Yeah. I love that
right.
channel.
Okay.
The video that he just put out about his actual net worth.
I don't know if I saw that last one, but it was the second to last one.
All these like private tech startups with their retarded valuations and.
Right. No. I was just thinking of actually the one before the second to last one, where he talked about Blue Origin and SpaceX, and I mean, it's quite a contrast. First of all, by the way,
that was such clear fraud.
Oh, yeah. I don't see how it's not, but it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward with different people giving those contracts out, and with already some of them having been reassigned up to Blue Origin, which, I don't, I never knew anything about Blue Origin, but it's kind of, they're kind of intriguing, honestly, because of the way that they've done things is so diametrically opposed to the way that Elon Musk did it. In almost every way, it was done much better, much smarter, and much more successfully, which is crazy.
With his own money. And
with his own money, and not only that, he put his life on. He put his life on the line. He went up in the fucking thing. Bezos did.
That is what, like,
that gives it some credibility.
Memorialize, not to memorialize Bezos, but that's what being a capitalist is supposed to be. You put your balls on the line.
You don't just do it from the comfort of your office or through shitty, memos or whatever, tweets or whatever the fuck, or through your mouthpiece. No, you handle it. You do it. If you say that this is trustworthy and you trust it with your life, then you fucking demonstrate that successfully. Then you're a success.
Climbing into one of SpaceX's rockets.
I've never seen him drive a Tesla. I mean, he probably has, but he probably does. And maybe I have even. But I mean, come on. Like, how are we still under? And I'll tell you what, man. There was when was this? It was this week sometime. I was watching a MSNBC segment on YouTube, and it's a little bit too long to watch now, and I'll get dinged on copyright again. But
yeah, you get copyright struck again.
Yeah, I should just post it or something. I don't know. That's what people do. But it was like that one. I can't remember any of their names. Well, Rachel Maddow was on there. The younger guy was on there with the guy with glasses. Anyway, it was like, a few of their anchors or their commentators, whatever, they were talking about Elon Musk and SpaceX and whatever. They were, this is the first time, I don't remember hearing the mainstream media like that. MSNBC is like ultra mainstream liberal media, right? Like GE fucking media. Like, this is some like vanilla fucking corporate media. They were like openly criticizing and almost borderline bashing Elon Musk, like talking about his unfulfilled promises, joking about his promises.
Up to this point, ever since
I hadn't seen that. It's fascinating because it makes me question things, and hear me out on this, because I've thought Elon was a clown for years. I've never been a fan of Elon Musk, never. And I'm not saying that I'm a genius. I don't think it takes a genius either, though.
I never really had an opinion until the Twitter deal happened, and then I found, the common sense skeptic.
Common sense skeptic is such
how he's going to hold a Tesla, and it was like, wow, this guy is he is a fraud.
Two people opened my. I always was just like, yeah, this guy's a capitalist. He's ultra, slimy. I don't like him. I'm not a believer in the EV revolution. That it's going to save everything. 'Cause and so I've never really cared. Then there was he tweeted, use Signal in January 2021 before the GameStop squeeze, and this unrelated stock, I showed it before, SIGL, which is not the company that created Signal. Signal is a nonprofit. It's some biotech holding company that's a penny stock. That stock shot up to like $70. People pumped the fucking shit out of it. Then and like that was the beginning of the meme stock thing for me, honestly. That right there, that day. And Signal Advance is what it's called. It's an OTC bullshit stock. This is nothing. There, here it is.
It was $70.85.
Right. And I look, I already had this on the chart. Here's what he said. Use Signal. He said that on January 7th. And then, oh boy, Reddit and the Robinhood clowns. I don't even know if it was Robinhood clowns, honestly, because this is an OTC and they didn't have any OTCs then.
I have a story like this, but I'll let you finish.
Yeah. And then 2 days later, or the following month, that was a Thursday, he tweeted it. The following Monday, this shit went up to $70.85 on volume of over 2 million. Before any of this shit happened, you had volume as low as 400 shares and average maybe, in a couple thousand. Okay. This was the beginning of the meme stock thing for me, at least. This is the first, and this happened before the GameStop squeeze. So I think it really, and I didn't know what it was going to be. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know what it was going to be, but I noticed this. I saw this. I found this. Found it when I was doing a scan or something on stocks that rose a lot or something. I forget. It was a long time ago, but this was it. This was the beginning of the clownery that I saw, and I was like, "Holy shit! Can I short this thing?" Well, it's not optionable, and Yeah. So you could short it, OTC. I don't know how that works. I don't trade OTC, but yeah. Like
most brokerages like Fidelity, unless you have a specialized platform that specializes in like shorting stuff. I've been told on these platforms where they will get you a locate, on just about anything.
Yeah.
You'll have to pay the cost to borrow.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was pretty retarded on this.
Yeah.
But they'll get you a locate.
It might be. I don't know.
It's like that's too risky for it to be on our books. We're not going to get you a locate if we don't.
Yeah, and I think on some level too, Fidelity, the clientele, by and large, that
they look out for you where they're like, look, this is a asset move. We're not going to let you. We don't think you're adult enough for handling this.
Mm-hmm. In unrelated, this is unrelated, but is related in a sense that it's mania, speculation bubble related. They changed, and I think this was in 2020. They relaxed the rules on accredited investors. Unaccredited investors can invest in equity Kickstarter campaigns. Regulation FD, regulation fair disclosure. Or I'm sorry, not FD. CW or CF crowdfunding, regulation crowdfunding. Which like you could say that, like, all right, these equity Kickstarter things, whatever, the public unaccredited small investors should be able to invest in them. You could also say that unless you have $1 million and you have a minimum investment or whatever, this is too risky. So we're going to limit it to accredited investors. I'm not sure really if it was a win or not for retail investors. I don't think it really matters. I don't know how much people are going to be doing that. Maybe even small amounts though. So maybe, but I guess the concern is after that company it's a Kickstart that's not an equity Kickstarter. It just goes to the company, right? When that company gets sold or anything, you don't get anything out of that because you just gave money to the company. You have no equity. Whereas with the equity one, crowdfunding, you obviously do. So you'll get a piece of that when it goes parabolic or whatever. So, but it's also riskier. So I don't know. It might be 6 or half a dozen. I'm not sure.
On that Signal one, I had a same situation like that, and I can't remember the exact date. Apparently, Tesla had been getting batteries from this Redwood company. I can't remember what the exact company name was, but I was holding a REIT called Redwood Trust, and RWT. And when the news came out that Tesla it's a private battery company. It doesn't even publicly trade.
Oh, okay.
So I noticed there was this huge spike on RWT or Redwood Trust. It's a REIT.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't super big. It wasn't like that big.
Yeah.
A spike that happened based on news, and then it dissipated because people thought that that investment trust was Elon Musk related.
Was it back here in 2020 or?
It was. I want to say it was like 21 or 22. Let me see if I can.
I'm looking at it here, but I don't. I'm just looking for big pops.
November. No, that's not the right news.
They have a quarterly dividend.
Yeah, it was a battery recycling company.
Ah.
They got involved with Tesla. Tesla co-founder.
I mean, well,
over $1 billion to boost EV batteries.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't even remember what the Tesla executive is. So it must have been 23. No, it wasn't 23. Because I know it was like before I really got into being on here. So like I can't find it exactly.
Well, you got August 29th, 2023. Tesla co-founders Redwood raises over $1 billion to boost EV battery materials business. So he JB Straubel, who is he was a Tesla co-founder and board member. Maybe he was a founding board member. I got the Forbes article right here. So Redwood Materials is what we want here. We want Redwood Materials. Yeah. That's the name of it, Redwood Materials. But we've got Redwood Trust, and so that's where the confusion came in, right, for people. And so they bought this.
Yeah, and then
where'd it go?
A bump there, and
it
wasn't anything crazy, but it was like,
here it is,
guys. You could do a little bit of research, maybe.
So it's a lithium-ion recycling company, and that remanufactures batteries. It raised more than $1 billion in a new funding round.
August 10th, 2022, Tesla Giga Nevada will source copper foil from Redwood Materials this year. That, I think, was what?
August 10th, 22 or 3? I'm sorry.
22.
Oh, okay. August. This one? It's red on mine.
Makes sense because
it's red on mine, but it's probably yeah.
And then came back down.
Yeah. Oh, it's staying red though.
Yeah.
You said the 10th?
I bet it opened really high.
Yeah.
And people realized, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. Yep. And the volume is red too. Okay, I was not looking in the right place. Okay, yeah, there we are right there. Okay, I'll put a vertical line on it. There we go. That's it. Wednesday, August 10th, 2022. So it started high. It gapped up or something probably, and then maybe, somebody, people started, it's like, well, why is it selling off? Well, and then people realize that, wait a minute, Redwood Materials isn't even listed at all anywhere. It's not even a tradable security, is it? Like, there's nothing out there. Wait a minute. So what's this then? I don't know. We're just buying it because everybody else is buying it, and I know that's what happened with a lot on that Signal thing too. I mean, I bet I could go to Reddit if I felt like dealing with Reddit search. Actually, you know what? Best. Are you familiar with this one? Socialgrep.com. It's odd, and it's certainly odd. And for anybody who's curious, oh, come on. Is it because I am? Is this? I don't know what the hell. My internet's really slow right now for some reason, but Socialgrep.
Got a lot of tabs going.
I do, but I mean, there's nothing. Socialgrep.com. Come on.
It may just be that their servers are.
Well, anyway, okay, yeah. Here we go. You can search better on Reddit. Reddit search kind of sucks, if I do say so myself. So you can search for different things. But anyway, I'm not going to do it because I'm going down a rabbit hole here, and it's already 4 almost. So, but
I got to hear the rest of this.
See, because of me. So somehow, me calling out the fraud and corruption in the market is going to cause new investors to come in and invest in AMC. It's the most illogical thing in the world. But
well, I would agree.
Spin. It requires its own orbit.
That, I mean, okay, yeah, I see your spin, but listen, you know, is what he said, what I heard was the idea that somebody could come here and listen to me and would be convinced to buy AMC is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, well, no, he's saying that he's full of shit. He's saying that nobody's going to listen to him. I think that's what he's saying. I mean, he's arguing that it's a ridiculous argument that to say, you know, that people are going to buy into it because they listen to him calling out the fraud and corruption. Yeah, they probably aren't going to listen to you because you're a clown. Like, why would they? I mean, he's calling himself out.
Like, I get what he's trying to say.
I know
that
that's not what he's trying to say. Yeah,
to shill for the hedgies by saying that you're afraid of people investing into AMC because they might listen to me and figure out how it really works. You know, that
right.
sort of thing. But like the way he, like you said, that he kind of scoffs at that. Like, okay, then so you're saying that you're kind of a nobody,
right? Yeah, but I think it is weird. It's a weird thing. Like, and you know, this is like that ambivalence that is the same, cut from the same cloth, maybe as like well, they can manipulate it now, but they can't manipulate it forever sentiment, where it's like, I want to have it both ways, and I want my cake, and I want to eat it too, you know, whenever I want to. And it's like
a new cake that manifests itself every day.
Right. Because they owe it to us. Well, no, they don't. Whoever they are, whoever you think they are, they're, I don't know. They don't exist. I mean, I don't think they exist, really.
And even if they did, no one owes you anything.
No one owes you anything.
They, which you've never defined, has done anything. Like, assume that there is some secret cabal. Like, what evidence do you have that they did anything to you that you deserve some sort of recompense for?
And, well, yeah. I mean, that's a big one, because there's never any evidence that's shown for anything, let alone for that. I mean, they can show stuff, whether it's relevant or not. I mean, it's usually not, but yeah, he doesn't even try. He doesn't even show anything. He doesn't even attempt to show anything. He never does. I don't think one time he's actually showed data.
Got a law degree, and it was put on the New York bar.
Have you ever seen the TV show Suits? I think I asked you this.
There had to be some like fucking, you know,
Nick Suckery
fall from grace moment that happened somewhere in between there, and now we got this idiot.
You ever seen the TV show Suits? I think it was on USA maybe a few years ago, but it's a kid that's,
I've heard of it, but I haven't
it's
watched
dumb. It's dumb as fuck. But, you know, basically the guy that the kid does is he takes the bar exam for new lawyers for them to pass, because he has this photogenic memory and he can get whatever score he wants. He can literally fine tune his answers to get whatever score for different people. So that's how he doesn't get caught. It's retarded. It's the dumbest fucking show I've ever heard. And Meghan Markle was in it, and she's fucking terrible. And I'm sorry for any Meghan Markle fans. She's a terrible actor. She sucks. I've never seen. I mean, it's cringy. I knew it was cringe. It was cringy then, before any of the royal family stuff. She's bad. But anyway, sorry, that's opinion. I know. Got to make it a little. I got to add some controversy in here or there. Yeah, I got to add some controversy somewhere here, because the other shit that we're talking about, this is all incontrovertible. This is fucking written in fucking stone, in laser. It's laser engraved into onyx, pure onyx or titanium, whatever your favorite material, hard material, it's there. Yeah. I don't know how either.
because even when he talks about basic concepts of the law, I mean, he's talking about shit that he is not anywhere close to being a party to, that he's going to sue and do all this shit. It's like, no, you're not. You have absolutely no claim to anything there, even if you're a shareholder. Like, that doesn't give you, and his conception of fiduciary duty is, I don't even know. Well, I have no idea what galaxy that's in.
That one, because,
well, he says basically that Adam Aaron is responsible for the share price going down so much. Like, it's his responsibility to do something about it,
no.
Because retail investors have lost a lot of money.
Like, in a very vague general sense, but that isn't fiduciary.
Yeah, right. But here, let's see. God, look at all this crap. I mean, look at so many videos a day. It's no. There's six videos today. 8,
5, 6, 7, 8.
8. Yeah, that's yesterday. So 8 videos. Yep. Where the fuck is it now? I got
last 24 hours.
Yeah.
What the
8.
actual fuck? This guy is the shit factory.
Yeah.
He's pumping out those good rolls like his life depends on it.
If AMC or banks crash the market in 2024, will gold and silver be a great hedge against losses?
Oh, Jesus.
If bad actors were counterfeiting Gucci bags the way they counterfeited AMC, would there be arrests?
Title is that? What?
Yeah, Gucci bags. He's trying for different demographic hooks, I think. I don't know. GME days to cover their counterfeit shorts dropped to 17.89. Did they cover any short positions? Counterfeit shorts?
Have you ever understood that the point of a title is brevity, conveying a message?
I don't know.
In the shortest amount of words possible?
AMC ape share. Oh, this one. Oh, God. This one fucking.
List of my content. Like, I think this is the best title I've come up with so far. I really appreciate that Vinco Ventures ticker symbol is BBIG, but Mark Bazile is a big disaster. I've communicated the entirety of my 5-minute video in just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words.
Yeah.
Amazing.
AMC here. This one. I literally was driving. This is the last time I ever watched one of his videos when I was driving, because it was not good. AMC ape shares still being traded after delisting. Does AA have fiduciary responsibility to stop it? Okay.
No, because
first of all,
over the shares after they've been issued.
But I don't think that they're being traded.
Beauty works, my dude.
I don't think that they could possibly be traded, because they were. I mean, weren't they canceled?
They were already converted over, but the conspiracy theory is that on the foreign market
no,
been delisted yet. So.
Right, and the question is it Adam Aaron's responsibility? And I agree with you. And no, it's not, because that's not his securities. Like, and it's not ours either. So let's be clear about that. We don't actually own them. We have a contractual conference of ownership rights given to us by the kind people at Seed and Company, given to our broker, by the kind dudes down at Seed and Company, in conjunction with the DTCC. But we really don't need to know that. But just to be complete, because we don't technically own it, but for all intents and purposes, we do own it. So we own the ownership right. If it goes up, we get to keep that money. That's all that matters. That's the only thing. This is the thing that these clowns.
Spotify. You don't
own it.
Own the music,
but you can listen to it.
Spotify lets you rent it, basically.
And that's all you need to do when you're running, or you're driving, or you're in a fucking toilet, whatever. You just need to listen to the music. You need to get that. unless you're a hoarder or you have other, I mean, there are mental health conditions.
I need to directly register my copies of the Beatles that are on Spotify, the actual physical copies.
I mean, okay.
So I can squeeze the hedgies on my.
my dad, my father has a vinyl album LP collection. Okay, and he's got a couple thousand albums. Like from his childhood in the 70s and whatever, and he's got a lot of, and Lynn and I have talked about this, he's got a lot of original issue albums, like the original issue on the original label, coveted copies of a lot of great, just classic albums, like just monumental, like Hall of Fame artists, like original issues of the Beatles' White Album, for example, and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I won't sell that collection when it gets passed to me, but I can't help but think about how much some of those are worth from a collectible standpoint. Anyway, but so what I'm saying, I guess, is those physical copies are worth something, but not because it's just that you can listen to it. In fact, he doesn't listen to that. He is not going to, and he's not going to be okay with me listening to it. Like, I know how to operate the turntable. I've been doing that since I was a kid. He taught me how to do it. I don't know if he would want me to listen to those, to like some of those type of things. I probably could convince him, like, oh, come on, look, we've never listened to it. Let's do it. Okay. But that's because that's the thing that where the value is. Oops. So, with this, like, it's your stock, and this is the same thing with MMTLP. This is the same thing why it wasn't illegal for it to trade, right? Because it doesn't have to be issued.
The company went and
it doesn't have to be, but they don't have to. Right. They don't have to. It doesn't have to be issued in the secondary market in order for it to trade. Like, I have a collection of.
Got a QSIP, someone who owned the shares, the baseball cards.
Right.
I love the
an owner. Yes.
The best one.
An owner of shares.
Issued the baseball cards. What you do with the baseball cards is your own business. The company has no control over it. Topps cannot tell me I cannot sell my my Joe Montana rookie card to someone else down the street. They have no fucking control over that.
Or I have a Ford Escape that I want to sell my Ford Escape, and I want to buy another. I want to buy a Toyota. Okay, well, I can sell my Ford to somebody. I can sell it to an institution like a dealership, or I can sell it to another person, or I can sell it to a small, like I can sell it to a broker even. I can sell it to somebody who buys cars and sells cars. Like, that's my right, and as long as we handle it the right way, we're free to trade money for a vehicle at any price that we can agree on. Like, so I can ask, $6,000, and you can say, well, you know what? I'm a broker. I know what it's worth. I know what I can sell it for. I'll give you $4,800 for it, because I can probably only sell it for $6,000 or whatever. However it works out, however your finances dictate. This is why it will never be Adam Aaron's responsibility to stop anything or to for anything in the market whatsoever, because it has nothing to do with him.
Fiduciary duty is to run the company in a
his
manner, and
his fiduciary duty is for the company not to lose money.
Management of that company.
Right. The company could be wildly successful, like to the moon. The stock price could go to the moon. Everything could go parabolic, and there could be traders who would lose money trading AMC shares. That is absolutely possible. It all depends on how you do it, when you do it. We know, like, you could see a fucking 5, 10, 15, 20% swing in one day. So you could, if you had traded it at the beginning of the day, maybe you would have cleaned up You would have made some serious coin, as they say. But if you had waited because you were greedy, for example, because you wanted more, and it went down, and oh, this one's going to be the one that bounces. Oh, no, this one's going to be the one that bounces, and it doesn't ever bounce, then you lost money, but you could have made money. That double makes it your fucking fault for being a dumbass. So, like, what do you want the fucking CEO to do? Give you a fucking automated call? Hey, you better sell your shares. Give them access to your brokerage account so their AI can fucking do it? Like, for real. That's why I want to say, what would have to be in place in order for what these fucking clowns believe and push every fucking day? Like Jabba the Hutt here, sitting here like a fucking sloth. Fucking, like, what in the fuck? What in the fuck? Why are you telling people this?
Quick, Manuel, if you're still on, I need a Photoshop.
I don't know.
Now. Stat.
I'll screenshot it. I'll give you the copy of this. Here he is. I mean, Manuel can Photoshop it to his heart's content. But like, for real, what would it take for this crap to have any legitimacy, like in any way? Like, you can't reconcile this. It's a misunderstanding. It's a lack of understanding of trading and corporate finance, all wrapped up into one fucking giant shit in the toilet bowl called Donahue George. Yeah. Go ahead. Talk over his fucking shit. I mean,
it's also a gross misunderstanding of fiduciary duty because,
yes,
as someone who's a lawyer, he should know that fiduciary duty is a two-way street. So there has to be an acknowledgement from both sides that there is some sort of duty. What sort of duty was agreed to by Adam Aaron to manage your fucking stock portfolio?
Everybody is concerned that 8 shares, that's right, AMC.
Okay, so right away, 2 seconds into his fucking spiel, everybody is concerned about ape shares trading. Everybody. Oh, okay.
Which
you don't even find it.
One of his videos, or really a lot of these people's videos, is you need to have like a click up button that brings up the Wikipedia citation needed graphic.
Yeah. The citation needed flag belongs here. Like, and that was exactly where I was going with the next bit. Is you don't even find it like, okay, I'll give you the everybody thing. Everybody does that, right? but you're not even gonna show me a fucking screenshot, which is low quality proof. Screenshots is low quality proof, Mr. Squat. So no. I mean, an article link in the description would be standard practice. It's industry standard for what you're trying to do. No, I got a link to your merchandise store.
Have citations.
No.
None of them.
No. But, okay, but not only that, yeah, everybody and blah, blah, blah. No. Okay, clown. All right, let's go.
8 shares that should have been delisted after the reverse split, they are still being traded.
Where?
Especially really being traded overseas.
They're really being traded overseas. Okay, well, they're not really being traded here, but they really are overseas. Okay, where? Overseas? I don't think so. I don't think they ever. I don't think they ever were. Remember the whole thing about the international people don't get it. It's only United States and Canada holders that get it. Whatever. I don't know exactly why, actually. Because it's a
depository receipt system.
Yeah, that's only works for common shares, right? Like regular ass shares. There's no provisions for
trust would get the apes, and
yeah,
I would assume that
like any stock, basically, right? Because they hold on to it, and they give your broker ownership rights, which is conferred down to you, right? So if you want to trade it, or if you want to cash it in or whatever, whatever you can do with it before it was trading, I don't know what you could do it.
Only for AMC, so they couldn't hold ape.
Yeah.
Buy and sell it and buy more AMC so we can have some more depository receipts on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if they were entitled to anything though, under the depository receipt. That is
they aren't. The
right.
bank that holds the underlying share.
They keep the ape.
Would have been given ape, but since the depository receipt is only for AMC, they probably sold it.
So right. Okay. So AMC depository receipt holders internationally were not. Right. Okay. And they didn't contest that. I don't think, did they? I mean, that was just the way it was. Everybody. I mean, here I go again. Everybody. But I mean, really though, I remember that period of time, and I remember when they were talking about it, and I remember looking into it. Making videos or talking about it.
I mean, there could have been some that did a spin-off ape depository receipt, and then
I don't think there were. I don't remember hearing about it.
Like a lot of hassle, and most.
I don't think so.
Bro, not doing that.
Well, because the share that is held in custody for the depository receipt, I mean that's held in a bank's name, right? I mean, a bank is going to sponsor that, I guess is what they say. So, it can be sponsored or non-sponsored, as I think I've learned from Brad at Becker. I think, didn't I? Or did I? I don't remember. Did I? Okay, I thought I did. Yeah, it was a refresher because I had learned about that before, but Brad helped me remember that detail. But yeah. So I mean, wouldn't that would be they would get the would get the
ape, and then they could decide what they want to do with it.
Right.
I can almost say with 100% certainty they sold them and then just bought more AMC.
Well, and the thing is too, I don't even know if they were they obliged to do that? Were they obliged to put it back into AMC?
They're not obliged to. No, they probably could have just.
They could have kept the money. They could have just kept that money, right?
Sold the ape and convert it as a cash dividend. They could have just. I don't think they could have sold it and just pocketed the money because it's technically property of the shareholders. So that first one seems likely, or they could have just to maintain.
I see.
Price roughly, they could have gotten more shares, but that seems unlikely.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Likely to me is they sold it and then just
to add the equity back into AMC that they gained from selling ape, right? Just to equalize it. All right.
By buying more AMC shares.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
They just sold.
Well, just like so, and that's in contrast to in short selling where that type of thing would be really, and that's where I actually talked to TD Ameritrade about this one time, not on a video, just.
And that's why the spread got wide. I mean, AMC knew this was going to happen because certain ETFs couldn't hold ape, so they just sold it,
right?
And re-added the equity back into.
Yeah, and that's a whole cascading
that spread
thing there.
Way wide at the start.
Short sellers were responsible for paying the dividend to the original shareholder, the lender, the share lender that was used to borrow the share, or that was sold short. So AMC provides one dividend that goes to the holder, the person who purchased the share that was shorted, to them. So the second long position, that dividend that's issued from AMC goes to that one because that's where the share currently is, right?
Correct.
But the lender is also entitled to the dividend to be paid by the short seller. So then this is where they had all this speculation of, the ape is going to cause the squeeze because they won't be able to find that many apes to buy to cover to cover the dividend that they owe, because there's all this crazy short interest. And it's like, well, but they can pay it in cash, first of all. Like,
yes,
they can give it
that with Brad.
Yeah, it can be paid in cash, and that wasn't widely known. That was not widely known at the time.
Standard dividend.
It was not widely known. I mean, we knew it, and we pretty sure we talked about it but that's going back kind of far from my memory. But, you know, so there didn't have to be shares. Because at the end of the day, yeah, we're talking about fucking equity. We're talking about money. That's all anybody wants. That's all anybody wants. If anything can be converted to it or worked with in dollars or shares, it doesn't matter, because whoever, you know, the parties are going to convert that security to dollars. Or some other security or something at some point. It's going to be used for something, because there is going to be equity there, which is in contrast to what they've done, where they've just watched it all deflate. They didn't realize, they didn't or understand that, like, okay, yeah, this thing might go to the moon. It might, but it also might not. So if you have money, smoke them while you got them, you know, or speak now or forever hold your peace, because we might be all, I see you all in hell when we all fucking, you know, get wasted, you know, with no hope of climbing out of that fucking black hole. I think that's where it's at now. It's like, yeah, wouldn't it have been better to sell back then? And I don't know. So yeah, I mean, this is some garbage, but apparently now it's still trading though. Even though, I guess, as we kind of work to, it never was.
I would like to see the citation on this trading.
I know.
Because as we explained, it's just not.
But
it's not plausible. Because
but now
it's possible they could have created a spinoff BDO. I mean,
hell, there could be something called Ape now.
So much hassle for the bank. Why would you fucking do that?
Oh, here it is. I found it. Ape. Look, oh my God, it's trading still. Oh my God. It's another signal. Look at this. It's another signal. Yeah, it's another signal.
Is that what they're going with?
I'm he doesn't ever say that, but I don't. He's dumb enough that he could be fooled by it. I mean, honestly.
It's not just, yes, he is dumb enough, but he's not the only person I've heard this from.
Motherfuck. I swear to God. I've had so many opportunities that I've not, well, I didn't realize I had them. This would have been fucking brilliant. A brilliant grift on these apes and the ape grifters themselves, putting this out there as FUD. Holy fucking hell. Think about, you could get so much fucking fervor drummed up over this fucking thing, get people to pump this oh my God. This could have been a fun fucking pump and dump. But some other asshole thought of it first. Well, it's not going so well. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to get it going. It's not going so good though.
Frustration on Twitter that there's also a crypto token that trades as APE. So
there might be. It probably, yeah, I'm sure there is. So look at this. They beat the earnings by 20% on the earnings. And 31% on the revenue. By the way, the revenue was $800,000. So this is a
pathetic
bullshit corporation. I mean, if you even want to call it a corporation, it is not. Also not on the. What is GetTex? I don't even know what GetTex is. This is some weird fucking bullshit. It's OTC of some kind.
GetTex.
I don't even know if we have access to it here. I don't believe that we do. Well, I don't know. What it's Germany.
Financial services provider, according to.
It looks. Oh, it's showing the German flag here with it. So, Lynn, there you go. German flag.
It's probably
German exchange, German broker.
German exchange. Yes, this is where this whole fucking bullshit's coming from.
Is it really?
Oh my goodness.
Do you find something on Reddit?
Yeah. Boom, right there.
Oh.
It's a German exchange.
German exchange. All right.
Motherfucker. That's where all this stupidity is coming from.
Who is paying the dividends on GetTex and Revolut? Now, I am living in Germany and trading NASDAQ stocks on Getex and Revolut. I'm a bit confused about the fact there are numerous stock exchanges. When I buy stocks on Getex and Revolut, is it officially registered on NASDAQ? Second question, it would be great if people would just read about the basics before investing. Stuff like this can be Googled in a minute and way quicker than posting in a comment here.
The dividends paid by the company.
Well, yeah. But
the stock exchange is just the place it's trading on. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, of course, technically there's some other complications there with, short selling and stuff like that. But, you would never know that, though. You would never, I don't think you would. Unless you didn't receive a share.
Oh my goodness, this person is having some real hard time with. Okay.
A central register book that all stock exchanges.
Trouble understanding that there's multiple exchanges that are all responsible for trades, and it just ends up in your brokerage account all the same.
Yeah.
Maybe
little
ETFs
excuse me
for you, and you just trade VU, and you just don't think about actually anything.
And
clearly, thinking is not your strong suit.
But I'll be, to be fair though, that's a perfectly fine, legitimate strategy that works. If you're not, you can always do better than that, but doing that is doing better than doing nothing.
I would disagree.
So
I would say for most people, the VU is the best option because beating the market really fucking hard.
No. I'm saying invest in indexes. I'm saying do not try to beat the market. I'm saying for most people, I'm saying for people who even have trading abilities, it's difficult, like yours truly. So now, trading and investing are two different things. So, and I don't claim to be an investor when I'm talking about trading. So everything here is pretty much talking about trading because we're looking at short terms, in intraday for anything that I would do. But longer term for investing, however, I would never invest in anything like this, so it doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make any difference.
We solved the mystery even without citations in a matter of minutes, and also discovered what the issue was here, that it is a German company trading on a German stock exchange. It is not APE, as in the AMC preferred share. And this retard looked at the ticker and didn't read past the ticker because he's fucking retarded.
It's okay. Yeah, I would feel more comfortable just saying that, not that it's solved, but just that it's likely, explained by, because I would still want to look into that and see if there's any other references to it. There may, make sure the timeline works out. But yeah, probably. I wouldn't call the case closed. I would say that if that's the only thing that came up that's even close to being, supportive of it.
Also, that
no.
If you don't believe that, well, the burden of proof is on him, and all he's showing is this fucking screen cap with his janky ass fucking green screen or AI cutout.
Yeah, with a Bloomberg chart of the ape arbitrage.
Explaining what the fuck's
that's
going on here. So
that's absolutely correct.
Coughs up where his citations are. Who the fuck cares what he says?
Yeah, nobody. And I have a thumbnail for that because I did a video about this exact thing, basically talking about the burden of proof. These apes and their damn fake synthetic teapot. Talking about Russell's teapot. And the burden of proof being on someone who would happen to claim that there is a psychedelically painted teapot that speaks, and this pouring spout as its nose floating around out there in outer space. If you claim that, I know this is crazy, if you claim that, the burden of proof is on you to prove it, not me. So if you claim some shit that is absurd, don't expect me to go try to justify it to figure out if it's right or not. And you didn't even try to? No. that teapot doesn't exist. Otherwise, show me something. The burden of proof is on the person making a claim, not the person to whom a claim is made. That would be retarded. Like, no, I'm not signing up for that. I didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, and
that's below.
Thing, but the other proof again that shows burden of proof, you can't prove a negative. It's why the burden of proof is on the claimant.
That's also true. Yeah.
This teapot doesn't exist, or that.
How in the fuck are you supposed to do? Right.
That's not.
You want me to prove that it's not trading? Okay. Well, I'll do that as soon as you show me that it is. Okay. How about that? That's the way we can handle this. Since you said it first, you go. I'll show you mine if you show me yours first, bitch. And you ain't gonna do that, which is pretty, whatever. I mean, I get it, but come on. So probably is. But listen to what he gets into some shit here.
Now, how can a preferred share that has been delisted still have a cost to borrow being reflected? How could they?
Where's a cost to borrow reflected? There's a cost to borrow being reflected somewhere of ape. Is that so? I'm not aware of this. I don't know where one could find that. Again, it's just like literally the most. Just let's just make it true by saying it. Like it's like, what is it called? It's fuck. It's like fiat truth.
The last recorded short interest for.
Damn it! You beat me to it.
Was 8/24/23.
Oh, wait a minute. No way. That's the last day it traded. Fucking shit. You got to be kidding me.
Oh my God. It's crazy.
This is fiat truth. He's just saying things and hoping that it becomes true. And, that's the problem, I guess, with maybe this fake fiat money that we have. We think we can do this with other shit. We can't. Finance is like nothing else in that sense, I don't think. So you can't just say things and have them become true. I guess that would be called magical thinking, which is pretty unmagical. I mean, it could create some magical fucking pain and heartache.
Buys and sells of a stock that has been delisted.
Let's see them. Show us the trades.
Here's the thing. Adam Aaron claims that he is not responsible for what goes on in the market. Yet.
Well, he's not. I mean, like, that would be like saying that Ford is responsible for my car. Yeah, or if I sell a Ford and somebody buys it and wrecks, that they could sue Ford or me or somebody other than anybody involved in the accident.
You sold a used car with a defect and didn't tell the owner that it's not your fault, it's Ford's fault.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. If it was a disclosed recall that I failed to act on and I knew about it and I sold it with a defective airbag that could have failed or caused a malfunction and somebody died or injured, that Ford would be responsible for it, even though they made a due diligence effort to contact me as the owner, allow me to bring it in for free or have it towed to a shop and correct the problem for free. I declined to do that. So you're going to go sue Ford. Makes sense, I guess. In Donahue George misplaced defendant lottery draw like to pick three, like you got like an action, a defendant, and I don't know, like an action, a plaintiff, and a defendant. Who could fit into these? Well, the apes can't fit in the plaintiff because they have no standing. What? Oh.
The Be Our Guest put our grifting to the test.
Oh, is that Lynn? Oh, God.
A+.
I need to figure out how to do animation so I can make that, and I can do the song, but I need to make, I need an animation of teapots in outer space doing that.
If we can see that ape shares are still being traded on the open market, that is a problem.
Well, clearly they're not on the open market because we can't see them anywhere. So if they were on the open market, now you got to watch your terminology here, Don. Open market is very specific in what it means. I don't see it anywhere on any open market to which we have access. So maybe it's on one of those dark pools. Goddamn communists and their dark pools.
That they are manipulating the price of AMC stock.
What?
Problem for
How?
AMC.
Okay. How?
That shows
Is
Right.
still being traded.
Yeah, I mean, so again, I have a Ford and I sell it to you. That's a transaction between two private individuals in an ad hoc market, right? So what's the fucking difference? The price that we agree to buy and sell my Ford at,
Example.
that has nothing to do with how much they're selling them for over there. Nothing to do with it. If it's even the same thing, which is probably not.
A Ford Focus and I sell a Ford Explorer. Like, those are two different types of cars that are going to have two wildly different prices and have nothing to do with each other.
Right. Yeah. I mean, no. This is
traded on the open market.
Okay.
See that ape shares are still being traded on the open market. That is a problem for AMC. That shows that they are manipulating the price of AMC stock.
Okay, first of all, like you said, who are the they here? He said, and I always say it's an antecedent question here. Like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Because you said AMC, yada, yada, yada. It's a problem for if they, it shows that they are manipulating stock. They being AMC or
these people and their indefinite pronouns continue to frustrate me.
I know it's a pronoun issue. It's a different pronoun issue than the one we've had in recent years. But you know what? I can't. This is one that is, you know, this one is worse to me. This one is worse because at least with the other one, we know that it is referring to a person. We know it's a person. That much we know. Beyond that, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. You know, if you're me, you don't care. But, I mean, or maybe you do, and, you know, maybe whatever. Yeah. But with this, it's that they. Like, come on. You just referred to like 2 or 3 different groups of people, including yourself. So, which one are you talking about? Like, are you saying that AMC is manipulating the price of their own stock? Or are you saying that some other group of nefarious actors, doers of malfeasance, are doing this? They are the ones manipulating the price of AMC stock. Now, why would a company want its own stock to go lower? I've never heard of that personally. I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm not that old, like what Morant said. I'm not that old, like 56. You know, I'm over 10 years younger than that, so I'm really not old. But because I heard that 56 is not old, but I don't know. But I'm not aware of these companies manipulating their, like, why would they want it to go down? That doesn't seem to make sense. That would only hurt them. Maybe they want it to go out of business intentionally. I guess it's possible. But I don't see any practical reason that this would be the way. plus they've said that they want to keep the company running, and they're doing things to, that seem to indicate the fact that they're not closing anytime soon, or they're planning on it at least.
That would be the quickest way.
So
if they want the share price to keep going down, they could just run the company right into the ground.
James has got it. This is what they say. This is what they say. They could have friends with short positions. So Adam Aaron's buddies, we've heard that. Adam Aaron's hedge fund buddies, his 1% buddies. Those are some pretty goddamn good friends. I don't have any friends that would do anything like that for me, I don't think. Not that they could, but what would be the benefit to them? What would be the benefit?
On my behalf.
Yeah, I'm willing to.
Friends.
I'm willing to commit fraud, financial fraud, in the open market, securities market, to save my friend some money, or to make my friend some money. Not me, but my friends. And I'm going to detriment myself. I'm going to harm the company, to which I do have a fiduciary responsibility, to keep it in the black if possible. I can't go out and just blow all the money on lead mines around the world, or whatever, what have you. Oh, silver, I'm sorry. Silver mines. Palladium mines. It doesn't work like that. They think this is some fucking movie or dramatic screenplay, where there's some super villain that breaks every fucking rule every day, all day, and they never get caught. And that everything is fraud. It's all fake. It's the Matrix times 10, plus total. I don't know.
One of my favorite tags on GME Meltdown that you can add to your post. It's called main character syndrome.
Where everything revolves around them and their saga.
Exactly.
And their chosen crap boat. I don't even know. Yeah. Pile of shit. The pile of shit that they chose to buy. Everybody thinks that their pile of shit is unique, and it's it's not really. Everybody has a pile of shit that is just, shit. It's not any good. You fucked up. It's whatever the analogy you want it to be, it is. Let it be. Let it be so. It doesn't matter. At some point you have to take responsibility for that. But listen to this.
And as a CEO, he has a fiduciary responsibility to investigate the fact that how are ape shares still being traded when they have been delisted. And the SEC knows that ape shares are still being traded.
He's not even the problem that I have with this, because I understand a certain amount of tinfoil is going to happen. But the problem I have is that he's saying that it is trading without showing it at all. He's not questioning whether it is. He's not saying, I heard that it is, and if that's true, boy, that would be fucked up. And Adam, what would you say? No, he's not saying that. He's saying it is. It is trading. The SEC knows about it, and that's. I'm sorry, you can't say that.
That's the most hilarious part.
That's
the
fucked.
This conspiracy has to go to work. Not only
does
a security that has been supposedly delisted needs to be trading on a foreign market, as if the DOJ can really do anything about that. But let's give them the premise here. Not only would U.S. government officials have to be turning a blind eye to this, but foreign government officials and the company in this convoluted, crazy as fuck, batshit stupid conspiracy. Do they not understand how real conspiracies work? The smaller the number, the better. But
I don't know. Yeah, right.
Crazy people that apparently
man,
woman, and child on the face of the planet, other than them, needs to be in on this conspiracy for their utter stupidity to work.
That's why I really want to try to model like, excuse me, with numbers somehow, what would it actually take? Like, how? This is colloquial talk here. This would be translated into something that actually meant something. But how many times would they have to sell the float over? Because this is a big thing they talk about. They believe that, you know, like how GameStop was 142% or whatever. They believe that it's 1,000% actually, and it's not reflected anywhere because it's all fake. So how many times would that even work? Like, what are the implications of that? I want to Monte Carlo that scenario and try to show what actually, okay, let's assume that what he's saying is true.
Trading volume is necessary.
What volume would you need? What
implications would it have?
what would the profit and loss profile actually look like? Because I can't even be sure that it would be profitable.
Good right now, given how far AMC's gone down.
Well, yes, but in their fantasy, though, they being the short sellers they're actually down. They're actually not. They're actually underwater. It's the whole situation is reversed. It's inverted. They're the ones who are up. The short sellers are down. That's what you have to try to engineer, because that's it. That's the concrete reality of it. They believe that they've already won. I'm not saying this isn't, you know, like, it's his words, not mine. So that's what you have to try to show. And I'm saying, I don't know if it's even possible. I'm really curious if it is. And that's why, you know, at this point in the stream, I don't even know how many hours we've been sitting here talking, but, you know,
5 it says on YouTube.
Yeah, I think, you know, projects, quote unquote, like that, something maybe I'm going to think about doing, or at least saying I'm going to do, to be a focal point of things, because, like, there's no reason for us to be like, really, at the end of the day, I don't know how it serves anybody at this point. Like, if you don't see through this now, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not sure it's worth continue. You know, like, the bus has to leave the train has to pull away from the depot at some point. Somebody's going to get left behind, you know, and I'm like, I'm just trying to entertain myself here also, you know, like, so, you know, I'm curious about stuff like that. Also, I want to try to figure out how much money was lost collectively. I don't think it can actually be known, but there might be a way to, you know, I don't know, like, you know, how they reconstruct things from other things, or using indicators or money flow indices or something. I don't know. But I would really love to know collectively how much retail, I mean, it would be all trades in general, how much money was changed hands even. How much money total changed hands on these days, you know, about AMC. You know, that you could figure out and know. And then you could put that on a calendar and say all kinds of things about it. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of other ways to actually apply some things here, because this is fun, you know, this is fun and all, but I don't know. It could be useful maybe to somebody. But let's get through this one, because it's going to be 5 o'clock before it's going to be time for breakfast. Just go, yeah. You know, well, fuck it. Let's go to Waffle House now after this.
That after's party.
Hey,
party from the LARP at the Waffle House.
I tell you what, I don't know if you have IHOPs or, yeah, usually it's Waffle House. So, but I mean, there's a couple other things, but yeah, no. If these discussions took place like in person, in like IRL, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, I mean, and I know if Lynn were around, and, you know, probably James and Manuel and such, some of them might want to go to a bar, but I mean, I'm hungry actually.
Damn week, get me some crepes.
Okay, I could do that, or Waffle House, you know, I mean, but not fucking capped. Okay, keep your mushrooms over there.
This is reminding me of MMTLP.
I told you it was going to get good. And, well,
That
she
is
was.
such a rabbit hole that I just don't have the.
We're not. No, I know.
for right now at this time.
Only thing I got to say.
Go soak your fucking head.
Yeah, go soak your head in castor oil. you little devil. I'm just the only thing I'm saying that is my girlfriend and we were talking about Waffle House earlier. She was talking about hash browns and she said capped, and I said, because I hate mushrooms, I said, get the fuck out of here with capped. Fuck no. If you ever say capped in here, no. I was reacting harshly against capped. So that's the only thing I'm going to say about what he just said about MMTLP. Fuck the capped. Scattered, covered, smothered, peppered. Hell yeah. Capped, fuck off.
They were selling
Donahue George
of the stock that the owners never authorized for sale.
Well, that's not true.
Get to decide that.
Mm.
Not a Q-SIP. They are no
Yeah.
the owners. The
Yeah.
shareholders are. They get to decide to do what they want to with their property. How many fucking times does this need to be said?
Well, that's what. Yeah, like I don't understand what they think that these things are. Like they know that they believe that it's theirs. I mean, they know that they can buy and sell it. So, like the owners, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, okay, then don't sell your shares. But like,
This is why now. To prove this point even further, this is why Next Bridge has not gotten a Q-SIP and have utterly fucked their shareholders in the process, because they learned from their first experience. If we want to keep these lemmings stuck into our bullshit stock, don't get a Q-SIP. Funny that.
well, yeah.
They can't trade their shares because they can, but they can still trade them. But they have to be, they can only sell them to accredited investors, and there's no liquid market for
There's no liquid market. That's what it is.
Still trade it because it's been issued to them, but there's no way to effectively trade them.
Right,
So
because
even in that scenario, it's the shareholders' property. Fuck off.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And that's how we ended up in the MMLT fiasco. The CEO of the company never authorized his preferred shares to be sold in the open market.
Now he forgot the T, and the P, but MMLT is that? I know that some people, well, Taco Bell doesn't currently around here doesn't carry the Mexi Melt anymore, but they used to. Was that the? I think that was the key on the cash register back in the day. MMLT, Mexi Melt. I'm going to go with that. See, this is
confusing MMTLP and MMAT, and he's just like,
yeah, right. And then, I think that's going to be how I'm going to deal with a lot of these clowns like this guy from now going forward, is just, reacting, responding in the most nonsensical way that just comes to mind naturally at the time. And it could be,
there's nothing coherent coming out of
it could be, I hate mushrooms.
There that should be taken with any
No.
sort of seriousness.
No,
or
it doesn't. Yeah,
it's nonsense.
it is. It's nonsense. It's verifiably unverified nonsense. And it doesn't matter if you dash it up with salt or whatever. I hate mushrooms. I won't eat them. They're gross. And
Give them all the mushrooms to me then.
Good. Take them and go back to Kansas. Because we don't want them. I'm going to put a cap in those mushrooms.
You don't like your
And the
kind
bad
around here.
actors did it anyway. And it seems like that is what they are doing with ape shares. And as a CEO of AMC, should be launching a full investigation into where these ape shares are coming.
Oh, show his badge? Should he flash his badge?
What ability do they have to that? None. Again. Also, this video is 4 minutes long, and somehow he has managed to restate the same point, 4 times now.
At least.
This video should be 1 minute long and done.
He would have gotten more views, coincidentally, if it were short. You know, because it prioritizes that.
Yeah, well, he's got the same camera style like a short. Fucking can't be bothered to orientate his camera correctly so it properly on the screen.
I feel like, this
that is like a cardinal sin of YouTube videos. If I see your phone, is fucking vertical instead of horizontal on one of these long form videos, you deserve to be punched in the face for your crime against humanity.
Yeah, like I want to like rig up some like spyware type rat shit, like, and like deploy it on your system and like use your fucking computer to mine safe moon or some shit. Like, fuck you with your fucking goddamn.
One of these times I'm going to do a video of the cardinal sins these grifters do. They're lazy as fuck. They're clickbait titles. This shit, this cardinal sin of vertically doing their phone footage.
You mean like this?
What's some other ones? Using static fucking images or their the fucking using a game set head mic where they have the microphone lodged so far down their throat you can hear and feel and sense every vibration as they go.
Anybody using clip art, like two, 3 color clip art, is a fucking loser. In their videos, just if they ever have it on the screen, they're fucking losers. But anyway, look at this. It's here. Oh, I posted that one earlier. Towel 8 believes that by stating he is not involved with BBBY, Larry Ching is actually him subtly communicating that Ryan Cohen is involved. What? Also, LC tweeted Larry Ching wasn't involved with BBBY in any way, shape, or form a couple of months before that. That wasn't done to be bearish. It was what wasn't said. He was telling us RC would have tweeted the same thing if he also wasn't involved. What? Like, this is right along the lines of that other ridiculous thing that you were talking about a few minutes ago that I already forget. Like, or what I was talking about with we're pricing in the expected jobs revisions down so we can make a high jobs number can be bullish because we anticipate it to be revised down. So we'll just go ahead and price it in now. It's cut from the similar cloth, the similar tartan of retardation, if you will. It's a similar kilt of retardation. But it's like some kind of backwards paradox, like backwards negative paradox. I don't know. It's taking the whole burden of proof thing to a whole other level. That's for sure. Oh my God. Yep. Oh, James completely has blown the cap off of our grift of communist propaganda
and stock manipulation.
Safe Moonies. I like.
Yep.
They are that should not be.
I bet we could probably set up and process all the Safe Moon transactions that happen. Because are there any anyway? I don't know. But if I was going to do that, I would absolutely
I was liking the Moonies reference. Like,
yeah, no, yeah.
When we were talking about Stephen Hassett.
No, but I'm thinking that it would be better to do it on my own, on our own original crypto coin token. So, I mean, it could be Scott Mooney, but Scott Mooney's. But
the private equity token.
The pet. Oh God, yes. Yes, the pet. It's everybody's favorite. It's going to be like one of those little Tamagotchi things, those little digital pet things. it's going to be the physical NFT. Here it is, right here. I've wanted to do a physical NFT for years too. This bringing it all together tonight. The PET, I already forget what it stands for, but it's a physical NFT, store of value, fake crypto store of value, inflation hedger, liquidity provider. If your liquidity dries up, you can deploy this.
So what are we going to do with this token?
It's basically powdered water.
The rival thing. Are we going to put Ken Griffin's face on it, or are we going to put Doug Sifu's face on it?
I don't know. I mean, it could be. I don't know, but kind of like powdered water, you know. Just add water. Just add liquidity, and you get you some liquidity.
Be traded. Yet the SEC does not see a problem with it. The DOJ does not see a problem with it. NASAA does not see a problem with it. But the person who had the fiduciary responsibility to take care of it is not concerned. Adam Aaron has to be fully aware that they are still trading ape shares. And he has said nothing about it and has made no inquiries. Well, not that I'm aware of. Not that
And we know you know everything, so.
He contacted all these agencies, but I've not seen any proof. I mean, he
Oh, did you hear that?
So now we so now we're bringing evidence into this. It took us 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah.
At the end of this video.
There we have it.
Finally fucking reached that point. Oh, so evidence might be required for something, huh?
I mean, you know, what the fuck? So, I mean,
self-awareness.
What in the fuck?
Zero. Self-awareness negative.
What in the hell can you even fucking say? Like, here, oh my God.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things.
There has to be one in each stream. I feel like this really should be a thing.
No point in your rambling.
You get the award tonight, Donahue,
and close to
and it'll be kept track of over time.
Rational thought.
The key.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
This one right there. This is where he gets himself in trouble.
In this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
And no, just like no baby asks to be born, right? No baby asks to be born. Nobody sits there and says, "Please, Mr. Donahue, make me dumber. I bestow your ignorance on me with your words, with thy words, with thy words." No. So I know we can turn it off and we can change the channel and all that shit. But, you know, I mean, you know, the fucking sheriff is in town, bitch. Like, if you say some stupid shit, you are going to get fucking called out on it. So, I mean, the shills, you know, whatever he's talking about, the shills, you know, yes, absolutely. He had that part right. He said the shills, meaning me, you, Lynn, Ron, and James, etc. We don't want people to bind AMC because of him. But it's not because of him that we don't want him to. It's because it's fucking shit. And it's a way to lose money that you don't need. Because there's no promise.
Go knock yourself out, but
yeah,
based on like a reasonable fundamental
whatever
company, not because this fucking ignorant moron anywhere near internet access.
It might actually be a good investment. Yeah, it might actually be a good time to buy it. Who knows? I don't know. But I mean, the thing is, the evidence for this fantastical, magical, transformative, generationally altering event, it's just not there. The runway has ended and there's a cliff ahead. And well, that fence is not going to stop you with the momentum that's already built up here. So, you know, the state of the grift might be strong, but the grifters are not as strong. I get that sense for sure. That, like, I mean, he's not even talking about. He's talking about this is completely made up. I mean, it's not even like he didn't even take like it's not the same.
Some of these grifts, the grifters are getting more and more derivative. Like I've seen with the Holland ones, like they're knockoffs of the guys who have already left. Like Finn Journey had to exit because he got a cease and desist, but this new guy, Ernest Hamilton, or as we like to call him, Ernest Scammington, is like a budget version of him. He's even more dumber somehow.
Yeah.
More like,
well,
he comes off even more as a paid shill than even Finn Journey was, and it's just like it just becomes more and more transparent the more the layers of the onion you peel off.
Isn't that something? It's like, yeah, the deeper you go in this rabbit hole, and as time goes on, it's only only the strong survive, right? So it truly is the most, fanatical over. I know I've been saying this for a year now, but it keeps just getting distilled down even more. It's more concentrated and more potent. Like each one is that much crazier now as they get knocked off one by one. And so now you're left with this guy and Mikey's Money and Thomas James, which will be after there's nuclear winter, there will be two things left: cockroaches and Thomas James. And I'm telling you, there's not that much difference between the two things of cockroaches and Thomas James. I mean, he is a gross motherfucker. Like, I don't want anything to do with that at all. But I digress.
That is going on. That's going to be the most perfect short.
God.
Just put it out.
You'll
get so many views from AMC people because there's apparently a niche audience for making videos about how Thomas James is a fucking idiot.
Oh, in their own community?
Yeah, because every time I do a Thomas James video, I get a shit ton of views. Like the last one I did, I got like 800 views on it.
Why the hell didn't I put his name?
Transparent, even among AMC apes. What a fucking bag grifter he is.
Maybe I should revise the title of this live stream and put, instead of putting Easter ham ideas, put plus Thomas James and see if it see if the the views spike up like AMC stock after earnings did.
Out this part about us talking shit on Thomas James, and then re-upload it, and then watch the feed come in.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So this will be the end of that clip right here. But I was just thinking you ever shit, I don't even know. I mean, maybe like Howard Stern would be close to this. Do you have like a morning show like in your area, like on FM radio that like were like edgy, or like kind of like shock jock morning show like on the like maybe the Rock Channel or something where you live or grew up?
The country channels.
Oh really? Well, you're
shocky, but that same sort of.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Bruce and James in the morning.
Right. It's not like Delilah or anything. But Delilah. No. It's like Bubba the Love, more like Bubba the Love Sponge, if you know what I mean. But hopefully nobody does. Terrible, gross shock jock from the 90s. I'm sure Lynn probably knows him. But anyway, it would be fun to do something like that, like a morning show, like a market open or something like that. Morning show, or like
for ways to do the morning open,
like as a.
That does sound pretty fun.
In a like FM radio morning show, wrestling commentator, or but also an element of parody in a sense, like in a Christopher Guest, Best in Show, waiting for Guffman Spinal Tap kind of way, like intelligently slipping in false, stuff that people who know, like people who know who we are or know, that, it's comedy a little bit, would know that that's not true, but somebody who's new might be like, oh, really? And go look it up and be like, no, of course, Johnson & Johnson is not making, extra large finger condoms now or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm just making something up.
I like that we both went in the same direction, but in different.
It's late. It is late early on a Saturday morning, but yeah, like sort of like those examples or Parks and Recreation or something like that. The Office. I hate to go with the obvious thing, but that one everybody knows. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's something that could be tried. Somebody, they could try it sometime and see, Tasty Live, Tasty Works, Tasty Trade, that network / brokerage firm / Tom Sosnoff entourage. They're closer to that than like TD Ameritrade Network, or I guess Schwab Network now, or Bloomberg, for example. But I like Bloomberg.
What I did like about Tasty Trade's YouTube channel is it feels like a bunch of the boys got together to just do a YouTube channel.
It kind of does, and that's kind of that's kind of what they are in a sense, but they are obviously pros, but they're definitely more approachable. I mean, and this is, widely known that Tom will respond to people's emails and shit like that. I like that personally. I think that's cool. I like it. He'll answer customer questions. He'll talk to people. Is he, and a member of the elite? Absolutely. He's not one of us. He's not, but he is much more down to earth than a lot of people. He's like, I would put him and Doug Sifu in a similar vein. Doug's probably more corporate for sure. But Doug's also
background and everything.
But he's also very approachable, and he's engaged.
Just talking about his trade, his company and trades all the time.
Right.
He talks about the Carolina Florida Panthers.
Right.
He talks about hockey. He actually has a personality outside his job.
Yeah, I know. It's something I've struggled with for a long time, but I finally got a job. No, I'm just kidding. All right. We're almost through this thing.
To the public, so AMC retail investors
when you bring in your proof.
Right. That's why I said we'll prove it after you do.
Protect their interest. The bottom line is this.
Here we go. Bottom line.
Still being traded. Ape shares that should have been listed a long time ago. The CEO of the company not responsible for making sure this doesn't happen. Anyway, please leave some comments.
Well, there's let's assume.
How is Ford not responsible for Scott selling me a shitty junker car?
Yeah, like I'm just trying to think about how that would even work, but yeah, I mean, it's like everything. It's like everything that happens, or I mean, this didn't even happen. We know that. I mean, we have a pretty strong confidence that this is not true, right? Like, I mean, so, or there's something here that was, was taken and changed, or ran with, or game of telephone. He played a game of telephone with himself. and came up with.
That takes some real effort.
I know, right? You got to be pretty something.
Pretty fucking.
That's, I mean, yeah. Well, the bad back is pointed to possible TBI with this guy. Like, what happened? Something physical happened to cause a traumatic brain injury for somebody to go from literally being able to pass a bar exam to being this retarded. Like, this is not natural. This is not a natural progression.
And fall from grace. What happened between
Or
point A and point B that got us here?
Strong counterfeit illegal drugs that were not what they said on the bottle or in the pail that he. I don't know. Maybe he snorted fucking asbestos or some shit. I don't know. He got a little baggie of white powder, and he thought it was cocaine. He snorted it. Turned out it was asbestos. Oops. Now I have brain cancer. Shit. Well, I don't know. But just say no to drugs, kids. And just say no to TBIs.
I don't
wear a helmet.
And I won't have an attitude. Okay.
I mean, he lives in Florida. He's from Florida. I know Manuel's from Florida too. So I'll go easy. But Donnie looks like the kind of guy who would not wear a helmet if he had a scooter or a motorcycle of some kind. I believe we've seen Manuel. I'm pretty sure he and his wife were wearing them. They did have, dirt bikes, but maybe he fell off a motorcycle. I don't fucking know. But this is this is like, how do you wipe your ass level retardation, man? Like, I don't know. I don't know. But I do know that if Ford recalls a model, they can't stop people from selling them. That's what James said. And yeah, that's what, and it's like, yeah, if Ford recalls a model. Yeah, no, that's it. It's not their property anymore. And the only difference is when I bought the Ford, well, actually, no, because I bought it used. Never mind. It is a perfect analogy because either way it works. If I bought the Ford new and then sold it, or if I bought it used from another person and then sold it, that's a secondary market transaction on both sides. Or I bought it from Ford. That was me buying it from the issuer or having them issue it to me. So I gave them money and they got my money and they did something with that money. Otherwise, I gave some other schmuck in the market money and they gave me this worthless rust bucket called a Ford. And now I can, drive it to work where I do other things so I can get money so I can buy another Ford rust bucket thing. So
since we were
from somebody else,
this whole scenario reminds me of a thought experiment joke that we were talking about I was talking about with some people on Twitter. Since these people, we've already talked about jokingly selling ape tokens, but the real hustle, BBBY tokens, and get these people who still believe that their company is going to trade again, because all you need is a market. If they want to pretend that they have some claims on something that doesn't exist anymore, well, why stop them?
Well,
How many shares of my BBBY token would you losers like?
Right. I mean, and sometimes you have to prime a pump too to get it started. I'm fine. We could do that. I like trading. Let's trade. Let's do it. We'll prime the pump. We'll prime the pump with some liquidity, of course. Get it going. I don't know. Is that illegal? I don't know.
Get someone to be a plant on the PP Seed show to get it going for it.
Yeah, like that South Pole guy that hangs around in our group. Which one I'm talking? Wink, wink. Yeah, South Pole. Like, yeah, that's it. I think South Pole, or somebody. I don't know. I mean, hell, Manny could probably do it, but Yeah, I think that would be probably doable, but I'm just worried about the legality of it. But then again, I mean,
I'll do prison time for the best prank in the
oh boy.
I'm a poop.
I mean, I don't think it would.
Too fucking funny. Watch these losers trade a nothing token around that they think gives them legal claims to.
I mean, just think about it. That's what SBF did. He did. I mean, and then he said,
we fixed the glitch.
And then it was all that was all she wrote. But I mean, essentially, yeah. I bet it was a hell of a fucking rush, though. I got to say, watching people trade that worthless shit. All right, well, we'll talk about that. You know, you just got sometimes you just got to say.
Oh my God! No
preferably somewhere. Preferably somewhere that is less incriminating.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we've reached the end of the road, my friend. Anything else is a bridge too far at this point. So.
Yeah.
Don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Just like supersonic. Is that supersonic? Anyway, hey, James, I thank you so much for sticking around for the bitter end. I mean, that's pretty cool. You know, this is a long one. We've done some long ones before. We'll probably do more of them, but it goes by a lot faster when there's somebody else here to bullshit with. And I do like some bullshit. So, very common theme
Probably
here.
why it went so long. It just made it feel like it was just nothing to just.
Yeah. Well, there's no shortage of you know, I mean, they've shorted a lot of things. They truly have. I mean, look, they shorted a lot, but they I mean, they'll never be able to get rid of all of this nonsense. I mean, there's no shortage of it. So,
you know,
I mean, I guess as long as there's
better sometimes not to speak
the shit,
be proven a complete imbecile in the matter.
You know, you kind of got it needs to be reacted to. So anyway,
man, fuck you.
Ronnie is the Florida. Donnie, Ronnie.
Is that what you're saying?
Don Ron is the Florida man of the stock market.
What are you saying?
Yeah. Well, he is.
I don't really think that's the case.
All right.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
Hopefully, there's no work tomorrow. I'm hoping.
No.
All right. Yeah.
No, I get weekends off all the time.
Oh, good. Me too. So anyway, well, good night, everybody. I'm gonna end the stream now. We faded to black. No on course tonight. Sorry, Lynn. I don't even know if she's still here. It's late in California too. All right. See y'all later. Good night.